magic, man. We're just getting started.
50% off.
You're the guy for this. Oh, that's my motto. Justice matters most.
Time to get yourself a new motto. Just make money.
Jimmy, you are an attorney, not a bagman.
This is a bad choice road. To get a bunch of lawyers to run for the exits, Howard would have to have done something unforgivable.
Hey guys, Kiwi here. In this video I'll be breaking down every episode of Better Call Saul Season 5 and ranking them in a tier list. Warning of spoilers for Better Call Saul Seasons 1 through 5, along with possibly Breaking Bad and El Camino. This video is sponsored by Atlas VPN. With a VPN, not only can you secure your safety online, you can use it to access media and entertainment only available in other countries. For example, Better Call Saul Season 6 isn't available on Netflix in Canada or the United States, but it is in the UK. I personally recommend connecting to the France and Norway servers, as those are the servers that I'm using right now to stream the entirety of Better Call Saul Season 6 in 4K. With a simple click of a button, you can view UK Netflix and see all new Better Call Saul Season 6 episodes and more. Streaming services such as Netflix, Amazon Prime, etc. all have geo restrictions due to licensing rights. This means that hundreds of exclusive shows, or even the streaming services themselves, may not be available to you based on your location. With Atlas VPN, you can bypass geo restrictions and access your favorite content from across the world. So how do you unlock your favorite content with Atlas VPN? You open up the Atlas VPN application and connect to the server of the country with the library that you wish to unlock, for example France or Norway for Better Call Saul Season 6. Reload the Netflix application or the website, and now the library of these European Netflix servers should now be available. Atlas VPN protects all your devices with a single subscription, and there's no limit to how many devices you want to use Atlas VPN with. You can also save some money while shopping online. Get the best deals with online subscriptions such as Netflix and Spotify, or even airlines, hotels, and more. Right now, Atlas VPN is running a huge discount. It means you can get a 3-year subscription for just $1.99 a month with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Time is running out, so get your deal by clicking the link in the video description below. Secure your safety online by checking out Atlas VPN and giving it a whirl. Thank you so much to Atlas VPN for sponsoring the video, I really appreciate it. With that being said, let's jump into the video. Season 5 Episode 1, Magic Man. The Season 5 Gene scene picks up right where the Season 4 Gene scene left off, with Gene walking to the mall to retrieve his car, with this still being the night after he got out of the hospital. Gene rushes home and checks his shoebox to see if his diamonds are still there, with this being the first reveal of his diamonds that caused so much discussion leading up to Season 6. Gene memorizes at the disappearer's number in case he needs it, and then goes outside and changes his license plates to Missouri. Gene then takes his police radio while he drives to Missouri to listen in on if there's any police chatter about him. This is Gene being extremely cautious due to having a gut feeling that the cab driver from Season 4 recognized him due to having the Albuquerque air freshener. The next day, we then see Gene eating at a diner, but he hasn't eaten his food. The waitress approaches to ask him if he wants his food heated up, or if he wants something else as they're now serving lunch. These hints clearly imply that Gene has been sitting there for quite some time, which shows his true intentions of just waiting things out before possibly returning to Omaha. Gene at this diner during the Season 5 premiere of Better Call Saul also reminds me of Walt sitting at a diner during the Season 5 premiere of Breaking Bad. Gene looks up to the clock to see that the time is 12:16, which references the 12:16 Mesa Verde numbers that Jimmy switched on Chuck back in Season 2. Gene then uses the payphone outside the diner to call the Cinnabon that he works at, telling them how his hospital visit was a false alarm, but also to let them know that he'll still be gone from work for a few more days. Gene then asks his coworker if anyone's been looking for him or asking around about him. Gene covers it up as an insurance salesman, but this is clearly Gene trying to find out if the cab driver has gone to his work to try and find him. We then see Gene staking out his own house while still listening to his police radio before finally re-entering his own home. Gene continues to listen to the police chatter while staying at his home for the remainder of his days off before finally going back into work. During his back to work montage, we get yet another amazing Gene song that I just love so much. This time it's Welcome to My World, recorded by Jim Reeves. Fun fact, the recording to this song was actually used for the main Season 5 trailer, so I was really happy to hear that the song managed to make its way into the actual season as well. As Gene goes on his lunch break, he gets confronted by the same cab driver from Season 4, played by Don Harvey. Absolutely love the way that Don Harvey plays Jeff the cab driver in this scene, as he manages to seem goofy and harmless while having some intimidating and somewhat sinister undertones at the same time. Jeff tells Gene that he recognizes him as Saul Goodman due to having seen him all over Albuquerque when he used to live there with his ex. He recognizes Saul from his billboards, TV commercials, and even used to have one of Saul's matchbooks. Jeff says how he wasn't sure if Gene was Saul during the cab ride, but now that he sees him up close, he's sure of it. Gene plays it off, saying that Jeff must be thinking of someone else, and that he's Gene Takovic. Gene tries to leave by saying that he has to get back to work, but Jeff confronts him on his bluff. Jeff says,
"That is not cool. I know who you are. You know who you are. Let's just get past that."
Jeff says not to worry about his buddy and that he's cool and just wants to tag along to see Gene/Saul for himself. Jeff then brags about once having Sammy Hagar in his cab, saying how he's even more famous than Gene is. Gene asks what he wants, to which Jeff wants him to admit who he truly is, and implies that he wants Gene to say the famous Better Call Saul catchphrase. Gene initially still tries denying it, but Jeff continuously pushes him to say it. Gene looks around, noticing how there's cops sitting behind Jeff and his buddy, making him think that Jeff may be an undercover cop with a wire on him. Gene eventually says Better Call Saul twice quietly, but Jeff wants him to say it a third time and give the point that he always would in his commercials.
Better Call Saul.
There we go.
Gene gives in and does it, satisfying Jeff. Jeff tells him that
A little rusty, but you'll do better next time.
this is when Jeff finally formally introduces himself, saying how Gene can call him up for a cab ride anytime he wants. Jeff then walks away saying,
I'll see you, Gene.
while mocking his alias. The "you'll do better next time" along with "I'll see ya" implies that Jeff has bigger plans for Saul, but what could it be? Clearly Jeff isn't actually a cop or someone wearing a wire, as he would have had Gene arrested for admitting that he was Saul by saying "Better Call Saul" without Jeff having ever mentioned the name Saul directly in the first place. So Jeff and his buddy leave, to which Gene rushes over to the mall payphone and calls Ed to disappear. He says the secret Hoovermax code and then tells Ed that he's been made and needs to relocate once more. Ed tells him that it'll be double the price, as it'll be very difficult to get done. As Ed tells him where and when the pickup will be, Gene zones out. When Ed asks if Gene is still there, Gene responds by canceling his pickup and saying that he'll take care of the situation himself. This Gene scene ends with Gene walking away from the payphone as the camera becomes blurry and then fades into the intro sequence, which is now more degraded. This is due to being implied that the intro sequences are VCR tapes being played over and over again, just like how we saw Gene watching his old Better Call Saul commercials over and over again during the first Gene scene in Season 1. Now, I absolutely love this Gene scene, and it's definitely got to be a fan favorite of mine out of all 5 cold open Gene scenes for the show. This Gene scene was 13 minutes long, being the most Gene we've ever had gotten up until this point. I also love how we saw Ed the disappear in Better Call Saul, making Ed the first character to ever appear across all 3 iterations of the universe, first Breaking Bad, then El Camino, and now Better Call Saul. But back in the current timeline, we pick up where Season 4 left off, with Kim waiting outside the room where Jimmy is signing his papers to become reinstated in the law under the name Saul Goodman. Jimmy takes a moment to step out to speak to Kim and tell her why he's changing his work name. He says that it's for his clients, since they all know him as Saul Goodman from selling burner phones. Jimmy explains how sooner or later those kids will get arrested and that they'll call Saul Goodman since they already know the name. Jimmy explains how he thought he was wasting a year of his life, but he's happy that it's all been leading up to rebuilding his clientele. Kim, clearly unimpressed, asks Jimmy how long he's been planning this, to which Jimmy admits that he just came up with it moments ago. Jimmy can tell that Kim is hesitant and asks Kim if she thinks that he should slow his roll. Since Jimmy is so excited and motivated to get the ball rolling, Kim says that he should go through with it even though she's unhappy with it, especially after feeling like she was tricked right alongside the board members during Jimmy's reinstatement hearing during the Season 4 finale. Back at the apartment, Jimmy opens Kim's reinstatement gifts for him, the first being a new bag, which has the initials on it, JMM. Kim apologizes as she didn't know that Jimmy was going to change his work name to Saul Goodman, but he says it's alright and that if anyone asks about it, he'll just tell them that it's his new motto,
Justice matters most.
This is some great foreshadowing that we'll discuss later on in the video. The next gift that Jimmy gets is another world's second best lawyer mug, to which Jimmy says how Saul will give Kim a run for her money, which also turns out to be foreshadowing for Season 6. Jimmy tells Kim his plan to give his customers 50% off for the first felony, and that afterwards he'll upsell them for future crimes. Kim doesn't like the sound of it, saying how it seems like he's encouraging them to commit crimes. Jimmy says that they'll do crimes regardless and get arrested eventually one way or another, but Kim says how it'll reflect poorly on him, causing him to agree that he won't do the 50% off sale, calling it a desperate move. Jimmy then says how the reason why the relationship works is because he goes too far and she pulls him back, which is foreshadowing for the season 5 finale along with season 6 in general. Kim still presses Jimmy for changing his work name as she's clearly sour from the events of the season 4 finale. Jimmy tells her that he can't go back to Jimmy McGill and that name is burned due to being Chuck's loser brother. This is true, but also literally considering Chuck burned in a fire. Kim says that she can't see him as Saul, but Jimmy says that she will, which again, more foreshadowing. We then go to Saul having a sales event inside a circus tent with Huel as his bodyguard, and Mountain Man selling churros on the side. We then get a montage of Saul pitching his law practice while selling burner phones by profiling his customers one after another for whatever legal troubles he can think of them having. I love this montage as it's very entertaining. It's also interesting to see Saul ring a bell every time he's ready for his next customer, since any time I see a bell in Breaking Bad or Better Call Saul, it really reminds me of Hector's bell. Anyways, Saul sells completely out of phones and has to disappoint a full lineup of customers. He says that he's still available for free legal consultations, but the crowd is clearly disinterested and starts to disperse, so out of desperation, Saul pulls out the 50% off deal that he told Kim he wouldn't do. Huel calls Saul a magic man, which is a callback to episode 407 when Jimmy called himself a magic man in front of Huel when he was trying to convince Huel that he'd get him out of his battery charge against that off-duty cop.
Well done, magic man.
We're just getting started. I'm a magic man. You have a little faith in me?
We then cut to the next day with Bill Oakley having troubles getting a snack out of his favorite vending machine, and then he's then accosted by the camera crew, which starts to cause a crowd. Jimmy shows up as Saul Goodman to steal the show, which was all a part of the plan. Saul does this to purposely create a crowd of people to make a show in front of in order to convince everyone to take his business cards. Saul then catches up with Kim, who's speaking to a pro bono client. Kim gets him a great plea deal with only 2 to 5 months, but he's underappreciative and ignorant and naive and wants to roll the dice with going to trial to potentially not do any time. Kim tells him that there's a million reasons not to take it to trial, as he'd probably go away for years, but he stubbornly still wants to go to trial by saying how he can put on a puppy dog face and flaunt his child in front of the court for sympathy. Screw this guy, he's a complete idiot for not wanting to take Kim's advice. The writers of this episode, along with the actor who plays her client, do such a great job in making me just hate him for his ignorance and naivete. He doesn't realize that Kim worked out just such a good deal with the prosecution, and that going to trial is like taking their deal and slapping them across the face with it. Kim goes to speak to Saul to tell him that she's stuck with her client who won't take his plea deal. Saul can't believe it since that client is the idiot who apparently tried to sell a flatbed of stolen mini fridges to an undercover cop. I want the backstory as to how that happened, but anyways, Saul is understandably shocked to hear that even though Kim got him a 5-month deal considering his priors, she's still currently trying to talk him out of going to trial. Saul says that they can fix this and suggests that he should pretend to be from the DA's office and that they'll make a scene that'll practically force the client to make the deal. Kim says how she doesn't want to do it, but Saul says how if this isn't using their powers for good, he doesn't know what is, referencing the conversation that they had in the diner at the end of season 4 after pulling off the blueprint con. Kim puts her foot down and says that she won't scam her clients, to which Saul says how it worked with Mesa Verde. This causes Kim to rudely tell Saul to back off, which he does. Kim goes back to her client, who asks who Saul was. Kim reluctantly goes along with Saul's plan after all, since they unintentionally just made a scene in front of them. She tells them that he was from the DA's office and that they've taken his deal off of the table due to new evidence and that they want to make an example out of him. This causes the client to backpedal and ask if they can still take the 5-month deal instead of going to trial, and adds if it's still possible if Kim asks the DA real nice. My god, rewatching the scene and seeing their naivete makes me wanna barf. I don't even feel bad that Kim conned them into taking the deal, which I think is the whole point as to why the writers wrote the client to act like that, along with showing why Kim did it in the first place. The episode ends with Kim walking away into a stairwell alone, as she leans against the wall, ashamed of herself for what she just did. Saul's continuing to corrupt her and bring out a side of her that he didn't know existed, and this is just the beginning of it. Meanwhile, we see Lalo sitting at the taco shop with Nacho and Crazy 8, as Lalo says Werner's full name over and over again. I love this moment, and clearly so does everyone else, since Lalo saying Werner Ziegler has become so popular that it's turned into a meme of sorts during the show's airing.
Werner Ziegler?
Lalo admits that there were 27 Werner Zieglers living in Germany, but now there's only 26. Nacho tells Lalo that he doesn't know who Werner or Michael are, and that the only two people that he knows who works for Gus are Victor and Tyrus. Lalo thinks out loud about the south wall that Werner told him about, wondering what Gus is up to, which is another great line from Lalo.
What's he up to, man? What's he doing?
Nacho admits that some druggies are complaining about how their product is different and not as good as it used to be, causing Lalo to tell Nacho to show him, which again, another great line by Lalo that I absolutely love.
Okay. Show me.
Nacho brings Lalo to the house of a dealer named Mouse, which is quite the ironic name, kinda reminds me of Skinny Malone's name from Fallout 4, but I digress. Mouse has an interesting way to do her deals, which includes a man outside accepting the money, followed by her delivering the drugs through a storm drain, which keeps the cash and drugs separate. Lalo checks out the drugs and realizes that it's not their stuff. This causes Lalo to have Bolsa arrange a meeting between him and Gus. We see Lalo walk into Gus's chicken factory where he has a meeting with Gus. Gus gives Lalo a bill of goods, saying how Werner was supervising a construction job on the legitimate side of his business and that he found out about their drug operation and stole 2 keys of product. Gus admits that he knows about Lalo tailing Mike and Werner and explains how Lalo already knows how the story ends, with his men tracking Werner down and killing him. Gus explains how he feels shamed due to this happening, along with hiding the truth by replacing stolen drugs with the product that he bought locally. This is Gus giving a half-truth, mixing the truth with lies, to make everything seem like a reasonable excuse to cover up the Werner situation, along with the inferior drug situation all being part of the cover-up. Lalo asks what construction project the German was building, to which Gus shows him a fake chicken chiller that Werner's crew are working on as a front to hide their true Superlab construction. Lalo meets Mike for the first time in person, which serves a lot of tension due to the phone call that they had in the season 4 finale, or rather the phone call that Lalo almost had with himself and Mike just listened to. Now Gus had no way of knowing what the first half of Lalo's conversation with Werner was before Mike cut them off, since we never saw Mike specifically ask Werner what they said word for word. So Gus didn't know how Werner told Lalo that construction would continue until he returned, which doesn't line up with the cover story that Werner was on the run for stealing drugs. Even with Gus's elaborate excuse, it still doesn't trick Lalo, as implied by him telling Gus that the south wall looks nice. Since Gus knows that Lalo knows more about the Superlab construction than originally thought, it forces Gus to postpone the Superlab construction until Lalo is quote-unquote taken care of.
South wall's gonna look beautiful.
Outside the chicken factory, Bolsa gives Lalo a hard time for spying on Gus, along with killing the Travel Wire employee from the season 4 finale. Lalo says how he doesn't trust Fring, who obviously has a grudge after Hector killed his former partner Max. Bolsa defends Gus due to being such a high earner, saying how everything is strictly business when it comes to him. Lalo asks if what happened in Santiago was just business, implying that whatever Gus did in Santiago, it was personal. Sadly, we never find out what that was, but sometimes it is better to leave certain aspects of the story at mystery. Bolsa doesn't respond to the Santiago remark and just instead tells Lalo that he needs to know that all of this is done with, to which Lalo counters by asking Bolsa if he trusts Gus. Bolsa says that Gus will never be one of them, but that he's an earner, to which Lalo responds by saying how there's nothing more to say and then walks away. We then see Mike bring Werner's crew out into the desert, who are understandably terrified due to knowing that Mike killed Werner. They are initially hesitant to leave the truck. Mike tells them that if they were going to die, they would have already. Mike tells them to keep their mouths shut about their job and sends them on their way to separate airports in separate vehicles. Kai tells Mike that he understands that Werner had to be killed and calls him a good man, but a soft one. Mike sucker punches Kai in the face for disrespecting Werner and for being a suck-up. Casper then approaches Mike and tells him that Werner was worth 50 of them. Mike says nothing back as he knows that to be true and he isn't happy that he had to kill Werner. Mike then visits Gus to tell him that Werner's men have been sent home. Gus tells Mike that they can't continue construction while Lalo's north of the border and that he'll be dealt with. Mike asks if he's done working for Gus for now, to which Gus offers him a retainer in the meantime. Gus also tells Mike that Werner's wife has been compensated for Werner's death, which they labeled as a construction accident as per Mike's suggestion. Mike is frustrated by Gus implying that Werner's wife being compensated with money simply solves killing Werner, and Gus tells him to think carefully about what he's about to say. Mike tells him to keep his goddamn retainer and walks away. This episode gets an A tier. It was a great season premiere. Episodes 501 and 502 actually aired back to back when they first came out, but just taking episode 501 by itself is still pretty solid. Season 5 has my favorite Gene scenes out of the first 5 seasons, and the rest of the episode is great too. I love the Magic Band montage, which the episode is named after, along with everything involving Lalo in this episode. Season 5, Episode 2, 50% Off. This episode starts with showing when Saul gave out his 50% off deal from 501, except this time from the perspective of 2 junkies who were there in the previous episode. We then see a drug-fueled montage of the junkies getting, drugs from their dealer Mouse that we saw in the last episode, followed by a ton of disjointed shenanigans. I love this cold open montage, along with these hilariously stupid junkies doing their thing while yelling 50% off over and over. As they do their crimes, they yell 50% off along with yelling it once more the following morning after crashing into someone's front lawn, implying that Kim was right in the last episode about Saul's 50% off deal encouraging his clients to commit crimes. We then see Saul take clients over the phone while ironing his clothes, while Kim tries to find her clothes in her closet among Saul's many flashy suits. Saul tries making movie plans with Kim, but she says how she needs to stay late at work, clearly still unhappy with Jimmy's new lifestyle as Saul, along with the fact that she tricked her client at the end of the last episode as Saul suggested. As Kim gets in her car, Jimmy suddenly hops in and says that he wants to show her something a few blocks away. They end up at an open house and check it out, with Jimmy mentioning how he has 45 clients already and that he couldn't stop thinking about this house after driving past it the other day. They have fun looking at the house, with Jimmy suggesting that they should buy something like this in the future. Jimmy uses this time to admit to Kim that he did do the 50% off deal, but says how it's a bonehead move and that he shouldn't have done it. At this point, Kim has become clearly jaded to Saul's lies and shenanigans, and just shrugs it off with a simple but cold okay. Kim then tells Saul that she doesn't want to lie to any of her clients, as she's still upset that she used Saul's idea to trick her client in the last episode. Even though Saul suggested it, he never made her do it. He did corrupt her with the idea, but she still had the choice not to, and she did it anyways due to Saul's ways of cutting corners, being quicker and easier than doing things the honest way. Jimmy and Kim end up fooling around in the house by Kim turning on the shower while Jimmy's standing in it, to which they leave with the real estate agent giving them a real resting biznatch face, and for good reason. As they get into the car, Jimmy mentions how nice of a place it is, to which Kim says maybe someday. Not only did Jimmy use this as an opportunity to talk to Kim about his 50% off deal, along with them using their conning powers against their clients, Jimmy is always searching for ways to include Kim in his life. Since Jimmy was told last season that he wouldn't be able to open another office with her due to her opening a banking branch at Schweikart with Mesa Verde, Jimmy's now wanting to get a more permanent home with her, and this seems to be him planting that seed. We then see Saul in the courthouse preparing to speak to Suzanne when she leaves the courtroom, but sees Oakley and manages to wheel and deal with a few courthouse members in the meantime. I love this mini Saul lawyer montage that's edited to look like it's all in one shot, him first speaking to Oakley, then quote-unquote Hannah Banana, followed by speaking to one of his clients, and then surprising Oakley once again by the time he leaves the room we just saw him enter. Saul arrives back at the door to wait for Suzanne just in time for her to enter the hallway, but gets interrupted by Howard. Howard congratulates Saul for being reinstated and addresses him as Saul Goodman. Howard asks Saul if he'll be available for lunch sometime, to which Saul tells him to have a receptionist make the lunch appointment as he wants to catch up with Suzanne. He tries to wheel and deal some plea deals with her right now, even though he already has an appointment with her for next Tuesday. Suzanne calls out Saul for wanting to turn over more clients quicker in order to make more money, calling it his problem and not hers, leaving him standing there as she walks into the elevator, foreshadowing. Later on, we see Saul get trapped in an elevator with Suzanne, purposely annoying her to the point that she'd rather work out plea deals with him over listening to him rehearse his lines. After they finish their deals, the elevator starts working again, and as they leave, it's revealed that Saul paid an elevator technician to purposely trap them in the elevator for Saul to get what he wanted. Meanwhile, Nacho gets kidnapped out of his bed in the middle of the night, and he's brought to his father's shop where he's forced to watch Victor walk into the store, implying that he's about to watch his father get killed. This reminds me a lot of, spoiler alert for Breaking Bad, what Jesse had to go through with Todd in Breaking Bad Season 5, except in Nacho's case, his father isn't actually killed in front of him. This is just a scare tactic by Gus. Gus enters the vehicle and tells Nacho that Lalo is a huge problem for him, so Nacho needs to find a way to gain his trust or else. Nacho agrees and Tyre signals Victor to leave his father alone for now. We then see Lalo visiting Hector and get a hilarious moment of Lalo pouring booze into Hector's drink. I really like this scene between Hector and Lalo as Lalo vents about Gus to him, with Bolsa and Eladio not caring what he's up to as long as he keeps making them money. Hector dings at Lalo saying how Gus makes so much money, implying that Lalo should hit him where it hurts his massive income. And then also in this episode we see that Mike is hungover, but he's woken up by multiple phone calls from Stacy asking him for some last minute babysitting. Mike shows up to babysit and starts helping Kaylee with her math while they work on a mini construction project. Kaylee starts asking about her father Maddie, Mike's son, to which Mike gets progressively tense as he repeatedly tries brushing off the subject of Maddie. Due to Mike having just woken up, presumably hungover, along with all of his balled up emotions about Maddie, causes him to lash out at Kaylee in a way we've never seen before. It's horrible to see Mike lash out on her like this, but I gotta say, I love this moment for how jarring it is, along with the fact that saying, "You are done!" like Mike definitely got added to my mannerisms after watching this episode for the first time. Stacy comes home to Mike leaving, who says in passing that Kaylee's in her room, won't come out, and that she hasn't eaten dinner. When Stacy asks why, Mike doesn't give her an answer and just leaves. We then cut back to the 50% off junkies who arrive at Mouse's place for more drugs, but they buy so much that when Mouse sends it all down the storm drain at the same time, it gets stuck. They then get into a hilarious screaming match as Mouse repeatedly opens her sliding window thing to yell at them before closing it again. She's really living up to her name, as this definitely reminds me of a mouse, or some rodent, repeatedly poking its head in and out of a hole. I really like these junkie characters along with Mouse. The actors do a great job portraying these characters, and the writing is pretty funny. Yet another great moment of Better Call Saul sprinkling in comedy throughout the dark character drama that it is. We then cut to Lalo playing cards with Crazy 8 and other members of their crew when Crazy 8 gets called into the Mouse junkie storm drain situation. As a side note, I've been calling Crazy 8 by his nickname throughout all of these tier list retrospectives, even though his name is Domingo, and he never had the Crazy 8 nickname until this moment. Because in this moment, we see the origins of his Crazy 8 nickname, which Lalo gives him due to Crazy 8 folding and letting Lalo win the hand out of fear of beating his boss in cards, even though he would have won. The cards that he had were 2 8s, with him having a full set, which is why he gets the nickname Crazy 8, due to being crazy for folding with those 8s in his hand.
Mucho loco, this guy, huh?
I love seeing the origins of Crazy 8's nickname. It wasn't necessary for the prequel to answer this, but it was a nice touch. Anyways, Crazy 8 goes to try and unclog the drain with drugs, but gets rolled up on by the police just as the drugs inconveniently fall out of the drain, getting him busted red-handed.
Some kind of block. Guess you fixed it.
Although this really sucks for Crazy 8, I love this moment due to the perfect comedic timing that it has. We then cut to Lalo, Nacho, Mouse, and her lackey staking out Mouse's place where Crazy 8 was arrested, and Mouse admits that she had to leave the drugs in her place. In order to gain Lalo's trust, Nacho leaps into action, literally, as we see him leaping across the rooftops like some sort of superhero in order to sneak into Mouse's place and snatch up the drugs just moments before the cops enter.
Oh, look at that.
I love this moment of Nacho gaining Lalo's trust while Lalo just munches on snacks, clearly entertained by Nacho's crazy antics. That being said, this is definitely one of the more unrealistic moments of the show, such as Lalo climbing through the travel wire roof in the season 4 finale. Back at the taco place, Nacho talks to Lalo about Crazy 8 being arrested, to which Nacho admits that he's known Crazy 8 since childhood due to their parents being friends. Lalo asks Nacho if Crazy 8 has ever done time before, to which Nacho says no, leading Lalo to imply that he's worried about Crazy 8 possibly ratting. Even though Crazy 8 is Nacho's lifelong friend, he implies to Lalo that he'll take out Crazy 8 if Lalo wants him to due to loyalty. Lalo appreciates this but says no and that he has a better idea. This brings us back to Saul leaving the courthouse after conning Suzanne to wheel and deal with him in the elevator. As Saul's walking down the street with a mint chip ice cream cone, Nacho drives up to him and practically kidnaps him, but doesn't allow him to bring the ice cream with him. The episode ends with Saul driving away in the car with Nacho and his friend, with the camera staying stationary on the ice cream cone as they drive away. Fun fact, I believe that Nacho's friend in the car with him is the same guy that Nacho previously ripped a piercing out of in a previous season. This episode gets an A tier as well. Not gonna lie, going into the episode, I remembered it being kind of B tier standard, but I really enjoyed rewatching this episode. There's a ton of comedic moments, from the 50% off junkies and Mouse to Crazy 8 being caught red-handed. I really enjoyed learning the origins to Crazy 8's nickname, along with seeing Lalo enjoy watching Nacho leap across the rooftops. The Saul Goodman lawyer mini montage or tracking shot was great as well, along with how he conned Suzanne with the elevator to work out plea deals. Mike freaking out at Kaylee was also incredibly memorable, as I discussed while breaking down that scene. Nacho getting his father's life threatened in front of him was brutally insane, and Nacho kidnapping Saul at the end of the episode was a great cliffhanger that leads directly into episode 503. Season 5, episode 3, The Guy for This. This episode starts out with some insane macro shots of a colony of ants infesting the mint chip ice cream cone that Saul dropped on the sidewalk at the end of the last episode. This has a ton of symbolism for Jimmy becoming corrupt as Saul Goodman as the criminal and cartel life consumes him, but whenever I see this cold open, I just automatically think of the Insider podcast and how Michael Morse, I believe, spent like 2/3 of it talking about these ants and the ant wrangler that they hired to get the job done. That being said, I do love this cold open, and it did grow on me quite quickly back when this episode first aired. After the intro sequence, we pick up with Saul in the car with Nacho, understandably nervous of wherever they're headed, as he notices that the locks in the back seat have been taken out. They arrive in a garage where Lalo is, and fun fact, I believe this is the same garage that the Salamanca twins brought Caldera to in order to save Nacho's life in season 4. Saul starts using his one superpower, his mouth. Fun fact, Lalo is humming along the same song that we heard him sing along to during his introduction scene back in season 4. Lalo stares at Saul, then goes back to working on his car, and he heads over to the sink to wash his hands. Saul asks to start speaking, and then just does so anyways. He starts bringing up the events between Saul and Nacho back in season 1, since that's the last time that they ever saw each other. Saul admits how he got Nacho out of custody within a day, to which Lalo finally speaks, saying how Saul had business with his cousin Tuco. Saul tries complimenting Tuco, saying how he has a huge heart and a serious passion for justice. Lalo laughs this off, saying how Tuco has quite a temper, to which Saul says that he hasn't noticed and asks how their abuelita is doing. Lalo says how Tuco told him about Saul and how he's the guy with a mouth, which is in reference to the second episode of season 1 where Tuco told Jimmy that he has quite a mouth on him.
You got a mouth on you. You know, Tuco told me about you. You're the guy with a mouth.
Lalo then recounts the events of episode 102 when Tuco took Jimmy and the skaters out into the desert and punished the skaters for calling their abuelita biznatch. Absolutely love this confrontation between Saul meeting Lalo for so many reasons, and here's one of them. Lalo says how the Tuco he knows would have skinned them alive and let the buzzards eat their eyeballs, but then Jimmy went blah 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 and they walk out of there calling it amazing. Saul corrects Lalo, saying how they wheeled out of there, referencing how Tuco still broke one of their legs each and that Jimmy had to wheel them into the hospital in wheelchairs. Lalo admits he has a legal problem, which relieves Saul, saying how he thought he'd make them swallow condoms filled with drugs, to which Lalo laughs and says maybe later. I love how the writers bring comedic moments like this into such a tense situation, yet another reason why I love this episode for showing us the first time that Saul meets Lalo, which was a long-awaited introduction for the fans, considering that it wasn't me, it was Ignacio, and Lalo didn't send you lines from Breaking Bad Season 2 Episode 8 that birthed the Nacho and Lalo characters in the first place. Because of that, we knew that Saul was eventually going to meet Lalo, or at least find out who he was, and here we see that start to come to fruition. Anyways, Nacho explains how they want Saul's help, with Crazy 8 being arrested, and that they want Saul to give Crazy 8 specific information to tell the cops in order to get him out. This is Lalo using the situation to his advantage, as he's going to get Crazy 8 to snitch on Gus's dead drop locations in order to hurt his business, which is the plan that he came up with after Hector implied to disrupt Gus's income. This is also the better idea that Lalo told Nacho that he had near the end of the last episode, and that using Saul was a part of the plan since Nacho had clearly told Lalo about the events of episodes 101 and 102. This is quite a smart move for Lalo to do, as he's knocking two birds out with one stone, by getting Crazy 8 out of custody while using his arrest to Lalo's advantage by also hurting Gus's business in the process. Nacho brings up how they want to use Saul to relay the info to Crazy 8 due to the client-attorney confidentiality, which is a callback to Jimmy telling Nacho about that at the end of episode 102. Saul tries getting himself out of the situation and avoid working for Lalo by suggesting that they should use one of his drop phones to speak to Crazy 8 instead. Lalo stands up and tells Saul how he's the guy for this, which the episode is named after. This is yet another great line from Lalo that I really like.
You're the guy for this.
Matter of fact, I just love all the dialogue from Lalo in this scene in general. Saul says how his rates have gone up and pulls a randomly high number out of his ass that he thinks will discourage them from hiring him, but then Lalo hilariously pulls a huge wad of cash out of his pocket with more than enough to pay Saul 100% up front, along with even rounding up his $7,925 rate to an even $8K. That night, Saul arrives back at the apartment, with Kim standing on the balcony staring down at him. He joins her on the balcony to have a beer, and Kim stares at him placing a beer on the railing, worried that it's going to fall. Kim says how she's celebrating over having just pro bono clients the next day, and no Mesa Verde due to opening the Schweikart banking division, which has taken most of Mesa Verde's work from her at this point. Saul stays vague about his day and how he got kidnapped by Nacho to meet Lalo by just saying how he met some interesting people and had a few ups and downs. He adds the fact that, financially speaking, Saul Goodman had his best day yet, to which Kim gives a passive-aggressive "good for Saul." Kim leaves and takes her beer off the railing while she does so. We then see Nacho at home with his two junkie girlfriends as one of them takes apart a Rubik's Cube and then starts taking apart the TV remote. Nacho gives her a puzzle to keep herself occupied. Nacho's father shows up unannounced and is introduced to Nacho's girlfriends and is taken back by not only them but also his home, and not in a good way. Nacho's father confronts Nacho on the fact that someone came to him to try and buy out his shop for an incredibly high number and realizes that Nacho put the man up to it. Nacho's father is offended by this for multiple reasons. First being that he always thought that he was keeping the shop for Nacho himself. Another reason why he's offended is because Nacho is secretly trying to get him to sell his shop so they can run away and flee the cartel, along with the fact that the offer to buy his shop is with Nacho's dirty drug money. And from what happened in Season 3, Season 4, we all know that Nacho's father absolutely hates dirty money. Nacho is truly stuck between a rock and a hard place, Season 6 pun intended. Since Nacho's father won't accept running away under new identities that Nacho already has for them in his safe, it means that there's no way for Nacho to get out of the situation, which results in his fate that we'll discuss more in the Season 6 tier list video. We then see Saul meeting Crazy 8, explaining how Nacho hired him as his new lawyer. Crazy 8 is scared that Lalo thinks he's ratting, to which Saul says how he's nothing but good news and gives Crazy 8 the info that Lalo wants him to memorize. We then see Saul waiting outside for none other than Hank and Gomez to arrive, with this episode being the first of their 2-episode cameo on this show. We get some comedic small talk between Hank and Gomez, where Hank asks Gomi if his wife throws out condiments the day they expire. Hank then name drops Marie, complaining about how she had a full bag to throw out the second the clock struck 12. Gomi responds by saying how he once ate a can of expired frosting and he survived, to which we get a hilarious conclusion by Hank.
Let's get this circle jerk over with.
I love seeing Hank and Gomi on this show, from their comedic small talk to them getting down to brass tacks, as we see next. We then see Hank and Gomi speaking to Crazy 8, who call him out for suddenly wanting to give the authorities info after keeping his mouth shut for 2 days while in custody, showing how Hank and Gomi are already suspicious. Crazy 8 says that he knows where $500,000 of drug money is, to which Hank asks for info on where the drugs come from, who the money goes to, the name of his boss, and who he reports to. Crazy 8 then starts giving info on the dead drops, to which Saul starts banging on the door to be let in, complaining about how the DA were talking to his client without his lawyer present, which may be a reference to Saul's first scene in Breaking Bad, where he kicked out an agent for doing the same thing to Badger. Except where that was genuine, here in Better Call Saul, it's all part of the plan that Saul had set up with Crazy 8 beforehand. Saul introduces himself and Hank instantly gets the "it's all good man" pun of his name, laughing it off and making fun of him for it.
All good, man. Really? Come on, that's your name?
This is a moment that I love for multiple reasons, and not just because Hank understood the pun. Ever since Breaking Bad Season 2 Episode 8, fans always wondered if Saul speaking to Hank about Badger was the first time that they had ever met, or if they had met previously. Here we get the answer, showing the first time that Hank and Saul truly met, and I really like how they answered this question with the Better Call Saul Hank cameo. It was a really hyped up moment when this episode first aired. Anyways, Saul tries belittling Hank and Gomi, to which they go back and forth a bit with some hilarious bickering. Saul tries telling Hank and Gomi to leave, but they state how Crazy 8 waived his right to an attorney and that he wants to talk to them. Saul tries backpedaling Crazy 8's decision, to which Crazy 8 doubles down, causing Saul to ask for a sidebar with him. While doing so, Hank and Gomi stare at each other, implying that they're not buying the ploy. When Saul comes back from the sidebar, he mentions how Crazy 8 stubbornly wants to talk and that he thinks his client is making a mistake, but that they'll talk. Hank responds by calling out how they're doing a show and dance, calling their ploys a bluff, and tries to leave. Saul stops them in their tracks by saying that their deal will be contingent, to which Hank asks contingent on what? Saul elaborates, saying how this will bring results and that Crazy 8 will stay in custody until Hank and Gomi verify his intel. Hank adds that the information has to lead to arrest, arrests and clarifies that he means plural.
If his information leads to arrests.
Saul's unhappy with this deal, thinking that he messed up and that Lalo will be mad at him. This is because even though the deal will get Crazy 8 out, Saul is essentially trading one man behind bars for multiple. However, what Saul doesn't know is the fact that the arrests won't be Lalo's men, as Lalo is setting up Gus's operation, meaning that it'll be Gus's men who get arrested and not his. Saul stalls Crazy 8 talking again, which it gets a hilarious reaction out of Hank, who has clearly grown impatient.
It drops they run on Thursday night.
Hold on.
What?
Look, I know how this goes, all right?
Saul says how he doesn't want Crazy 8 to get squeezed for info and then dumped on the street, and that he doesn't want his client to leave with a target on his back as a rat. Hank and Gomi agree to make Crazy 8 a confidential informant, to which Saul specifies how he'll be specifically their CI. Breaking Bad Season 1 spoilers, but I really like this origin story for how Crazy 8 became Hank and Gomi's CI, which is something that was revealed in Breaking Bad shortly after Crazy 8's death. Just like the origin story for how Crazy 8 got his nickname, I didn't know that I wanted to learn how Crazy 8 became Hank and Gomi's personal CI, but I really do love this origin story for Crazy 8 that really flushes out his character for the beginning of Breaking Bad, considering how well it works with the current Season 5 storyline with Saul starting to work for Lalo. We then see Nacho bring Saul out to meet Lalo at a dirt racetrack, while Lalo drifts around the corners for a bit with the vehicle that we saw him fixing up in the garage earlier in the episode. Saul compliments Lalo's vehicle, to which Lalo asks Saul what he drives, and we get a hilarious back and forth of Saul talking about his Esteem.
An Esteem.
A what?
A Suzuki Esteem. It's an import.
So?
Again, I really like these scenes between Lalo and Saul as they manage to organically sprinkle comedy into a serious and important scene. Saul then explains how the feds will bust the dead drops that Lalo wanted, to which Lalo is surprised to hear that the DEA has gotten involved. Saul breaks what he thinks is bad news to Lalo, saying how they're gunning for arrests, but Lalo is cheerful and content, which surprises Saul. As we discussed, this is because Lalo is setting up Gus's operation, so having his men arrested on top of it is just icing on the cake for him. Saul then explains how Crazy 8 is a CI for the DEA, and tries to paint it in a good light so Lalo won't think of Crazy 8 as a rat, or at least a bad one. Lalo wonders why Saul is trying so hard to defend Crazy 8 for being a snitch, to which Saul covers up his good conscience by saying how he wants to keep his client alive so he can keep getting paid. Saul then tries backing out of working for Lalo in the future, but we get yet another line from Lalo that I love where he tells Saul that he'll make time.
You'll make time.
Lalo leaves, giving Saul a chance to speak to Nacho privately, where Saul wonders who he set up, clearly catching on to Lalo's plan to make a good situation out of a bad one. Nacho tells Saul not to worry about it and that once he's in the game, there's no getting out, a line that I also really like. And this is because Nacho is the best person to tell Saul this, as he knows more than anyone that once you're in, considering how he knows from experience due to him trying to exit the game the entire show. First with Tuco, and then Hector, and now he's in this situation with Lalo. So as Nacho drops Saul off at the same place that he picked him up at in the end of the last episode, Saul looks down at his melted ice cream cone, which is now swarming with ants, again showing the symbolism for how the cartel and criminal lifestyle is now corrupting his life. As I said before, I really like the symbolism here, especially since we get a hint of the same song that played during the ant montage at the beginning of the episode. Kim gets her own arc this episode, starting out in the courtroom waiting to represent a pro bono client, and she gets bothered by one of her lawyers from Schweikart. She's told that it's urgent, but shoves it off saying how it's not the time. Remember that Kim thought that she'd have a full day of pro bono work with no Mesa Verde, so this is clearly cramping her style. Even so, Kim's motion for a pro bono client gets denied. Kim gets bothered again by Rich and answers his call, wondering why she's not on her way to Tucumcari, as Kevin wants her there in person to sort things out. Rich says how he respects Kim's devotion to her pro bono clients, but explains how Mesa Verde keeps the lights on, implying how they're the real breadwinner here. Kim reluctantly agrees and goes to straighten out her Mesa Verde shenanigans. Later on in the episode, we see Kim show up to handle a stubborn old man for Paige, and we get the introduction to Mr. Acker, who I hated at first, but he really started to grow on me as the season continued, and now I actually do really like his character. So as Kim knocks on the gate, we get a wide shot of the property showing how the entire surrounding neighborhood has been completely leveled, with Mr. Acker's home being the last one standing, sticking out like a sore thumb. As Mr. Acker greets Kim, he pulls out a chair and sits down right by his front gate while giving a hand gesture to imply that he's stubbornly ready to listen to whatever spiel that she's gonna try and tell him. Kim gives exposition for his situation, saying how he's been living there for 30 years, but that the land was leased to him, which is now owned by Mesa Verde. Although his lease on the land has another 70 years to it, the agreement can technically be bought out at any time, with Mr. Acker receiving fair market value plus $5,000. The going rate is only $5,000 due to the lease being created in 1974. Now, I used an inflation calculator to see how much $5,000 from 1974 would be worth in 2004 when this scene takes place, and I got roughly just over $19,000 as an answer. Kim explains how they increased the $5,000 buyout to $18,000 as a quote-unquote gesture of goodwill. Technically, Mesa Verde doesn't have to account for inflation price, but even so, they're still lowballing him for it. Mr. Acker belittles Kim's offer by sarcastically going off about how much money $18K is, gloating about how he'll be able to buy a mansion with a swimming pool with all that money. He then jokes about how they might as well kick him in the balls while they're at it, along with calling all lawyers the same, saying how they're soulless money grubbers. Kim says how he already lost in court, saying how it's his land, which he says that he's not changing his mind, which is why they sent Kim to deal with him. Now, even though Mr. Acker is kind of a dick, I really do like him because of just how good of a job the actor does. He plays the part great with the perfect kind of stubbornness and entitlement that really just grinds your gears. I also love how he hilariously calls Kim the
You're the big gun with a ponytail.
Just such a great line. He then even elaborates how Kim and the rest of her Mesa Verde minions are all the same and says how he feels like they're belittling him. As Kim goes to leave, Mr. Acker rubs salt in the wound by attacking her personally. He calls her out for being the type of person who donates to charity to make herself feel better by trying to make up for what she does as a job. And this is actually possibly a reference to back in season 4 when Kim was talking to the judge and she wanted to do pro bono work, and the judge told her to just keep working for Mesa Verde and to give money to charity. So Kim takes this personally, as she should, especially considering that she does in a way do what Mr. Acker is saying. She works for a bank, but on the side helps pro bono clients to make herself feel better. Now, she does the pro bono work for a genuine reason. She's not trying to do it to make up for all the bad that she's done. Kim is an honest to God person that just genuinely wants to help people, and she doesn't like working for Mesa Verde because she feels like that rings hollow since she's just helping a bank. So although Mr. Acker isn't entirely wrong, and I could see why he would paint this picture of her, he is rudely profiling her along with making assumptions. Kim then turns around back to Mr. Acker and completely reams him out. Kim says how he doesn't get to make up his own rules, that no one is mistreating him, and that he has to face reality. Kim takes the deal off the table and tells him that the sheriff will come and drag him out if he doesn't smarten up. Not only is Kim upset because of how rude he's been to her, on top of attacking her personally, she's also impatient due to not even wanting to be there in the first place. As we discussed earlier, during her phone call with Rich, she thought she'd just be doing pro bono work that day, and she doesn't really want to be involved with this Mesa Verde stuff in the first place, so having to deal with someone that's being a dick to her is just ruining her mood even more so. Later that day, Kim's on her way home, but pulls over and decides to head back to Mr. Acker's, clearly unhappy with the way that she previously handled the situation. She lets herself in by unlocking the gate from the outside and confronts Mr. Acker on his doorstep. Kim outlines a bunch of good options of houses that he can move to within his price range, and even offers him to help move and pay for it herself. We then get a rare glimpse of Kim's past, as she explains how her family never owned a home and that they were constantly moving with little to no notice due to her mom always suddenly pushing her out in the middle of the night in order to avoid landlords. This is foreshadowing the type of person that her mother was, which we find out more about during flashbacks in both season 5 and season 6. Kim sympathizes with Mr. Acker, saying how if she had ever owned a house that she never would have wanted to leave. Even though she tried so hard to make a genuinely humane approach to Mr. Acker this time, she still doesn't break him, with him just stating how she'll say anything to get what she wants before closing the door on her, thinking that she's just trying to manipulate him. This episode ends with another balcony scene between Jimmy and Kim, giving a complete contrast to the scene earlier in the episode on the balcony. Before, Jimmy arrived to find Kim looking down on him, but now it's the other way around. The final scene also has no dialogue, which I absolutely love. It takes real skill to successfully be able to show how characters feel just by the way they act, while using minimum to no dialogue at all. A classic rule of making a TV show is show, don't tell, and so if you have a scene with minimal dialogue to no dialogue at all, while still properly portraying how a character feels or what a character's thinking, speaking, it's a really incredible thing to do. I've always wanted to do a video on these balcony scenes, which I might still do in the future, so I'll keep this brief. In the earlier scene, we saw Kim constantly worry about Jimmy's beer falling over the side, but this time they cheerfully throw bottles off the balcony as the episode ends. These balcony scenes are symbolic for so many reasons, and I love the juxtaposition between the two scenes from the beginning of the episode to the end. Meanwhile, we also see Mike at his favorite bar, which is also the same bar that he went to with Werner in season 4. The bartender cuts Mike off, but Mike gives him his keys and asks for another drink once again. Mike stares at the photo of the Sydney Opera House, which reminds him of Werner since Werner told Mike that his father helped build it. Mike asks the bartender to take down the photo, but he gets denied. Mike keeps demanding to take the photo down, to which the bartender finally caves and moves it somewhere else. Mike then walks home and walks past some thugs. Mike provokes them and they follow after him and start accosting him for money. One of them punches Mike, to which Mike throws the thug on the ground and twists his arm, either dislocating his shoulder or even breaking it. I'm not too sure. Either way, it sounded incredibly painful.
So?
Mike motions for the rest of the thugs to attack him, but they're all just so startled that they stand there as Mike walks away. Then near the end of the episode, we see Nacho meet with Gus in order to inform him of how Lalo set up his dead drops. Tyrus goes to give the dead drops a heads up, but Nacho and Gus convince Tyrus not to, but for different sides of the same coin. If the dead drops are alerted and don't get caught, then Lalo will know that someone talked and it'll lead back to Nacho, who will be found out as a double agent. Nacho doesn't want this to happen due to the fact that he'll be killed for it, while Gus just doesn't want Nacho to get caught due to still having use for him. Episode 503 gets an easy S tier. When this episode aired, it was my favorite episode out of Better Call Saul, the first 43 episodes that had aired up to this point. In retrospect, I think I'd still rank 5-0 and Chicanery higher, which is why those episodes are double S tier, while 503 is just a single S tier. That being said, 503 holds a special place in my heart. In my opinion, it's extremely underrated. I love the scenes of Saul meeting Lalo, along with the scene of Saul meeting Hank, which also explained how crazy it became Hank and Gomi's confidential informant that we know of in Breaking Bad. Saul meeting Lalo along with Saul meeting Hank were two huge long-awaited questions that we had, and they both got answered in this episode, along with an amazing Hank and Gomi cameo as well, which the show hyped up ever since the season 5 trailer before the season even started airing. I also love the scene where Nacho's father visits him at his home, along with the balcony scenes between Saul and Kim being parallels of each other from the beginning of the episode to the final scene. And then also everything with Mr. Acker is really important too, which leads into pretty much the plot for the majority of this season. Season 5 Episode 4, Namaste. This episode starts out with a long, drawn-out cold open of Jimmy going to a secondhand store and looking at various objects until he finally settles on a few used bowling balls. This is yet another cold open that creates mystique around why Jimmy is doing this, which is clear foreshadowing for a payoff later on in the episode. First time I saw this episode, I recall being very fascinated on what he was doing and why, so in a way this cold open effectively accomplishes what it sets out to do. That being said, on rewatches it doesn't really hold too much replay value, as I found myself almost wanting to skip to after the title sequence. We then cut to the morning after the end of episode 503, with Jimmy and Kim getting ready in the morning, most likely hungover from the night before. As they leave the apartment, Jimmy tells Kim to not worry about the broken glass from the beer bottles that they threw off the balcony the night before, but after Jimmy leaves, we see Kim sweeping up the glass herself as she doesn't feel comfortable letting someone else clean up her own mess. Before Jimmy leaves, he admits to Kim that he has a lunch meeting with Howard, and Kim tells him that she had a bad day yesterday and that today she's going to fix it. Kim sweeping up the broken glass from the previous night is symbolism for how Kim wants to fix the mess that she caused with Mr. Acker. We then see Saul represent the two junkies from the 50% off montage, as he tells them that their bail has been denied. Again, this is confirming the fact that Saul's 50% off deal that he gave to criminals definitely did motivate some of them to purposely commit crimes and get arrested for it. I really like how we see these junkie characters again, since they're really fun to see on screen, and actors do a great job portraying them. Anyways, Saul elaborates that they somehow don't have any priors and that he'll be able to knock down their drug charges to simple possession. The junkies deny wanting to go to rehab, but Saul explains how there are places that will say they went even if they actually didn't, but that it'll cost an additional fee. Saul then lists off their misdemeanors, which includes graffiti, vandalism, littering, and public urination, to which one of the junkies responds by saying how if you hold it for too long, you get kidney stoned. Also, this list pretty much sums up everything that we saw these junkies doing during the 50% off cold open montage. Saul tells them that they'll have to serve 5 to 6 months in a minimum security prison, which is a bargain considering it's way better than the 5 years that they could be getting. Saul also tells them how they'll have to do community service along with the year of probation. I really like the Outsiders reference that Saul says when he mentions that if they do the time, community service, and probation, that they'll be gold, ponyboy. When Saul adds up his fee of $4,000, the junkies get pissed and ask him whatever happened to their 50% off deal. Saul tells them how the $4,000 is 50% off, as the normal rate would be $4,000 each. When Saul says this, it also makes me think back to the very first episode of the show when Jimmy got paid $750 for defending 3 clients at the same time instead of $750 each due to the fact that he tried them all at once. Regardless, $750 each is a far cry from the $4,000 each, showing how much more Saul is making now than back when he started out in season 1 as a public defender. Speaking of public defenders, the junkies bring up getting one for free instead of having to pay Saul for his services, to which Saul tries scaring them out of the idea by saying that they get what they pay for, and without him, they'll lock up the junkies and throw away the key. He tells them that if they try to play Russian roulette with a PD, they'll go away for like 5-10 years in Los Lunas, then asks them if they even know who he is, which is quite the fake power trip to emphasize how big of a deal he is. That being said, I do love hearing him say the line,
I am Saul Goodman,
so confidently for the first time. Saul then brags about how he got paid $8,000 the day before just for the afternoon, but clearly leaves out the fact that he was paid by cartel members after being kidnapped by them. Saul then says how they're lucky he's even talking to them, and then turns around and knocks on the door to leave, causing the junkies to eat up his bluff hook, line, and sinker. We then see Saul arrive at his lunch meeting with Howard, and the scene opens with Saul rubbing Marco's pinky ring as a reminder of who he truly is. Howard introduces Jimmy, or Saul rather, to a federal judge that Howard was speaking to while waiting for Saul to show up. Saul was late, and I wonder if it was actually due to being busy with the clients, such as the 50% off junkies, or if he was purposely late either to make Howard wait out of spite, or simply because he just doesn't care for Howard much at all. Anyways, Howard asks if he's allowed to call him Jimmy since his name is Saul Goodman, to which he gets the response that Saul Goodman is his professional name and that his friends can still call him Jimmy and that Howard can too. Note the way that Jimmy says this, possibly implying that Howard isn't his friend, that he can still call him Jimmy anyways. Howard asks what Saul is about, to which he gets the answer that Saul is the last line of defense against the quote-unquote little guy. Jimmy does a great job selling the idea of who Saul Goodman is, to the point that Howard gives him a genuine smile while he's speaking. Howard says that he understands why Jimmy changed his name and that he gets it. This possibly implies how Howard understands that this is Jimmy's way of compartmentalizing Chuck's death, along with distancing himself from the McGill name, which is true. Howard would be correct to assume this, as even Jimmy told Kim that the McGill name is burned, and that as long as Jimmy works under the name McGill, he'll always be looked down as Chuck's loser brother. Howard admits that HHM did Jimmy wrong, and that his name is part of the firm, literally. Howard elaborates that the McGill name is tainted, and that they unrightfully took his legacy away from him, implying how that's why he's trying to make a new legacy for himself under the Saul Goodman name. Jimmy brushes this off, but Howard says how he's serious and that he's been thinking a lot about the fact that they should have hired him. Jimmy says not to worry about it as it's ancient history, but Howard says that Jimmy deserved a shot and that he could have given him one. Howard admits that he should have grown a backbone against Chuck not wanting to hire Jimmy both times that Howard turned him down, first when Jimmy passed the bar and then again when Jimmy brought HHM Sandpiper. Howard is trying to genuinely apologize for his wrongdoings and have a serious heart-to-heart with Jimmy, but Jimmy isn't allowing himself to open up to Howard the way that Howard is to him. Jimmy's very jaded to the situation, explaining how he's glad to hear that Howard had this cleansing moment of clarity, along with saying good for him in such a way where he's implying that what Howard is saying doesn't affect him at all, or change the way that he looks at Howard for the past between them. Howard says how he missed the opportunity by not hiring Jimmy in the past, and that he wants to correct that by offering Jimmy a job to come work at HHM. Jimmy pauses for a moment, and then wonders why Howard would want him to come work for him even after everything that's happened between them. Howard says that as far as he's concerned, that's between Jimmy and Chuck. Jimmy chokes up hearing that, as his compartmentalization of Chuck's death has made him force himself to make Chuck the furthest thing from his mind. And Jimmy has forced himself from not thinking about Chuck to such an extent that if Chuck gets mentioned in front of him, it almost catches him off guard. Jimmy then tries deterring Howard from hiring him, saying how Howard should call up Cliff and ask Cliff about how his experience experience was hiring him. Howard says how he's been considering this for a while, and brings up how Jimmy stood up for Christy Esposito during the season 4 finale. This got Howard thinking about judgment and honesty, and that Jimmy says what he means. Howard continues to compliment Jimmy by saying how he's smart, scrappy, and a go-getter, which is something that Howard wants by his side. Howard concludes his pitch by calling Jimmy Charlie Hustle, echoing back to the old nickname that he used to call Jimmy, as he always saw Jimmy as someone who had a lot of get up and go. It's nice of Howard to finally realize that it was wrong of him not to hire Jimmy due to Chuck's personal family vendetta, even if it is too little too late. Jimmy is practically speechless, and he's about to turn down the offer, but Howard tells him that he doesn't need to answer immediately, and that Howard wants Jimmy to think about it. This results in Jimmy slamming his drink down to handle what Howard just said to him. The scene ends with Howard giving a goodbye to Jimmy outside, with Jimmy thanking Howard for paying for lunch, along with saying how he'll get the next one. Howard says in the most genuine way how it's good to see Jimmy, and starts with a firm handshake, and then pulls it in for a hug. As Howard drives away, Jimmy notices his Namaste license plate on his Jaguar, clearly off-put by Howard's new outlook on life, especially considering how the last time he saw Howard was in the courthouse bathroom, and Howard was completely distraught from Chuck's death. Not only does Jimmy see Howard's HHM job offer as a too little too late insult, he's also envious of the fact that Howard was properly able to process Chuck's death. This is something that Jimmy should have also done, but never did, instead choosing to compartmentalize it by not only bottling it up, but by locking it up and throwing away the key, along with pushing the blame onto Howard. And so the fact that Jimmy pushes the blame onto Howard and Howard's able to properly process it is just almost insult to injury, since Jimmy can't. So since Jimmy pushed the guilt of Chuck's death onto Howard, he almost wants to see Howard suffer for it in a vicarious way, and seeing Howard not suffer anymore and being able to process it and move on with his life really kind of pisses off Jimmy and insults him. We then see Kim at a meeting with Kevin and Paige at Schweikart, and she tries to convince them to put their call center somewhere other than where Mr. Acker's house is. They don't bite due to the original plot of land being theirs to do with what they want, along with the fact that switching locations for their call center would give them a 3-week delay, along with a waste of the money that they've already put into clearing the original location. We then see Kim walking into a courtroom to watch Saul defend one of his clients by conning the witness. He does this by having a lookalike pretend to be his client, so that when the witness falsely identifies him with his actual client sitting in the back of the audience. This causes an uproar with the judge along with everyone else in the courtroom, causing the judge to call it for the day.
Oh, Mr. Goodman, really?
You didn't recognize him either, Your Honor.
All right, settle down, everybody, settle.
As Saul walks back to his seat, Kim gives a nod of approval as if she's impressed with his scheme, which says a lot about her considering the way that she's evolved to accept Saul's cons and schemes ever since way back in season 2, where she got mad at Jimmy for falsifying evidence with the whole squat cobbler fiasco. So Kim sits and waits while everyone else leaves, and eventually after Saul finishes speaking to the judge, he comes out to greet her. Saul brags about how he caused a mistrial, and Kim asks Saul for help with the Mr. Acker situation. We then see Saul Goodman arrive at Mr. Acker's house, and he manages to get his foot in the door before Acker slams it shut. In order to entice Mr. Acker to let Saul represent him, Saul shows him a photo of a man having intercourse with a horse, which is quite the hilarious moment.
Just take a look at my proposal, okay? Because I think you'll find it persuasive.
A man f***ing a horse.
Saul says to picture himself as the man and Mesa Verde as the horse. This implies how Saul wants to F over Mesa Verde in the same way that the photo shows a man effing a horse, which is not only symbolism due to the fact that it's someone dominating something much larger than himself, but also considering the fact that the Mesa Verde logo has a horse in it. Saul explains how he's sick and tired of Mesa Verde and that he'll do whatever it takes to quote-unquote stick it to them. This clearly wins over Mr. Acker, and Saul calls Kim to let her know the good news. Fun fact, as Saul is standing near his car, there's a Mesa Verde phone number on a billboard behind him, which you could actually call in real life. We then see Jimmy roll up to Howard's house with the bowling balls, coming full circle from the cold open, implying that this is around the time when the first scene happened, after his lunch with Howard, but before this scene. Jimmy throws the bowling balls over the front gate, with one crashing down right on Howard's Jaguar. Jimmy runs away, and we see Howard walk out onto the balcony, confused and distraught. As I said earlier, Jimmy's clearly pissed off at Howard's too little too late job offer at HHM, along with the fact that Howard has been able to properly go through the stages of grief and guilt to process Chuck's death while Jimmy hasn't. In season 4, Jimmy pushed the blame of Chuck's death onto Howard, even though he knew it was truly his fault due to the line of dominoes falling that he caused. Jimmy wanted Howard to suffer for him, but since Howard isn't suffering anymore, Jimmy is upset and almost offended by the fact that Howard has managed to find peace. We then see Gus sitting in his office, staring down at his cell phone while Lyle tells all the other Los Pollos employees goodbye as they leave for the night. One of the employees tells Lyle that he forgot to clean the fryers, to which Lyle says that he'll cover it, and oh boy will he ever. As Lyle goes back to the kitchen, he sees Gus clearly unimpressed with the state that the fryers were left in, and intimidates Lyle into cleaning the fryers even though Lyle doesn't see anything wrong with them. While Gus goes back to waiting for a phone call in his office, we cut to some comedic banter between Hank and Gomi, who are staking out one of the dead drop locations given to them by Crazy 8.
We'll put a dead drop in the culvert. I mean, rain comes, and your money's on its way to the Rio Grande.
So you use a different drop during the monsoon season.
We get some wacky culvert quips as Hank rants about how stupid of an idea it is to keep a dead drop in one, along with how odd the word sounds in general.
Culvert. Weird word.
Culvert. Sounds like a Dutch word for crotch rot.
They debate on whether the word culvert is Dutch or French, and as stupid as it is, it still gets me every time. Fun fact, this culvert dead drop location is actually the same location that Mike followed one of Gus's men to back in 302 when Mike was first tracking the men who were tracking him before meeting Gus for the first time. I sorta alluded to this in my season 3 tier list, and that's why. This is also the second and final cameo episode for Hank and Gomi in Better Call Saul. Although I prefer their scenes in 503 more, I still like their culvert antics in 504, along with their dead drop car chase and bust that we're about to see. Hank gets radioed in that the other two dead drop locations were confirmed, with a Bagman going to them first and now going to the location that Hank and Gomi are watching. In order to maximize their arrest, they obviously want to witness and photograph the Bagman hitting all the dead drop locations before finally arresting him. We then cut back to Gus looking at the fryers now that Lyle has cleaned them and implies that he isn't satisfied but tells Lyle that he can go home. As Gus rolls up his sleeves to imply that he'll clean them himself, he seems to be using reverse psychology on Lyle in order to make him want to stay and keep cleaning. This works as Lyle insists to take another crack at it while Gus goes back to wait at his desk. We then start cutting back and forth between Hank and Gomi photographing Gus's Bagman, going to the culvert dead drop, and Lyle cleaning. Not only is this the same dead drop location as season 3, but it's even the same Bagman that Mike followed in season 3, along with the same guy that Mike sent Jimmy into Los Pollos to watch. The Bagman stares towards the direction of Hank and Gomi, causing them to wonder if they've been seen. The Bagman casually walks up to his vehicle, but as he gets in, he floors it, implying that Hank and Gomi have been made. Hank and Gomi take chase, as the show continuously cuts back and forth between their car chase and Lyle breaking a sweat to scrub every inch of the fryer that he can. I love how the show creators paralleled the intensity of this car chase to Lyle cleaning, which gives the Gus and Lyle side of the story just that much more intensity as well. Now there's multiple reasons why Gus may have gotten Lyle to clean the fryers over and over again. The first may be due to the fact that Gus wants an alibi for some reason, so having Lyle there could be his witness that he stayed at work late, but I don't think that's it. As we go throughout Better Call Saul season 5 and 6, we learn that whenever Gus feels stressed or unhinged, he has a sort of OCD for cleaning to take his anxiety out on. This shows Gus projecting that onto poor Lyle, with Lyle's stressful fryer cleaning being possible symbolism for the anxiety that Gus feels in this moment while he's waiting for his dead drops to be compromised. So Hank and Gomi manage to cut off the Bagman but lose him in a sewer drain after the Bagman flees on foot. Since Gus wanted to keep Nacho as a useful asset, he couldn't move the dead drops or stop them from being compromised. That being said, he still wanted to do something about the situation, so he must have ordered the Bagman to purposely lead the DEA on a chase and lose them through the sewer drain. We know this because the Bagman comes out the other side to hop in an SUV that Victor is driving and waiting for him in. This proves that Gus wanted to save his Bagman from being arrested, but in such a way where it looks believable enough that he just got away and that he wasn't tipped off. Hank and Gomi count out the drug money that they've seized, with it being a little over $700K, which is even more than Crazy 8 suggested. Gomi seems satisfied, but Hank isn't. This is because even though they seized enough money to satisfy the DEA, Hank is upset that this is a dead end. Gomi says how even though they didn't catch the Bagman, they caught the other 3 criminals that did the drops in the first place. Hank was hoping he'd get another lead that would put them on a trail up the chain of command, so to speak. Even though Hank is bummed, he still puts on a happy face for his fellow coworkers and congratulates them on a job well done. If you want to hear me talk more about this situation, I actually have a full video discussing Hank and Gomi taking down Gus's dead drops in a separate video that I released back when season 5 was new. That's also a series wrap on Hank and Gomi, since we sadly don't see them ever again in season 5 or season 6 before the show ends. Meanwhile, Gus finally gets a phone call that he's been waiting for, confirming that everything went down as planned. Even so, Gus is clearly unhappy as he breaks the phone to conclude the call. Gus then goes to Lyle to tell him that he did a good job and that he can leave. As Lyle leaves, Gus stares at the friars and moves them slightly to be symmetrical. Meanwhile, Mike shows up at Stacy's house to babysit Kaylee while pretending as if nothing had ever happened in regard to him yelling at Kaylee and marching out last time. Stacy says how Mike never returned her calls, so she got someone else to babysit. Mike offers to pay the babysitter for the night and to take her place, and then downplays what he did by saying that he just scared her because he lost his temper. Mike says that he's okay, but Stacy asks what will happen the next time that Kaylee hypothetically brings up Maddie. At the end of the episode, we then see Mike purposely walk down the same street where he twisted that thug's arm, knowing that his friends will want to retaliate if they see him again. Mike is upset with himself not only for yelling at Kaylee and disrupting his relationship with his family, but he's still upset due to having to kill Werner. This all crashes down on Mike and causes him to have this self-destructive behavior where he's purposely going to get beat up because he feels like he needs punishment. His punishment goes too far, however, with him getting stabbed. The scene cuts to black when he gets stabbed, and then we see Mike suddenly wake up in a house in Mexico and the episode ends. This episode gets a strong A tier. I have half a mind to give it an S tier solely based on the lunch meeting between Howard and Saul, as I just love it that much. From Howard officially meeting Saul Goodman for the first time, to Howard offering him a job at HHM to make amends, even though it's too little way too late, along with Saul being so off-put by Howard's new Namaste lifestyle due to Howard being able to properly process Chuck's death when Jimmy can't. I also really like Saul's scheme to replace his defendant in court, which perfectly sets up what Kim is getting into by asking him for help with the Mr. Acker situation. Although I enjoy this Hank and Gomi cameo as well, as I said, I do prefer their scenes in 503. Even with that in mind, I do enjoy seeing the anxiety that Gus feels while taking it out on poor Lyle, making him clean the friars over and over again. Now, as I mentioned during my season 4 tier list, I gotta rate the episode as a whole and not just based off of a particular scene that I may or may not love. As it stands, although there are some moments to this episode that stand out to me, other scenes are very run-of-the-mill. Also, even though this episode is great, it simply doesn't stand up next to other episodes that I've given the S tier rating to, such as 503, 410, or any others that I've discussed in the previous tier lists. Season 5, Episode 5, Dedicado a Max. This episode starts out right where the last left off, with Mike dazed and confused, walking out of the random house that he woke up in after getting beaten up and stabbed. Mike sees that he's in some sort of compound and asks a woman cooking where he is, but she doesn't speak English. Mike still tries to ask her if Gus was the one who brought him there, but she ignores his question, so he walks away. Mike tries leaving the compound, but gets winded a ways down the road due to his wound, which is now reopened back up due to his movement. Gus's Mexican doctor drives up to him, finding him and bringing him back to the compound to recover due to telling Mike that he won't survive long out by himself with his wound. The doctor stitches up Mike again, and Mike accuses the compound of having drugs stashed within it. The doctor admits that the only drugs that are there are the ones that he prescribes, and that there's no armed men there either. He tells Mike that he's welcome to leave, and how to do so, but suggests not to, as he'll just reopen his wounds once more and he won't survive the trip. He tells Mike that Gus hired him to save Mike's life, and that Mike should rest and recover, but doesn't know why Gus wants to keep Mike alive, and that Mike will have to ask Gus himself. Although Mike has met this doctor previously in Season 3, it is interesting due to this being the first but not the only time that this doctor will save Mike's life due to the Gus vs. Eladio cartel situation in Breaking Bad Season 4. The doctor tells Mike that he'll be back to check on Mike in 3 days, and that Mike should be fit to travel in about a week or so. Mike explores the compound and notices how there's many civilians living there, including a stampede of children who run past him near an important water fountain. As Mike walks away, the fountain is revealed to have an engraving on it that's the title of the episode, Dedicado a Max, which is Spanish for dedicated to Max. Breaking Bad fans will instantly understand the significance to this due to Eladio ordering Hector to kill Gus's former business partner and possible love interest, Max, during a Breaking Bad flashback, which is the root cause of Gus's hatred and craving for revenge against both Hector and Eladio that we see throughout Better Call Saul and Breaking Bad. We then get a hilarious Mike montage of him trying to fashion together his own phone charger, just for the woman who was seen cooking earlier to flat out give him him an actual charger. This is a hilarious anticlimactic ending to what would have been yet another silent Mike MacGyver Ermintrout montage. Mike calls Gus, who asks how he's feeling. Mike tells Gus that he doesn't do anything without a reason, and asks Gus why he's in Mexico. Gus tells him that now is not a good time and hangs up on him. We then see Mike resting in bed and he gets a phone call from Jimmy for a job, but he declines. We'll discuss this more in a moment. Mike then goes outside his room to see the woman that he's been staying with having troubles with rain coming in under one of her windows. Mike then decides to keep himself busy while he's there by fixing the window and finishes it just in time for Gus to arrive in person to speak to him. I think that partly the reason why Gus had Mike stay in Mexico so long was not only to recover, but to also allow Mike to calm down from whatever personal struggles he's been dealing with that caused him to go off his rails and get himself stabbed in the first place, such as being mad that he had to kill Werner, along with yelling at Kaylee and making Stacy not happy with him. It makes sense that Gus would want Mike to chill out before sending him back to Albuquerque, as he wants Mike to have a level head and not go out self-destructively, almost getting himself killed, as Gus still needs Mike to do work for him in the future. Anyways, by the end of the episode, Gus appears in person to speak to Mike by the fountain. Gus says how he thinks it's best to keep their association private, as he likes to keep his criminal business as far away from this Mexican compound as possible. Mike asks if he's there to see what a big heart Gus has, since Gus has funded this Mexican compound to support many innocent civilians. Gus says as far as the people who live there are concerned, he's just the doctor's friend and nothing more. This implies that Gus doesn't do this to gain praise for him, and that he likes to keep the fact that he finances the whole place private. Mike says how being an anonymous benefactor must make Gus feel pretty good, which is a clear parallel to what Mr. Acker accuses Kim of, which is donating to charity to make up for all the bad that she's done. Mike asks if this is supposed to balance out the scales and make up for what Gus has done, to which Gus says how it makes up for nothing, with Gus admitting, "I am what I am." Mike asks what this place is, and Gus calls it a memorial. Mike asks what it's a memorial to, causing Gus to stare at the fountain and remain silent. Mike says how he already told Gus what he can do with his money and that Gus should be able to take a hint. Gus says how Mike's at a crossroad and that he can continue as he is, drinking and estranged from his family along with being self-destructive, but that they both know how that'll end. Gus says that Mike has another choice, to which Mike says to work for him as a bun man, which is slang for a hired killer. Gus says how he's in a war and that he needs a soldier. Mike doesn't sound too fond of working for a drug dealer to kill other drug dealers, but Gus says how Mike knows better because he's met the Salamancas and know who they are. Mike rhetorically says, "And you're so very different from them?" implying that they aren't, but Gus responds by saying that he is different. Mike asks why him, and Gus explains how it's because he thinks that Mike understands revenge the same way he does, since they both want revenge against Hector and all the other Salamancas. Meanwhile, in this episode we see Saul starting his schemes to postpone the construction of Mesa Verde's call center, along with delaying the sheriff from evicting Mr. Acker out of his home. After the title sequence, we get a great comedic shot that I really like of a bunch of construction workers looking down at the camera discussing their plans. Saul casually walks up and starts talking as if he's a part of their crew, leading them to ask who he is. Saul tells the construction crew leader that if he leaves now, he'll save half a day's salary. The workers are understandably confused, but they get interrupted by the sheriff arriving with an eviction notice. Saul reveals that they can't confirm the home address to match the eviction notice due to Saul most likely removing the house numbers from the mailbox before any of them had arrived. Mr. Acker then walks out to say that his home address is 1240, while the sheriff and workers argue that it's 1130. Mr. Acker then grabs his mail, which all say 1240. Clearly this was planted by Saul, as we know from season 2 he's great at doctoring and altering home addresses to his benefit. This doesn't convince the worker, but it makes the sheriff unsure enough to delay for the day to double check. We then see Kim at a lunch meeting with Kevin and Paige near a golf course, discussing the home address mishap, unhappy that it's been delayed by a day. Kim admits that the lawyer who Mr. Acker hired is Jimmy McGill, who Kim lives with and is currently seeing. Kevin wonders how that could have possibly happened, completely clueless to the fact that Kim obviously set up Jimmy as opposing counsel. Kim gives an excuse that Jimmy was doing some aggressive marketing and that Mr. Acker, by chance, just happened to pick it up. Kim uses reverse psychology on Kevin in order to keep her on the Mr. Acker situation by voluntarily suggesting to withdraw herself due to it being possible conflict of interest. Paige mentions how one of Kim's assistants will do a great job, and Kim clarifies that she'll only be withdrawing from the Tucum-Carey situation and that she'll still handle everything else as usual. Kevin thinks that Mr. Acker purposely hired Jimmy to mess with Kim and Mesa Verde, which is hilariously tragic, showing how much blind trust he's putting into Kim, considering that Kim personally got Jimmy hired to mess with Mesa Verde. Kim Kim says that it's unlikely that Mr. Acker purposely hired Jimmy to mess with them, but Kevin says, "Trust me, I know a scam when I see one." He's not wrong, but he's not right either. He's got the wrong end of the stick here, as he's correct about it being a scam, but he's wrong about who the culprit and targets are. Kevin keeps Kim on the situation as he doesn't want to lose her even for this single altercation, along with the fact that he doesn't want to back down due to feeling like Mr. Acker's trying to push him around. That night, Jimmy's preparing more Acker scams, and he gets a phone call from Howard asking Jimmy if he's considered the job opportunity that Howard offered him in the last episode. Jimmy hasn't thought about it once since, and he's completely forgotten about it until Howard brings it back up. Jimmy says that he's still thinking about it and dismisses Howard and hangs up on him mid-sentence. Kim arrives home and tells Jimmy how she's still on the case, as the more that she tried to withdraw from it, the more that Kevin wanted her to stay. Jimmy then fishes for Kim to give him all the details, which includes him jokingly pressuring Kim to give her best Kevin Wachtel impression as they laugh over how much of a meathead he is.
Bottom line, breaking ground. More statues. Kim, you get him now. Blah, 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 blah.
As Kim pretends to be Kevin, Jimmy pretends to be Kim, and this Kevin roleplay sexually excites them, with Jimmy as Kim uncomfortably asking Kim as Kevin to take a shower together.
Yes, Kim?
Would you care to take a shower with me?
Well, shoot. I believe I would.
The next day, the construction workers are halted yet again, this time due to an archaeologist or something revealing ancient pottery in the ground. She says how they need to do a systematic property search that can take anywhere from a day or two to a whole week. The construction worker rightfully accuses Saul of planting the pottery in the ground, but again, the sheriff caves to Saul's schemes. We then get a Mr. Acker conning montage as Viola constantly brings in delay after delay, day after day, to Kim during meetings at Schweikart, all while Saul continuously does elaborate cons. First, Viola tells Kim that Mr. Acker is suing on behalf of the Water District, and then there's a flaw in the original land grant from 1846, then that he's claiming how the prime contractor is an escaped felon, and each time Kim hands off the paperwork to different assistants. We then see Saul taking apart a pile of smoke detectors to collect chips to grind into a fine powder with Mr. Acker. We then see Saul and Mr. Acker sprinkle the powder all over the ground outside his gate under the ruse of stargazing. This causes the area to get quarantined due to radiation readings in the soil the next day. We then see Saul spray paint a fake miracle mural of Jesus on the side of his house, while Mr. Acker calls a church, causing a bus full of a church congregation to visit the house the next day to take photos. As the cons continue, it becomes more and more obvious that Mr. Acker is completely in on Saul's cons, and blatantly going along with and aiding in them due to enjoying scheming against and messing with Mesa Verde. After the con montage, we get a meeting between Kevin, Paige, Kim, and Rich, and other assistants. Kim says how clearly all the delays have been orchestrated to force them back to square one, with Kevin wanting to get back in the driver's seat. Kevin suggests suing them back, but Paige advises how that could take years, which would essentially be giving them what they want. Rich suggests not building the call center at that specific location, something that Kim had previously suggested to Kevin. If they change locations for the call center, Kevin gets to build it elsewhere, allowing him to fight Mr. Acker on the land without there being the pressure of a time limit to get the call center built. Rich says that if they switch locations, they effectively win, and Kim adds that the other location is still viable, as they still have their permits, and that they could hit their target schedule for getting the call center up and running. Kevin says how his dad taught him to not run from a fight and that he's not going to cave and let Mr. Acker push him around. Kevin says how Mr. Acker has one lawyer while he has a room full of the best, and essentially tells them to figure it out as he storms off in a huff. We then see Jimmy and Kim in bed that night, and Jimmy potentially starts using reverse psychology to push or manipulate Kim into using the nuclear option. First, he says how Kim gave it her best shot, but that it was a bad idea getting him to help by conning and scheming, as it was a big risk. He then says that by this time next week, Acker will be living somewhere else, and asks if it's really that big of a deal. He then says how there's always another play, but then follows it up by saying the rational thing to do is to close the deal and celebrate with everyone and pretend that she's happy about it. Kim asks what the other play is, to which Jimmy says that there's no reason to take this any further and that it's not worth it. Kim still says, or, again, wanting to know what their other option is, now that Jimmy has told her that it exists. Jimmy says how they can go after Kevin himself, but that it'll be nasty, personal, and dangerous. As Jimmy leaves to go grab a beer, Kim joins him and says okay, implying that she wants to go nuclear. In my opinion, it feels like Jimmy is pretending to be the voice of reason in order to sound like he means well, but then he dangles an extra option right in front of her just to take it away and tell her not to. This is because he knows that if he mentions how there's another way, Kim will do it since she has no other option and doesn't want to give up, even if giving up is the right thing to do. Feels like Jimmy is pretending that he doesn't want her to, but he presents it as an option while leaving it to her decision, while she openly decides to herself, and he's okay with it and he helps her aid with it. It's kind of similar to the whole client situation at the end of 501. That night, they call Mike while he's still resting in Mexico after he tries calling Gus, but before he speaks to Gus face to face, and Jimmy wants to hire him to do PI work on Kevin to find dirt on him. Mike denies this not only because he doesn't want to do the job, but even if he did, he's physically unable to due to being stuck in Mexico along with being injured. We get a hilarious moment of Jimmy having a weak signal due to Mike's current location. Jimmy asks Mike if he's in a tunnel, to which Mike blankly says yes, as it's easier to say that than to try and explain where he is or why he's there, or come up with some other excuse.
I'm sorry, I'm getting some kind of reverb or something.
Are you in a tunnel? Or...
Yes.
What's that?
Yes, I'm in a tunnel.
Okay, anyway.
Jimmy says how it's not like the Hummel job and that it's technically legit as it's just a lawyer hiring a PI. Mike redirects by confirming to Jimmy that he's a lawyer again, since this is the first Mike is hearing of it ever since Jimmy was reinstated. Anyways, Mike says that he's not available, and when Jimmy asks him to reiterate, Mike just loudly says no and hangs up on Jimmy. This causes Jimmy and Kim to hire someone else from Caldera, who ends up being Mr. X, the guy from 109 that Mike hit in the throat with his own gun when first getting hired by Price. Mr. X actor is of course Stephen Oggs, who I'm a big fan of from other things that he's been in, such as Grand Theft Auto 5 or The Walking Dead. Fun fact, the creators actually wanted to get Bill Burr in for this episode to play as QB, but Bill Burr was busy, so they hired Stephen Oggs back instead. I'm happy to see Stephen Oggs again, so it doesn't bother me, although it would have been cool to see QB in Better Call Saul since he never actually appears at all during all 6 seasons of Better Call Saul. Some people expected to see QB sometime in Season 6 since he didn't appear in Season 5, but it never came to fruition, not only due to Bill Burr being busy with other work, but also the pandemic and whatnot. Fun little detail here is the fact that Jimmy uses an alias for Kim in front of Mr. X, calling her Giselle, obviously in reference to their con names that they came up with back during their first con together against Ken Wins in the Season 2 premiere, being Giselle and Victor with a K Sinclair. So Mr. X says how he did his due diligence, but that he surprisingly couldn't find any dirt on Kevin and that he's as clean as a whistle. The only thing that Mr. X could find on Kevin was a DUI back in college, and Jimmy implies how Mr. X didn't properly do his job, causing Mr. X to explain how he went the distance by searching Kevin's house. Kim is taken back by the fact that Mr. X broke into Kevin's house to try and find dirt, to which Jimmy says that they shouldn't focus on the how and they should focus on the what, but Kim doubles down that she wants to know. Mr. X explains that he tripped Kevin's house alarm multiple times with a BB gun and that he masqueraded as a home security employee in order to be welcomed into the home. Mr. X shows them photos that he took of Kevin's house along with the paperwork that he found inside it. Jimmy asks Mr. X if he can get into Kevin's downtown office, and Mr. X says that he could, but offers a quote-unquote better way. He suggests hiring 2 other men, rolling up to Kevin in an unmarked van, grabbing him and putting him in a bag and then driving him out into the desert. Jimmy cuts him off and shoos him out due to knowing that if breaking into Kevin's house made Kim raise an eyebrow, she definitely wouldn't be okay with kidnapping Kevin. Mr. X's idea of kidnapping Kevin also sounds vaguely similar to when Walt and Jesse kidnapped Saul during Saul's first episode in Breaking Bad, Season 2, Episode 8, but I digress as I'm not sure if that was an intentional reference or not. After Jimmy lets Mr. X out, he then goes back to Kim still looking at Mr. X's photos, which Kim looks up at Jimmy and smiles, implying that she's thought of an idea. We then see Kim back in her office at Schweikart the next day, and she's looking at various versions of the Mesa Verde logo on her computer, along with the date of when the logo was created, foreshadowing the next episode. Kim then gets interrupted by Rich, who asks to speak to her privately. Rich suggests to her that she should withdraw from Mesa Verde temporarily. He tells her that he'll take over for now and that she'll still be compensated as usual along with her bonus. Kim says how Kevin and Paige signed off on there being any potential conflicts, but Rich still suggests that Kim should take a break. Kim plays innocent and says how she doesn't know where this is coming from, but Rich contests that, implying that he's on to her and Jimmy and what they've been doing. Rich mentions how sometimes the less said, the better, but Kim asks why, implying that she wants to hear him say what he's trying to remain unspoken about. Rich asks if they really have to which Kim sternly says, yes we do. Rich then lays it all out for Kim. First, that he had to twist her arm to even go see Mr. Acker in the first place. Second, that Kim suggested to Kevin to change locations. And third, when that didn't work, that her boyfriend suddenly becomes opposing counsel. Kim reiterates that she already explained the situation to Kevin and Paige, and Rich knows, but he admits that he's not buying her story the way that they are. Although Kevin and Paige at Mesa Verde were blind of what Jimmy and Kim were doing, Rich is perceptive enough to figure out their true plans. Rich can tell that Kim doesn't have her heart in it anymore, along with figuring out that she set Jimmy up to be opposing counsel, which was affecting her dealings with Mesa Verde and compromised her objectivity. Kim sees this as a threat, even though Rich is just trying to look out for her and suggests that she steps down so that they can get the situation over with. I commend Rich for trying to take the high road here for multiple reasons. First off, since he knew what Kim was doing during the meeting, he tried even backing Kim's goals by suggesting what she originally wanted, which was that they should change the location of the call center. It's only when Kevin shuts that suggestion down that Rich tries to privately speak to Kim about the matter instead of calling her out in front of Kevin or something, and when he does, he even tries leaving the obvious unspoken, hoping that they can just move past the situation without having to even acknowledge what's really going on. Kim is the one who forces Rich to come out and say how Kim set Jimmy up, practically making him accuse her of what they know to be the truth, just so that she can get mad at him for doing so. As Rich leaves her office, she follows him out and starts yelling at him right in the middle of their office in front of everyone. Rich wanted to keep the conversation behind closed doors, but Kim used that to her advantage by confronting Rich for accusing her of working against her client's interests in front of everyone else, which is a dick move in my opinion. Kim demands reasoning behind the accusations, asking why she would risk her job for an a-hole like Mr. Acker, which is a good question. I bet that she's subconsciously asking herself that as well. As I discussed in my recent Kim Ruined Her Own Dreams video, it's because even though Mr. Acker is an a-hole, Kim sees him as a quote-unquote little guy in the situation. This makes her feel inclined to help him, as that's what she loves doing, which is why she enjoys pro bono work so much. Kim may also be using Mr. Acker to lash out on Mesa Verde, since they've been constantly bugging her to do her job for them, which has been cutting into her time for pro bono work, something that she obviously doesn't appreciate. Anyways, lashing out on Rich was very unprofessional of Kim to do, as she was just taking out her anger on him, especially due to being wrongfully triggered by the fact that he's figured out what Kim and Jimmy were doing. It feels very much like someone being caught in their own lie and going into fight or flight mode. Rich offered her an option to flee, but she chose to fight. I usually absolutely adore Kim's character, and in some cases I still do, since the character is so brilliantly written along with amazingly acted by Ray Seahorn. That being said, nowadays while rewatching the show, especially after seeing season 6 along with the end of the show, I've started to disapprove of some of Kim's actions that I initially supported during my first few times watching the first 5 seasons. Again, this is one of the many reasons why I love this show so much. They always paint pictures of both sides to each situation and elaborate on them in such a way where you can make solid arguments for either side. Usually when I first watched the show, I would always support one particular side of any given conflict, but after many rewatches, I've started to sway my opinion to support the other point of view, such as the Chuck versus Jimmy dynamic, for example. I just love the back and forth conversations and civilized debates that you can have over many characters and internal relationships on this show, as it's just such a good character study in general. This episode gets a strong B tier. I like a lot about this episode, from the various Mr. Acker schemes, along with getting another Stephen Oggs cameo. However, this episode was very much set up for the next 2 episodes, so it's very middle of the road compared to other episodes this season. Also, I discussed this more in my Gus Fring's Mysterious Past video, but it was a bit disappointing that we didn't learn more about Gus's past. Since the episode was titled Dedicado a Max before the episode aired, many predicted that we'd learn more about Gus's past while in Chile, or at least learn more about his past with Max. However, this wasn't the case, since the fountain was just a subtle nod to the Breaking Bad flashback when Gus's former partner Max died, and nothing more, simply used to unite Gus and Mike under the same umbrella due to both understanding the significance of revenge between them. Season 5 Episode 6, Wexler v. Goodman. This episode starts with our very first childhood flashback of Kim, as she's standing outside a Red Cloud Junior High School all alone at night with an instrument. Her mother finally rolls up to pick her up, but Kim refuses to get into the car due to her mother drinking and driving. This shows that not only was Kim intelligent from a young age, but also very independent and morally sound, as she would rather walk home than get into the vehicle of her mother who's been drinking. After trying to convince Kim to get in the car multiple times, her mother finally gives up, yelling at her,
You never listen!
before driving off, leaving Kim to literally walk home alone in the dark. This also shows how irresponsible her mother is, not only due to forgetting to pick Kim up until it's already dark out, but also due to being okay with driving her child around while under the influence. It's obviously unsafe to leave a child standing alone in the dark, along with endangering the child's life by driving with them in the car while under the influence. Kim's character has always been incredibly independent, ethical, and noble, and here we learned how that stemmed from her upbringing as a kid, having to look after herself along with looking down on her mother for being so irresponsible. Although Kim always does what she feels is right for herself, her independence may be taken to an extreme sometimes, as she doesn't listen to others and always has to make her own decisions even if they are against her best interests. Now obviously Kim not getting into her mother's car while she was drunk driving is understandable completely, but take that you never listen attitude and apply it to her conversation with Rich last episode, for example. Now after the title sequence, we see an old-fashioned Mesa Verde commercial starring Kevin's father, who founded Mesa Verde along with Kevin as a child. The commercial is where we get the iconic "yup" line that's become quite the meme within the Better Call Saul fandom when season 5 first aired, along with for another more recent reason, but we'll discuss that during the season 6 tier list.
Yep.
We then cut to Jimmy speaking to the camera crew as they plan to somehow use or alter the old Mesa Verde commercial along with the Mesa Verde logo to their own benefit. Jimmy says how he wants to have the work done within a day or two, but the camera crew says that the amount of work he wants them to do will take at least a week. Jimmy suggests using a green screen to film instead of going to actual locations in order to cut down the time it'll take for them to accomplish their goals. While doing so, we get a funny but forgettable line of Jimmy saying, "Can't we just do the Superman thing?" as he's trying to explain a green screen without actually knowing the proper name of it.
I don't know. What if we did the Superman thing?
A what?
Well, like a weatherman. Blue screen, I think.
Do you mean the green screen?
They paint a curtain green and prepare all their actors for their time to shine. I love the way that Jimmy directs the actors here.
There's fear here. There's emotion. You're searching for a hero, you know. Will no one save you?
Which I also remember vividly due to some of these moments being from the trailers for season 5. We then get an awesome montage of Jimmy and the camera crew filming various actors with many comedic moments within it. Fun fact, some of these small moments were actually improvised either from Bob Odenkirk or the actors who play the camera crew. I love the moments where the camera guy is preparing everything while eating pizza, even with a piece hanging out of his mouth. After the montage, Kim shows up to give Jimmy some bad news. Kim speaks to Jimmy outside privately, which Jimmy excitingly goes off about how he tracked down a certain 92-year-old named Olivia Bitsui, who we never see on screen but will be important for later on in the episode. Kim cuts Jimmy off to say that she's getting cold feet and wants to cancel the scheme that they're planning for the nuclear option. Kim says how she just wants to end this and move on, such as what Rich wanted in the last episode. Kim suggests an alternative solution to convince Mr. Acker to settle for $75,000 and that she'll negotiate with Mesa Verde as much as she can and then pay the rest out of her own pocket. Kim explains how Rich is onto them since he's second guessing how Jimmy became Mr. Acker's lawyer, and that if they move forward with the nuclear option, Rich will figure out what's happening. Jimmy says how there's no way to prove anything, and Kim says how he may be right, but that it's not worth it. Jimmy says how their scheme is beautiful and how painful the idea is to throw it away. Jimmy says how it's her decision and that if she wants to cancel it, they will. Jimmy then guilts Kim by saying how he has to break it to the kids, implying that the camera crew is also happy with the work that they've done, when really it's just Jimmy who's disappointed that they aren't going through with their plan. The next day, Kim and Rich call Paige to tell her that Mr. Acker has decided to settle, showing how Kim worked out her plan B that she told Jimmy. They tell Paige how there's a meeting with Saul Wednesday at 3 p.m. and that everything will be concluded soon. Kim asks for a moment in private with Rich in order to apologize for her lashing out the day before. Although Kim apologizes, keep in mind how this is a recurring theme for her. This isn't the first time that Kim has taken out her personal issues issues on her superiors by yelling at them, followed by quickly realizing the error of her ways and trying to apologize. She did this in season 3 with Paige from Mesa Verde after the Chuck chicanery situation, and now she's done it again to Rich. Rich accepts her apology by telling her that he's only mad at her for yelling at him in front of other employees. He clarifies that if she wants to hassle him or yell at him, that's fine, as long as it's not in front of everyone else. Rich then cancels the phone call that he had planned to take along with his 12:30 lunch appointment, but asks to keep the reservation and then tells Kim that they're going to lunch together. This again shows how much Rich cares about public appearance. First, he only cares if Kim yells at him in front of everyone else, and now he's purposely taking Kim out to lunch where everyone will be able to see them getting along to imply that everything's completely okay between them. We then cut to Saul leaving court with 2 clients of his that are clearly prostitutes who offer to thank him with a quote-unquote,
"You want a quick rub and tag?"
As they leave to go work the streets, Saul tells them that they should take a break, considering that they most likely just got out of court for prostitution, the very thing they're about to go do again, clearly implying that they haven't learned their lesson. They leave, but Saul catches up to them, asking them how much for an hour of their time, but he doesn't have anything sexual in mind. We then cut to Howard and Cliff out for lunch, where Howard gets accosted by the 2 prostitutes that Saul was just with. Absolutely love how hilariously horrible these women play up accosting him, calling him Howie, saying that their pimp isn't happy, using lingo such as riding the Carnival cruise and only paying for a tugboat. I especially get a laugh at them screaming at Howard not to touch them when he tries to direct them away.
I don't know you and owe no money to you. That's it.
Don't touch her!
This is clearly horrible for Howard, and I do feel bad for him, as this was just as uncalled for as the bowling ball situation, but I can't help but get a chuckle out of it whenever I watch this scene. We then see Saul spying on the whole situation with binoculars from outside in his car as he gives himself props, clearly proud of how he's messing with Howard. In this moment of self-indulgence, Saul decides to call up Olivia Bitsui, the 92-year-old that Jimmy mentioned to Kim earlier, implying that Saul is going to go through with the nuclear option against Mesa Verde, even though Kim clearly said that she wanted to abort, along with having already gone through with her backup plan. We then see Kevin, Paige, Kim, and Rich in the meeting room waiting for Saul to arrive, as he's late, which Kevin gives Kim a hard time for. Kevin adds that he's just anxious to get this whole call center situation finished and behind them, with Kim responding that by the end of the meeting, they'll definitely land on an agreement. Saul walks in all cheerful, saying how it's great to see a room full of happy faces, all while knowing that he's just about to ruin that. Rich tells Jimmy that it's great to see him again, but Jimmy corrects him by saying how his name is
Saul Goodman during business hours, Saul the time.
Kim then formally introduces Saul to Paige and Kevin, with this being the first time that they've ever met together in person or been in a scene together. Saul also casually says hello to Viola, to which Viola's caught off guard due to seeing Kim and Jimmy across the table from each other in a professional environment and opposition after seeing them casually together at Kim's apartment last season. Kim lays out how since they're only obligated to pay $5,000 to Mr. Acker for his home, that they're being more than generous enough by offering $45,000, which is an extremely high number. Remember back in 503, Kim offered Mr. Acker $18,000, which was just barely under what $5,000 from 1974 would be worth in 2004 due to inflation, which is $19,000. Also, not only are they offering him $45,000, Kim is also throwing in $30,000 of her own money into the pot afterwards to make it the $75,000 for Mr. Acker that she told Jimmy about earlier in the episode. Saul tells Kim that they each have a different definition of the word generous and how that's not how he would describe it. Kevin gives a big sarcastic sigh along with saying, and here we go, as he's not wrong, but oh boy is he not ready for what's about to happen. Kevin says how he knew that Saul would bring trouble, so he just says to Saul to tell them what number he's thinking of. Saul asks for an outrageous $4 million for Mr. Acker's pain and suffering, and then Paige asks what he's talking about. Saul gives a smart-ass remark by saying,
Well, it's 4 with 6 zeros, and it's preceded by a $sign.
As we cut to Kim while Saul is saying this, Kim has a horrifyingly shocked look on her face as she's totally caught off guard, and probably having an internal panic attack in this moment due to most likely knowing where Saul is going with this, the nuclear option that she told him not to do. Kim angrily says how they had a verbal agreement on a number which both sides would be happy with, to which Saul says how he discussed it with his client and says how his client really doesn't want to leave his home, and that $4 million is the only number he'll be happy with. Kim, knowing what's about to come next, frantically tries to preemptively end the meeting so that her and Rich can have a private conversation with Saul. Kevin tells Saul that he has some nerve, Paige calls him ridiculous, and Rich asks Saul genuinely what his endgame is because he's never gonna get that money. Saul tells everyone to wait while Kim tries rushing Kevin and everyone else out of the room, but Saul brings up what he calls a completely unrelated matter. Saul says it's really good and that everyone's gonna want to see this, especially Kevin, as his dad is on the tape that Saul's about to play. Saul says this because he knows that mentioning Kevin's father to him will entice him to stay and see what Saul is talking about, since as we know, Kevin holds his father near and dear to his heart.
That's right, Dad.
Yep.
Kim continues to frantically rush Kevin out of the room, saying how it's not worth his time, along with strongly advising him to leave, clearly implying that she knows what's about to happen. Kevin denies Kim's advice and walks back into the meeting room saying how he wants to see this. Saul asks Viola to close the shades, and Kevin insists. I love the insane build-up to this moment with Saul going against Kim's wishes and going through with the scam. From Kim's perspective, this must have been like watching a slow-motion train crash, as she knew it was about to happen but was powerless to stop it and just had to watch it run its course. Saul starts the tape and reveals that he's made multiple smear campaigns against Kevin's father and Mesa Verde by chopping up the old Mesa Verde commercial and adding in various outrageous accusations. This is why the yup initially became such a meme, being used out of context to support these wild accusations, along with Saul Goodman bursting out of the green screen.
It's not right. It's un-American.
Yep.
Hi, I'm Saul Goodman.
The way that Saul also slows down Kevin's dad saying his name is great, along with the early 2000s infomercial vibes that these commercials give. These are also technically the first chronological official Saul Goodman commercials, as Jimmy, using the Saul Goodman name as a lawyer, technically used the name for a commercial to sell ad spots in season 4, but he looked completely different and it wasn't about any legal work. So during these commercials, one person says how their bank took their home over a technicality, and then the drama girl claims that she got a rash from walking into a Mesa Verde bank due to black mold. Then an elderly woman accuses Kevin's father of flashing his genitals at her.
Call 505-503-4455 today.
Fun fact, the number that's in the commercial was actually the number that you could call in real life. I believe it was the original Breaking Bad Saul Goodman number, which had a Breaking Bad voicemail to it, but they changed the voicemail during season 5 of Better Call Saul to accommodate for this episode, so this is also the first time that Saul uses his official Saul Goodman number. I always loved it when these shows use real phone numbers for them to add a little Easter egg voicemail to them, so much in fact to the point that I had a series on my channel where I'd call various numbers from Better Call Saul and Breaking Bad. This also shows how once you put Saul on a case, he's unstoppable, as he'll go out of control for the love of the con. Kevin starts yelling about how Saul's making fun of his father, Paige yells that it's defamation, and Kim yells at Saul to turn it off, even calling him Jimmy, implying to cut the act and stop it. Saul, however, shushes her, saying this is a good one, and then plays the next commercial. Paige says how there's no way that he'll be able to legally air these, to which Saul reveals of his true intentions. Whether it's legal or defamation is besides the point. The whole point is that he'll air the commercials in multiple states, which will cause years worth of legal action between himself and Mesa Verde / Schweikart. This is the same result as what would have happened when Kevin wanted to sue Saul and Mr. Acker back in a previous episode. Years worth of legal troubles. Rich says how they'd stop the commercials before they'd air, but then Saul explains how that'd be seen as prior restraint. Saul explains how some news outlet would report on it, give bad press to Schweikart or Mesa Verde, along with most likely running the commercials for free on the news as part of the story. As we just discussed previously, Rich is all about public appearance, so this is the perfect deflection against him. Kevin continues yelling about false accusations against his father, to which Paige tries calming him down by saying how none of it is true. Kevin declares that it doesn't matter because if this airs, it'll completely ruin their reputation. Kim says it'll never get that far, but Saul just shushes them again. Kevin tells Saul to shut off the tapes and that he's seen enough. Saul says that there's lots more and that he can leave them a copy of the tape as there's plenty of other copies. Paige asks what he hopes to gain from this, extremely offended that he threw all of this at them even after they agreed to Mr. Acker's ridiculous demands. Kim then adds how it's illegal to play one case off of another since it's unethical and blackmail. Saul agrees with Kim that one doesn't have anything to do with the other. We then finally get the payoff for Olivia Bitsui, a photographer, and Saul shows one of her photos that she took 54 years ago, which is a photo of a man on a horse near a cactus that looks eerily similar to the Mesa Verde logo. Kim strongly advises Kevin not to say anything, but Kevin ignorantly cuts her off, admitting that he recognizes the photo. Not only that, but Kevin goes on to say how his dad bought it, calling it fair and square, along with saying how he has a copy of it hanging in his office at home. Saul clarifies how Kevin just admitted that he owns a copy of Olivia Bitsui's photo and points out how it looks exactly like the Mesa Verde logo. Kevin yells out how he owns it, but then Saul elaborates that he only owns a copy of the photo and that he doesn't own the rights to it, calling it copyright infringement, which is something I sadly know all too well as a YouTuber. Saul is true though, and Kevin's ignorance is incredibly laughable. It's like back in the old days of YouTube getting mad at YouTube for muting your video because you used copyrighted music. Just because you bought the song off of iTunes or something like that doesn't mean that you have the rights to use it in a video, and the same applies to Kevin using this photo as the Mesa Verde logo. Saul then holds up Olivia's photo to the projector image with its commercial paused and shows how the man on a horse with a cactus beside it is a mirror image to the Mesa Verde logo. Saul then goes on to say how he can probably convince a judge and jury how Mesa Verde misappropriated Olivia Bitsui's intellectual property. Saul then tells Kevin how it's not his fault, calling it sins of the father, but admits that he filed an injunction which will force Mesa Verde to take down all their horse logos. Saul admits how all the legal work will take up to a couple of years, and then leaves as he says how they'll be seeing a lot of each other in the future. Wow, what a freaking mic drop. Saul's blackmailing them with not only a discriminating slander ad campaign, but also copyright infringement of their very own logo. The logo idea is something that Kim thought of in the last episode when she looked up and smiled at Jimmy after they spoke to Mr. X, which is why we saw her looking at the Mesa Verde logo directly after during her next scene with Rich. It's wild how Kim thought of such a great idea, and then Saul completely uses it against her, making her and the rest of her team look like complete fools. After Saul walks away while whistling "We're in the Money," we then cut to Kevin barraged with Kim and Rich on each side of him debating and arguing how to tackle and handle the situation that Saul has put them in. All that Kevin wanted was for this to be over and done with, especially after how much of a fuss it became ever since Saul was hired as Mr. Acker's lawyer. Now, not only is it not over and done with, it just got spun completely out of control, even more so than it previously was, and on top of it, now it's personal to Kevin. So Kevin just zones out as the camera slowly zooms in on him while Kim, Rich, and Paige go on and on talking over each other until we finally see Kevin get up to leave. Kim advises Kevin not to do anything rash and to let his lawyers fix it, although from his point of view, all they've done is make things worse. I feel like Kevin hates lawyers at this point, considering the fact that in a previous episode, Kevin yelled at them to handle the situation when now it's worse than he ever could have imagined. He figures that the lawyers won't be able to instantly solve all their problems, so he decides to handle it himself.
505, 503, 4455 today.
Kevin calls Saul and then goes outside to confront him in the parking lot, and to be honest, the first time I saw this scene, I thought Kevin was gonna knock Saul out. I thought this not only due to Kevin's anger smoldering in the previous scene, but also since Kim just told him not to do anything rash. Kevin doesn't punch Saul out, but imagine if he did. Assaulting a lawyer would have just been icing on the cake to everything else Saul just bomb dropped on his desk. Kevin decides to speak to Saul, asking what it'll take to solve everything right here, right now. Kevin asks if Saul will make all this go away if he moves the location to his call center and allows Mr. Acker to stay in his house. Saul denies acknowledging that he's blackmailing them, but Kevin tells him to give it a rest and calls Saul
You're a third-rate huckster who'd sell your own mother's organs to get what you want.
Saul tells Kevin to close his eyes and imagine a world where Mr. Acker gets to keep his house, plus the $45K that they're gonna pay him anyways. Saul also says how in this world, Kevin gives a public apology to not only Mr. Acker, but Olivia Bitsui as well, all compensating Olivia Bitsui $200,000 for the use of her photo, in addition to receiving credit for the inspiration of the use of the Mesa Verde logo. Only then, Saul says, can you imagine a world where the injunction disappears, along with those slander ads never seeing the light of day. It's funny how Kevin didn't want to change the location of the call center like 2 episodes ago when Kim originally suggested it, but now he's gonna do that anyways, and he has to pay $245,000 on top of it. Throughout this little hypothetical, Saul continuously gets more and more aggressive until he finally tells Kevin that he can open his eyes, asking him what he thinks.
What do you think of that world, huh, Kevin? You can open your eyes now.
This is the moment where I thought that Kevin would just knock Saul out and walk away, but he actually has the restraint to shake Saul's hand in agreement. Later that night, we see Kim arrive home to Saul playing Smoke on the Water on guitar. He's gotten a little better since we last heard him playing it back in Season 3. Remember that this is the song that Saul hummed to himself during the last shot of the Season 1 finale, implying that he'll always be Slippin' Jimmy at heart. It's funny how Kim previously told Kevin and Paige that going home to Jimmy wouldn't cause any personal conflicts around the house. This is exactly what we see next. Jimmy asks how it went, but Kim stays silent. Jimmy says how it was pretty perfect, acting as if Kim's gonna be happy or impressed about what he just did. Jimmy puts down the guitar, clearly realizing how pissed off Kim is. Jimmy tries apologizing for sandbagging her by going through with the nuclear option without warning her first. Seemed like Jimmy was trying to avoid the fact that Kim was mad by acting like she'd be impressed, when in reality he knew that she'd be mad, and once he realizes this, he gives up the act and starts apologizing. The main reason why Kim didn't want to go through with the nuclear option was because of the fact that she knew that Rich was onto them, and that if they went through with their next move, it'd be all over for them. Instead of just not doing it, Saul's solution to get around this problem was to just keep Kim out of the loop. That way, she'd have a genuine reaction of shock and anger and surprise of what Saul did, giving her plausible deniability of not knowing that he was gonna pull that stunt. Jimmy tells Kim how her being mad at him worked, with Kim admitting that Rich didn't say anything. Jimmy says how her real anger worked like a protective immunity shield, but Kim isn't having it. Although this is true, technically Saul is only giving a half-truth here, as he's using it as an excuse for his true intentions. He wanted to do it because it was fun, and he only decided so after having so much fun messing with Howard. Jimmy says how you can't fake the real anger that Kim showed, to which she throws it back at him saying how you can't, implying how mad she still is. Jimmy asks what Kevin said, to which Kim admits how Kevin said he's tired of lawyers, not surprising there. Jimmy cuts her off by telling her to do that Kevin impersonation from a previous episode, which they did roleplay to in order to lighten the situation, but Kim is definitely not in the mood. Kim elaborates how since Kevin is done with lawyers, he doesn't care how his handshake with Saul was non-binding, he's going to go along with their agreement anyways. Jimmy says how they should celebrate, but Kim just ignores him. Jimmy tries apologizing again, but by adding how the ends somehow justify the means. Jimmy explains how everybody wins since Mr. Acker gets to keep his home, along with a large sum of money, Olivia Bitsui gets compensated, and Kevin still gets to build his call center. Kim counters this by saying how only Jimmy won. Jimmy tries saying that they both won, but Kim denies this, saying how she didn't. Jimmy asks what Kim didn't get that she wanted, but Kim says how she doesn't trust him anymore, with Jimmy just cluelessly asking why.
I don't trust you.
Why?
Kim explains how he played her and made her the sucker again. Jimmy wonders what Kim means by again, but we know.
You made me the sucker. Again.
Again? What?
Kim is referencing how she felt like a sucker at the end of 410 due to believing Jimmy's ploy to use Chuck's name to win over the board. Kim thought that Jimmy was finally properly acknowledging Chuck's death and was proud of him for it, since that's what she wanted from him all season long. So to realize that it was all acting really hit her hard and made her feel like a fool for believing in him. Before, Jimmy tricked Kim by accident, so she didn't say anything. But now he's tricked her again, and this time it's completely on purpose. Anyways, Jimmy asks Kim how she could feel like a sucker since it was her plan, which gets a big F you Jimmy from Kim. I love how in season 4 we got an F you Jimmy from Howard, and now in season 5 we get an F you Jimmy from Kim.
You're a shitty lawyer, Howard, but you're a great salesman. So get out there and sell.
Fuck you, Jimmy.
Wait, how can you be the sucker? It was your plan.
Oh, f you, Jimmy.
These are clear parallels because in both instances, Jimmy intentionally or unintentionally pissed them off to the point how that's the only thing that they could think to say in response. With Howard, it was a bit more intentional to piss him off than Kim, but Jimmy had to know that she wouldn't be happy. Jimmy can be incredibly clueless sometimes. Just look at his rooftop argument with Kim in 409, for example.
What does Chuck have to do with this? What?
But he's not this clueless. It's wild to think that Jimmy thought Kim would be completely okay with sandbagging her and using her own idea against her just because they got their desired outcome, thinking that she would just simply get over it. Again, to paraphrase what Chuck once said to Jimmy, he always thinks that the ends justify the means, and then he's forever shocked when it all blows up in his face. Kim then tells Jimmy that she can't do this anymore, as Jimmy turned him and her versus the bank into him versus her, which is what the title of the episode, Wexler v. Goodman, is referencing. Kim implies how this isn't the first time and that this is the final straw to break the camel's back. Jimmy tries saying how he kept things from her to protect her, which is just a horribly overused trope excuse that I've seen time and time again, not only in shows or movies, but in real life as well. It's an excuse that masquerades selfishness as selflessness, and it's easy to see right through it, as Kim does here, by explaining how ridiculous it is to excuse stabbing her in the back by making it about protecting her. Jimmy explains how if he somehow got caught and they were questioned under oath, that they'd have plausible deniability. This line may not seem like much, but it's actually what changes the trajectory of not only the final scene of this episode, not only the beginning of the next episode, but Jimmy and Kim's relationship as a whole, and we'll discuss that more in just a moment. But first, Jimmy says how it'll never happen again, and Kim calls that out for being a lie. Kim tells Jimmy to look her in the eyes and tell her that it'll never happen again, but he can't. Kim explains how she doesn't believe him, and that he doesn't even believe himself. Since they both constantly lie, Kim states how she can't go on living like this, and that this constant, vicious cycle of lying has to end. Jimmy realizes that Kim is implying how they should break up, and starts going into a desperate denial to try and plead to her that they can fix this. Kim goes on to explain how they're at a breaking point, and either they end this now and go their separate ways while enjoying the time that they had together, and she stops and starts stuttering over herself. I think she was going to say something along the lines of, or we're just fooling ourselves, or they're just going to continue living in this nightmare of lying to each other, but she comes up with another idea. The episode ends with Kim saying, or we get married, which is just such an incredible cliffhanger and misdirect. My god, this is probably the best fake out breakup scene that I've ever seen in entertainment, with the ending giving the ultimatum of either we break up or we get married. That sounds like a sentence that's never been legitimately spoken before in a serious and genuine manner. Kim got this idea because of Jimmy just mentioning having plausible deniability if they're sworn under oath to testify against each other, since a married couple can't be forced against their will to testify against each other. Meanwhile, we see Nacho meet up with Mike, Gus, and Victor in order to slip them intel on what Lalo is planning next. I love the cinematic shots of Nacho pacing around his car while waiting for them to show up, but I digress. Nacho addresses Mike as Michael, just now putting two and two together that Mike is the Michael that Lalo was talking about, since this is the first time that Nacho has ever seen Mike officially working for Gus, along with the fact that Nacho obviously knows Mike as Mike, with Lalo knowing him as Michael because that's what Werner would call him. Nacho says how if Hector or the cousins ever find out the truth, but Mike cuts him off saying how they won't find out. Nacho explains how he's using Crazy 8's CI connection to his advantage by ratting out Gus's dealers. Gus responds by telling Victor to either promote low-level dealers or to find new ones and get them arrested instead and protect his main group of people. This makes sense that Gus would say this, as we know from 504, Gus wants to protect his actual men from getting arrested, due to making it look like his Bagman from his dead drops escaping naturally when in fact it was all planned. Nacho says how Lalo wants to hit Gus's supply trucks along with going after his Los Pollos restaurants by getting his customers sick, cutting off power, and busting open pipes. Lalo wants to chip away at Gus's businesses until Eladio and the rest of the cartel south of the border don't think that he's worth the trouble. Gus tells Nacho that from now on he'll report to Mike, which is convenient considering how they already knew each other beforehand. Gus leaves, allowing Nacho to speak to Mike privately. Nacho warns Mike about what kind of guy Gus is and tells Mike how they left Nacho shot and bleeding out in the desert as all part of a cover-up plan for Arturo's death, along with the fact that Gus has a gun to his father's head. Mike tells Nacho that he warned Nacho that there were people to worry about other than the Salamancas, which is true. Mike did warn Nacho, although he never told him about Gus by name. This is referencing back in season 3 when Mike went with Price to sell Nacho the empty heart pill capsules. This is when Mike checked Nacho's gas cap to see if Gus was tracking him or not, but it was empty at that time. Even though Nacho switched the pills back like Mike advised, Gus caught on to Nacho doing so and had Victor put a tracker in Nacho's gas cap after the season 3 finale, which is how they witnessed Nacho disposing of the swap pills in season 4. Now, due to Mike's warning to Nacho when Price was selling him the empty capsules, he tells Nacho that he got in with both eyes open, but then becomes sympathetic when Nacho tells Mike about Gus threatening his father. Mike says that first they have to take care of Lalo and then they'll talk, knowing that Gus won't want to give up Nacho as an asset while Lalo is still a threat. Sadly, things don't turn out that simple, but we'll discuss that later on in this video along with in season 6. We then see Mike going over papers in his car that shows photos of the travel wire being burnt down along with the employee Fred who Lalo killed. Next, Mike goes to the library to speak to the librarian named Lily, who was the witness that approached the travel wire while Lalo was looking at the security footage. If you remember during my season 4 tier list, I mentioned how someone walked up to the door, but Lalo pointed at the closed sign and waved her away. It seemed incredibly insignificant when it happened in 410, but here we see it play a large role in what Mike is trying to do to get Lalo arrested, along with later on in the season as well. So Mike talks up the librarian and pretends to be a PI called Dave Clark. Lily tells Mike that she already told the police everything she could, and that she doesn't even remember much anymore. Mike says how he was hired by Fred's family and guilts Lily into talking to her. It's here we learn that the employee that we saw at the travel wire, Fred, was actually killed by Lalo. We actually heard this this during 501 when Bolsa was speaking to Lalo, but it's only here that it really becomes important. Now, it feels odd that Lalo actually killed Fred and burned down the travel wire since we never saw either, especially since both things play such a large role in this season's story from here on out. All we saw was Fred's legs laying on the ground with the upper half of his body out of sight, which could have just implied that Lalo knocked him out. It makes sense that Lalo wouldn't want to leave any witnesses, but it's still kind of weird to learn this. We also never saw Lalo burn down the travel wire, as the last that we saw of Lalo there was him looking at the security cameras. I already discussed this during my season 4 tier list, but a while back I actually made a video breaking down and discussing the season 4 deleted scenes, one of which included a deleted scene of Lalo actually burning down the travel wire and leaving the building as it was on fire. Apparently the reasons why the creators didn't use that shot was because the flames didn't look real enough or something like that, and then going into season 5 they still took that deleted scene from the season 4 finale as if it was canon, and then built on for the season 5 story even though they didn't use that scene. Now it makes sense why they didn't use the scene, but it just feels weird not seeing it considering how large of a role it plays in season 5. Just feels like we're kind of missing something, especially considering that they had the scene filmed for 410 but just decided to leave it out. Anyways, Mike influences Lily to remember Lalo's vehicle by showing her a photo of it and implying how it's the vehicle of the man who murdered Fred. She says how that was the car that she saw, but in such a way where it seems like she's only saying that because she's purposely telling Mike what he wants to hear, as it'll give the family justice to the murderer that killed Fred. Now it is possible that she does genuinely recognize it, but there's no doubt in my mind that Mike is also coaching her and influencing her responses as a witness. Mike tells her to call the detectives who interviewed her and to pass along the specific detail. Lily says how she doesn't even remember who she spoke to, but of course Mike knows and already has his name and number ready on a piece of paper. Lily sounds unsure of this, but does it anyways as Mike clarifies the details that he wants her to tell the detective, effectively feeding information through her to the detective himself. Mike also tells her not to mention him by name. Of course, this is due to the fact that he's using an alias that doesn't actually exist, along with coaching a witness, but he masks it with the excuse that the police can get all the credit and that he just wants justice. Fun fact, Detective Tim Roberts is also a Breaking Bad cameo, as he was one of Hank's friends that we saw from time to time. I believe he was the one who brought Hank's files on the Heisenberg case while Hank was recovering in his bed, and he was also there when Hank interviewed Gus about his past. We then see Mike posing as a detective or something and compels an office clerk at the station to pick up and deliver an important envelope tucked away under the coffee machine, even though Mike was secretly the one that planted it there. It's always fun when Mike goes undercover, with this reminding me a lot of when Mike infiltrated Madrigal back in season 4. Anyways, the clerk reads how the envelope is for Tim Roberts and that it's due today, to which Mike condescendingly implies that it should probably be delivered immediately. We then see the man, the myth, the legend, Tim Roberts himself, as the clerk drops the envelope on his desk. He opens it and takes a look at it, and notices a note on it from an Officer McFloss saying how he thought it'd be useful for the travel wire case. He tells a fellow employee how the envelope is about a hit and run on the same day as the travel wire murder, and I assume that this is about the parking lot situation in 410 when Lalo pushed a civilian's car out of the way with his own car in order to try and catch up with Mike. Tim Roberts mentions how the make of the car from the hit and run is the exact same model as the one that the librarian just called in, putting 2 and 2 together, realizing that it's the suspect that they've been looking for, as both instances were just 20 blocks away. We then see Mike in his car, on the phone with Nacho, as Nacho tells Mike where Lalo just dropped him off along with where he's driving. Mike then takes out a police radio and impersonates a cop, calling in Lalo's vehicle at the location that Nacho just told him about. We then cut to Lalo in his car as a cop pulls up behind him. Lalo grabs for his gun, but then a second and third cop car both stop in front of him, along with the officers getting out and aiming their guns at him. They order Lalo to turn the car off and drop the keys out the window, to which Lalo reluctantly does as he has no other option, with even more police cars showing up as he does so. I like the cinematography of Lalo's side mirror showing the cops behind him while you can directly see the cops in front of him. The side mirrors showing people in them is also something I'll focus on in the next few episodes as well. This episode gets an S tier. It was an incredibly wild ride, and I'm a big fan of this moment in the series. This episode was absolutely wild when it first aired. I remember feeling so incredibly tense due to Saul going against Kim's wishes and completely blowing up the Mr. Acker situation, even though Kim already found an alternative solution and told Jimmy not to. This episode was named Wexler v. Goodman, and that's why. The whole build-up to Saul's smear campaigns were wild, with Saul catching Kim off guard, along with her frantically trying to rush Kevin out of the room before inevitably possibly seeing the commercials that Saul made. Also, as I said earlier, I absolutely love the fake out breakup misdirect. It's just so brilliantly written and performed by both Ray Seahorn and Bob Odenkirk. When I first watched this episode, I genuinely believed that they were about to break up. So to end the episode with the idea that they'd get married out of this is just a huge juxtaposition to the entire situation that it left me staring at the screen with my jaw dropped. Originally, I was going to give this episode an A tier because although I absolutely adore the A plot, the B plot of Mike getting Lalo arrested is somewhat mediocre, with his incognito schemes being somewhat forgettable, along with the short scene of Lalo actually being arrested being really the only memorable moment out of the entire B plot. That being said, Mike setting up Lalo to get arrested, along with coaching the librarian as a witness, does play an extremely important role for the rest of the season, as we'll discuss in the next episode and later on in the video. Season 5, Episode 7. JMM. This episode starts out with a shot of Jimmy's new bag that Kim gave to him in 501 after buying it for him near the end of Season 4 as a reinstatement present. I just love how this bag is the first shot of the episode, as it shows the JMM initials on it, which the episode is named after. We then get a shot of Kim tapping her heel, which is a symptom of her anxiety, which she does time and time again throughout the entire show. Then we get Jimmy positioning Marco's ring on his pinky, which we know is symbolism of slipping Jimmy's glory days with his friend Marco. I love how we get these 3 shots of symbolism to perfectly set up this episode. Jimmy's lawyer bag, obviously representing him as a lawyer, Kim's anxiety, followed by the symbolism for Jimmy as a con man. This shows Kim's anxiety about marrying Jimmy, as he's a con man and a lawyer, with both sides to him clashing into one character, Saul Goodman. So after episode 506 aired, all week long, viewers were wondering whether or not Jimmy and Kim were actually going to get married. This episode reveals that yes, they are. Not only that, but it's literally how the episode starts out. Jimmy and Kim agree to put the past in the past and just focus on the future, essentially acting like the marriage is giving them a fresh start and a second chance. Jimmy says how they've agreed that if he has the urge not to tell her something, that he has to, and that it works both ways, with them wanting to give each other full disclosure from here on out. Jimmy asks what will happen if he has the urge to not tell her something, but he does, and Kim doesn't like what she hears. The obvious answer is to just not do the thing that he's thinking of not telling her about in the first place, but we both know that's not going to happen, as the final scene in the previous episode clarified. Jimmy can't tell Kim that situations like that will never happen again, so they're agreeing that when it does, they have to tell each other about it. Anyways, Kim answers by saying how she just wants to know what's going on, even if she doesn't like the sound of it, which we'll put a pin in that to keep in mind for the rest of this video. Likewise, although Jimmy sounds unsure, Kim even tells him that they'll cross that bridge when they get to it. Huel then enters the scene, as it's revealed that they're waiting for him to be their witness to watch them get married. The way that Jimmy and Kim say to each other,
"I'm really doing this, huh?"
Yeah, it looks that way.
almost feels like an intentional fourth wall break, as that's what the entire audience was thinking about at this point. As Jimmy and Kim sign their papers, Huel takes Jimmy aside to ask him if he wants him to hold the rings for him. Jimmy chuckles and says how there aren't any rings, but Huel says that he can change that, mentioning how he saw a clerk downstairs with a big jewel on her ring, implying how he'll steal it for Jimmy to give to Kim. This marriage is different than most, implying how they're getting married due to an ulterior motive. Huel thinks that Saul is implying that Kim is pregnant, but Jimmy shoots this down, and clarifies that it's a legal arrangement, since it's due to making sure that if they both get into any legal troubles, that Kim can't testify against him, and vice versa. Huel then hilariously asks if Kim is going to be a McGill or a Goodman, but Jimmy shoots that down as well, explaining how Kim will keep her own full name. It is just one of the many things that makes their marriage feel so weird, as they don't look like a married couple or act like one either. They almost never openly tell each other that they love one another, and they don't wear rings. Kim isn't taking Jimmy's last name, and they're having an extremely low-key wedding, not inviting anyone and only having Huel and one other as the witnesses. Anyways, I love this short little scene between Jimmy and Huel, not only because it clears up a ton of exposition, but also because Huel is just a funny character to be involved in this situation. We also get confirmation that Jimmy has already been married twice, a big question that's been speculated about ever since the start of Better Call Saul. In Breaking Bad, Saul told Walt a story about how he caught his ex sleeping with his stepfather, and then in season 1 of Better Call Saul, Jimmy explained how someone named Chet slept with his wife, which is why Jimmy did the Chicago sunroof in his vehicle. Also, there was a deleted scene in Breaking Bad where Saul told Walt that he had been through marriage 3 times, which made viewers wonder if Jimmy and Kim would ever get married even before season 5 aired, and if they did, if they would one day break up. Even though I've discussed it previously, along with right now, I may do an entire video on the marriages of Jimmy/Saul in the future, now that both shows have concluded, because it's just such a messy topic that I pretty much just explained the long story short version of just now. Then cut to them getting married in the courtroom, and the judge that's in this scene just makes me think of Shameless since he's one of the regulars at the bar. Anyways, Jimmy and Kim get an awkwardly quick and silent wedding, with the judge also pointing out how Kim doesn't have a middle name. He found it odd, and so did a lot of viewers who thought that it would hold some kind of significance later on in the show, but spoiler alert, it does not. Some people just don't have middle names, I guess. As Jimmy and Kim stare at each other, they do share a feeling of love between them as they smile at each other and eventually kiss. I really like the cinematography of this scene, and Huel taking a photo of their kiss with a disposable camera is pretty hilarious too. As they leave the courthouse, Kim mentions how she's too busy for lunch, but that she'll be home early that night. Then as Kim walks away, Jimmy gets a phone call from Nacho, who tells him to go to lockup and that his client is waiting for him. Saul wonders who his client is, which Nacho says Jorge de Guzman. Saul wonders who that is, and Nacho just gives a rhetorical, "Who do you think?" We then cut to Saul in a courtroom as he waits for Lalo to be brought in. He's charged with murder in the first degree, robbery while armed with a deadly weapon, tampering with evidence, arson, and possibly more, but Saul cuts off the judge, saying how the client waives the list of remaining charges and that he pleads not guilty to all of them. We then see Saul and Lalo in an attorney-client conference room, and Lalo asks Saul what the JMM on his bag means. Saul gives the excuse that he told Kim that he'd say in 501 if anyone asked, which is justice matters most. Back in 501, this excuse was only due to Jimmy changing his professional name to Saul Goodman, but in this scene during 507, it's because Jimmy is nervous of Lalo learning of his real full name. Lalo probably doesn't buy the motto excuse and laughs it off. Saul changes the subject by asking how strong his alias is, as things will go bad if the government realizes how that's not his real name. Lalo says how that's not going to be a problem, leading Saul to talk strategy on how to handle all the charges. Halfway through his pitch to cut a deal with the DA, Lalo cuts him off by saying no trial, no deal, leading Saul to ask what he had in mind. Lalo says how he wants to get out on bail, with Saul lightly describing how that's a long shot. Lalo speaks Spanish, saying "Quieres ser amigo del cartel," and then clarifies in English how that means you want to be a friend of the cartel. Lalo then implies how if Saul does, that it's time to get himself a new motto, just make money. Although Lalo says this half as a threat and half to convince Saul, this change of motto ironically fits Jimmy turning into Saul. As James McGill, Jimmy did genuinely try to make it as a regular lawyer, but once he transformed into Saul, all he eventually cared about was making as much money as possible. Meanwhile, Rich and Kim meet with Kevin and Paige as Rich explains how much everyone in the firm regrets what happened the day before. Kim mentions how Kevin chose her as his attorney and how that was the best day of her professional life. She adds how yesterday was the worst day of her professional life and that she sincerely regrets letting him down. She elaborates how if he chooses to move forward with her and Schweikart, that nothing like that will ever happen again. Paige adds how yesterday was horrible, but that Kevin should keep in mind how over the past 18 months they've opened 24 branches. Kevin then finally speaks, saying how Kim dropped the ball and how even with her intellect, along with a room full of top-notch lawyers, they still got done over by Mr. Acker and Saul. Paige then implies that Kim and Rich should leave by thanking them for coming in, and as they leave, Kevin says how Kim could do a whole lot better than Saul, since he now clearly knows how much of a no-good con man he is. Little did Kevin know that Kim literally just got married to Jimmy earlier that morning, which is pretty ironic as it causes this statement to hit home even harder than Kevin had intended. After they leave, Rich tells Kim how he thinks it's a 50-50 chance that they'll get fired from Kevin, and Kim says how they can't leave it like this. She makes a point that even if he does stick with them, that they'll have to walk on eggshells for forever, causing Rich to ask what alternatives they even have. Kim says nothing in response and instead marches back into Kevin's office. Kim says how regardless of their relationship moving forward, that they owe him the truth. Kim goes on to say how Kevin ignored their advice about declining their suggestion to relocate where the call center would be built, keeping the purchase lot as an investment, along with not leaving the meeting with Saul when they said so. Kim then says how at every point they gave him the best guidance that they could, but that at every chance he chose to go his own way. Kim explains how at the end of the day, although they will advise him, the decisions will still be his, but that if he continues to ignore them, that this is the wrong relationship. Before Kim leaves, she tells Kevin how she hopes that he listens to whoever represents him in the future better than he did to them. I love how when Kim walks back in, she completely turns the tables on them. In the first scene, Rich and Kim were sitting there with their tails between their legs while Kevin acted all disappointed in them, but when Kim comes back, she calls out Kevin to take accountability for not listening to them. Before they can leave, Kevin asks if that's it, to which Kim gives a subtle nod. We then get an awkward pause before Kevin hilariously says, "See you on Thursday," implying that they get to keep the job and that all is well. As they leave, Rich doesn't know what to say. Likewise, Paige gives Kevin a smirk that just simply says it all. Paige clearly didn't want Kim or Rich to be fired, and here she gets what she wants, with the smirk giving a slight vibe of being impressed, along with a polite "I told you so." That evening, Kim and Jimmy arrive back at home and talk about how their days went. Jimmy says how he got married, causing Kim to smile as they kiss. It's interesting how they got married but then went about their day as if it was just a normal day like any other until they got home and could finally acknowledge and celebrate their marriage. Jimmy picks Kim up and carries her to the bedroom, but in the middle of a makeout sesh, Jimmy stops while saying how he has the urge to not tell her something, referencing the convo that they had at the beginning of the episode before getting married. Jimmy says how he has a new client who's connected to the cartel from Mexico and explains how he's in for murder and wants bail, which seems impossible. Jimmy says how if he does manage to find a way, that he'd become a friend of the cartel, which means money and a lot of it. Kim asks Jimmy if he even wants to be a friend of the cartel, and Jimmy says no, but leaves out the fact that he's being forced into the situation. Jimmy implies how it doesn't matter since it's impossible for his client to get out on bail, but that he'll still put up a fight just for show. Jimmy concludes by saying how he didn't want to tell her, so he thought he should. They sit there in silence as Jimmy expects to be yelled at for it, but instead Kim just says how she's glad that he told her. We see Mike telling Kaylee a goodnight story, showing how he's reconciling with his family after his unintended trip to Mexico. He then speaks to Stacy and brings up Maddie, implying that he's okay with speaking about Maddie now. He tells Stacy that he's better now, and when Stacy asks what changed, he tells her how he decided to play the cards he was dealt. We then see Lalo in jail as he slipped a cell phone. His cellmate stares at him, but Lalo waves him away. Lalo calls Nacho and asks for updates. Lalo says how he has something for Nacho to do, and the scene ends cutting to Nacho waiting to meet with Mike to tell him what Lalo wants. Nacho tries demanding how he's not saying anything until they talk about his dad, but Mike responds by telling Nacho how what he tells him and when he says it is not up to him. Nacho says how once Lalo is out of the picture, they'll talk about his father, and since Lalo is out of the picture, that they should talk. Mike tells Nacho to say his piece, to which Nacho says that he wants out of the game, and explains that not only does he need Mike to settle with Gus, but that the rest of the cartel is a problem too, as once he disappears, they'll go after his father. Nacho then explains how if he disappears, his father has to come with him, but no matter what he says, his father is stubborn on either going to the cops or doing nothing. Mike sternly says how the cops won't solve this, causing Nacho to ask Mike if he has another solution. Mike changes the subject by asking Nacho what info he has on Lalo, and Nacho admits how Lalo was able to call him while inside prison. Lalo puts Nacho in charge and wants Nacho to burn down a Los Pollos restaurant. Mike then starts to walk away as he tells Nacho,
Then he's not out of the picture, is he?
causing their conversation to come full circle in a way that I really like. We then cut to a magical quarterly meeting with Peter Schuler getting a cameo in Better Call Saul. As Gus gives Los Pollos updates, he mentions the announcement of their new product rollout, Spice Curls. We then see Schuler dip a Spice Curl in some sauce to try it out, which may be a reference to Schuler's scene in Breaking Bad Season 5 when he was trying out different dipping sauces. Afterwards, Gus gets brought to his hotel room and calmly settles in before walking into the connecting room, which is revealed to have Schuler and Lydia waiting for him. So quick side note, in 5 of 5 I mentioned how not only myself, but many viewers were disappointed that we didn't learn more about Gus's past in that episode considering it was titled Dedicado a Max. Well, that may have been a misdirect since now in 5 of 7 we do learn more about his past. Granted, it's not much more, but it does give some context that fueled a handful of new theories, which I discussed in my Gus Fring's Mysterious Past video that I'll have linked in the description. Sadly, this is the last info that the show ever gives us about Gus's past, with us never finding out the entire truth. The creators admitted that they considered coming up with a full Gus backstory, but didn't know exactly what they wanted to make it, and explained how they thought it'd be more intriguing to keep it a mystery. Anyways, Gus greets Schuler, who explains his worries to Gus. Find out that Schuler's been helping fund the construction of Gus's super lab, which means that halting construction due to Lalo is not only a problem for Gus, but Schuler as well. Schuler asks if they can resume construction now that Lalo's in prison, but Gus says that even though Lalo is in prison, he can still create problems for them due to being able to still call shots from the inside, as we just saw with Nacho and Mike. Gus explains how Lalo ordered his men to burn down one of Gus's restaurants, to which Lydia becomes confused as to how that's possible. Lydia then says how it's not her area of expertise, but suggests having Lalo killed in prison, which just seems to be her resolution for everything. And you know what, Lydia, you're right, but not for the reason you think. This is not your area of expertise, with Gus explaining why. If anything happens to Lalo north of the border, the cartel will assume it was Gus who orchestrated it. This implies that Gus needs to get Lalo out of prison, get him sent back to Mexico, and then have him killed south of the border so Gus won't be the prime suspect of it. Schuler says how the nightmare never ends, and that he's stressed out lately due to already investing 4.8 million euros into Gus's endeavors, and that it's a miracle he hasn't been caught. Schuler explains how at first it was a year, then 2, then 3, and now there's delays due to Lalo on top of it. Schuler says that he can't keep the funding going any longer due to being scared of getting caught, but Gus uses their past to calm him down and regain his confidence. Gus brings up Santiago and how the two of them had their backs to the wall. Gus says how he'll never forget out what Schuler did, implying that whatever Schuler did, it got them out of the horrible situation that they were in. Gus tells Schuler that he's still the same man and that he'll do what is necessary. Gus then tells Schuler to stay strong as they've come so far and are so close. Schuler agrees and the scene ends. Again, if you want to hear a larger discussion about the mysterious Santiago situation, check out my Gus Fring's Mysterious Past video. We then see Jimmy and Kim discussing real estate listings as Kim leaves for work. Jimmy gets a phone call from Mike but gives Mike a hard time for their previous phone call by holding his phone up to a blender while saying that he's in a tunnel, which is
A word, yeah. I have a word for you. Tunnel, which is where I am right now. Sorry, I can't hear you. Maybe try again later. Coming!
the same excuse that Mike gave Jimmy previously. Well, Jimmy technically said it and Mike just agreed, even though it wasn't true. Jimmy's cut off by a knock on the door, which is revealed to be Mike. Awkward. Mike lets himself in and brings up how Jimmy's representing Lalo. Mike says how Jimmy needs to get Lalo out on bail and that he represents someone who has an interest. Jimmy asks who, but Mike just says how it's someone Lalo can never know about. Jimmy says he doesn't want to take orders from someone behind a curtain, but Mike contests that it's better this way if he does. Mike admits that he knows what Lalo did as he takes out a bunch of papers, giving Jimmy everything he'll need to get Lalo out on bail. We then see Nacho breaking into a Los Pollos to burn it down, but see how he's accompanied by Gus himself. I guess if Gus is gonna let Nacho do this, Gus wants to make sure it's done right in the way that he wants. Gus turns on a gas stove while Nacho goes around vandalizing the place. Gus sets up a chicken as a timer so that the building will explode when the chicken gets heated up enough to slide into the fryer. We see an epic explosion of Los Pollos as Gus walks away, as we get a cool guys don't look at explosions cliche. Then see Tim Roberts talking to the DA as Saul walks in to give them a hard time about their private investigator, Dave Clark. This of course causes confusion between them since Dave Clark is Mike's alias that he told the librarian in a previous episode, which they have no idea about. We then see Saul in court with Lalo as Fred from Travel Wire's family walks into the room. Saul coaches Lalo on how to act towards the judge, along with having to explain to Lalo who Fred and his family are, as Lalo doesn't even know the name of the person that he killed, implying how little remorse he has for his actions. Fred's family isn't the only family in the room, however, as Saul has orchestrated a fake family to pretend to be Lalo's family as well. Saul zones out thinking about Fred's family due to feeling bad about knowing that he's about to help the person who definitely murdered Fred. I also want to point out how I love the cinematography of Saul zoning out before snapping out of it due to being addressed by the judge. Saul explains how the prosecution's key witness was coached by a PI, which is exactly what Mike did to the librarian. It's interesting how Mike originally did that to get Lalo in prison, but now that he wants Lalo out of prison, he's getting Saul to go against his actions in order to undo them. The prosecution states how, although they don't know who this PI was, they admit that an unknown party did interact with their witness, causing her to call Tim Roberts and change her statement. The prosecutor then goes on to say how this is only one small element of the case, and that they still want the court to recognize de Guzman as a flight risk, along with a danger to the citizens of New Mexico due to the extraordinary violence of the crime, along with de Guzman being a foreign national with no ties to the community. Saul argues that the librarian isn't a small part of the case as she's the only witness tying de Guzman to the murder scene. Not only that, but Saul also argues against de Guzman having no ties to the community by pointing out the fake family in the back, calling the woman his fiance, along with having 2 stepchildren. Saul pulls the sympathy card by saying how de Guzman is the only father these kids have ever known, and that they depend on him, so his family shouldn't be separated. Saul has troubles continuing his argument as he knows how immoral this is, but manages to carry on, saying how the testimony implicating de Guzman has been fabricated and that he should be granted bond. The judge accepts the argument that bond will be warranted, but explains how, considering the severity of the charges, he'll be setting the amount at $7 million cash only. The judge did this because he's trying to compromise between both sides. He recognizes that the witness was coached, so he's giving Saul the bond that he requested, but he's setting the amount to such a high number that he thinks it'll be impossible to pay. Saul starts apologizing to Lalo due to thinking that the bond amount is set impossibly high, which it normally is, but Lalo casually cuts Saul off by saying how he can do $7 million and that he needs Saul to pick up the money. Lalo says that he'll call Saul and then gets taken away. We then cut to another amazing cinematic shot of Saul that I love, which shows him creeping around the corner to spy on Fred's family as he's clearly unhappy with what he's being forced to do. Due to Saul pulling the strings to defend Lalo and get him out on bail, Fred's family won't get the justice that they deserve for Fred's murder. Jimmy gets surprised by Howard, who asks him about the job offer once more, which has become quite a meme.
So, have you thought any more about the job?
Howard means well, but it seems that Howard always tries to speak to Saul at the wrong times. First while Jimmy was waiting for Suzanne, and now while Jimmy is staring at Fred's family while in deep thought about his current actions. When Howard asks about the job offer, you can clearly tell that once again that's the last thing on Jimmy's mind. It is not only due to Jimmy honestly never even considering the job offer in the first place, but also due to everything else currently going on in his life. Jimmy was previously nice to Howard about the job offer, leading him on due to not having the heart to shut him down and tell Howard how he truly feels. Jimmy tells Howard how he's still giving it some thought, which causes Howard to retract the job offer, telling him to forget about it. Howard says how it seems like he's upset Jimmy, but Jimmy plays dumb, wondering how Howard could have upset him. Howard says, "You tell me," to which Jimmy admits that this is getting kinda weird, trying to brush off the fact that Howard is clearly onto Jimmy messing with him throughout the season.
This is getting a little weird.
I love the way that Howard says,
You want to know what's weird?
followed by saying how it's weird to offer a man a job just in return to have bowling balls thrown at his car along with prostitutes sent to his business lunch. Jimmy continues to play innocent, calling Howard unhinged. Howard tells Jimmy that he's sorry that he's in pain, clearly implying how Howard can tell that Jimmy was never able to process Chuck's death the way that he was able to. Jimmy then rubs salt in the wound once more, blaming Howard for Chuck's death, then mocks Howard for telling Jimmy how he's sorry that Jimmy's in pain. This reminds me of the season 4 scene when Jimmy went to pick up the $5K left for him from Chuck's will, while continuing to blame Chuck's death on Howard, even though Jimmy knows that it was really his fault due to messing with Chuck's insurance. Jimmy then continues to try and hurt Howard by lying to him and saying that the job offer didn't upset him, that it amused him. Jimmy implies how he feels like the job offer belittled him.
Big job at the illustrious HHM. Chance to play at the Palace. Little old me.
Howard tries saying that he was trying to do something good, but Jimmy cuts him off by saying how he has no idea what's going on. Due to Jimmy being so distraught over ruining the justice that Fred's family deserves, along with everything else going on in his life, Howard could have not bumped into Jimmy at a worse time. This, combined with Jimmy's other handful of reasons to be offended by Howard's offer, as we discussed earlier in the video during 504, causes Jimmy to publicly freak out at Howard in the most horrible, egotistical way. Jimmy then belittles Howard by saying how small Howard is compared to him. Then he lashes out on the fact that Howard said,
Jimmy. Oh, don't you fucking owe Jimmy me.
Howard starts to walk away, causing Jimmy to give him a hard time for that as well. As Howard walks away, Jimmy follows him and continues yelling at him, saying how the job offer was
too small,
and that
I don't care about it.
Clearly that's not true, since if Jimmy actually didn't care about it, he wouldn't be freaking out about it the way that he is, and he wouldn't have messed with Howard the way that he did. Jimmy's clearly letting the fact that he's now a friend of the cartel get to his head, implied by how much bigger he thinks he is now compared to Howard or Howard's job offer. This is shown by the fact that Jimmy said,
I travel in worlds you can't even imagine,
or that
you can't conceive of what I'm capable of.
As Howard walks through the metal detectors and out the door, Jimmy keeps yelling at how he's so far beyond Howard, calling himself,
I'm like a god in human clothing,
and that
lightning bolts shoot from my fingertips.
This episode ends with Jimmy snapping back to reality, realizing the public scene he just made, and awkwardly walking away as the adrenaline drains from his body. Wow, just wow, what an explosive way to end the episode. Even with an actual explosion happening during this episode, seeing the Los Pollos explode, Jimmy's explosion towards Howard is way more intense. This is why I love this show. Although there's action, violence, and explosions sprinkled throughout it, what this show really comes down to is just an incredible character drama filled with jaw-dropping moments like this one. Jimmy freaking out at Howard is definitely one of the most memorable and iconic moments, not only from season 5, but the show in general. I could watch it over and over again a million times and not get bored. I feel so bad for Howard, while at the same time still loving that Jimmy just egotistically lashes out on him by emptying out all of his emotions that he's had bottled up all season. This episode gets a strong A tier. There's just so many aspects of this episode that I love, from Jimmy and Kim getting married, to Kim calling out Kevin, to Jimmy having to deal with Lalo and getting another crossover with Mike, to Jimmy freaking out at Howard, the Los Pollos exploding, along with everything involving Gus and Schuler's past. This is an incredibly strong episode, and this season just gets better and better, which leads us to the final 3 episodes of the season. Season 5, Episode 8, Bagman. This episode starts out with a shot of a Cadillac hood ornament, but it's not the Cadillac that will become Saul's Breaking Bad vehicle. The show reveals that we're in a cartel stash house as workers fix up a Cadillac that people were shot in and most likely killed in. We then see the Salamanca twins show up to grab the $7 million in bail money for Lalo. They walk past many fancy cars along with workers counting money at various tables and eventually go into a cash vault. They load up 2 duffel bags with cash and leave. We then see the overseer of the warehouse make a call to let Bolsa know that the twins just left with a bunch of cash. After the title sequence, we see Lalo laughing at a newspaper that shows how Los Pollos was blown up just like he asked. Saul asks Lalo what's so funny, but Lalo says how he wouldn't get it, which may or may not be a possible Joker 2019 reference. Lalo explains to Saul directions on where to go in order to meet the Salamanca twins in order to pick up the money. I love how Lalo hilariously says that Saul will like his cousins and that they're quote-unquote good boys, to which Saul dismissively and sarcastically says, I bet. Saul asks why his cousins can't just bring the money all the way to Albuquerque, and Lalo explains how this whole thing has to be very low profile as he has competitors who would want to keep him in prison. Saul asks Lalo to send Nacho instead, to which Lalo says that Nacho's good for a lot of things, but implies that he doesn't trust Nacho with $7 million. Lalo then tells Saul that he's the right guy for this, referencing what Lalo said to Saul during their first conversation back in 503. Lalo then says no offense, but that Saul is a nobody and that no one is gonna look twice at him. Lalo can tell how nervous Saul is to go pick up the money and tells Saul how if this isn't his thing, it's fine and that he can get someone else to do it. As Saul goes to leave, he throws out a number that he'd do the job for, saying 100,000. Looks like Saul smartened up in regard to asking for a price equal to his worth, after only asking for $8,000 back in 503 to defend Crazy 8. Lalo says how that's a lot of money, but Saul contests that it's to bring back $7 million and how he's the best guy to do it. Saul also mentions how it's less than 2% commission. Lalo says 100K for a little drive through the desert, although Lalo is making it sound easier than it is, as we'll come to find out during this episode. What's interesting is that at this point, Saul had the option to not be Lalo's Bagman, but decided to throw a number at the wall and see if it sticks, which it does. So in a way, everything that Saul goes through during this episode is entirely on him, as he chose to do this job himself and even convince Lalo to pay him the 100K. We then see Kim arrive at home as Jimmy just finishes showering, saying how he has an early day tomorrow. Jimmy explains that he's cooking a tasty meal, but little does Kim know that it's due to this being a special occasion. Jimmy's going on a dangerous mission that he may not come back from, so this feels like Jimmy may be having his last meal, and if so, he's gonna make it a good one. Jimmy then admits to Kim that he has some business news, to which Kim asks if he's a friend of the cartel and asks if he got his cartel client bail. Jimmy explains how some evidence fell into his lap and how he was obligated to use it, Kim not even surprised, saying how she knew that Jimmy would find a way. Jimmy explains how there's a complication and starts explaining how he's gonna be Lalo's Bagman by relating it to a mundane situation where Kim once needed to drive out to a different town east of Albuquerque to get bail for her client. Kim quickly puts two and two together, asking Jimmy if he's going to pick up Salamanca's bail, which Jimmy admits that he is, although it's a lot further than where Kim drove to, along with a lot more money. Then get a small comedic moment where Kim asks Jimmy how much the bail money is, for which he says 7. Kim thinks 7,000, but Jimmy corrects her with 7 million, which is quite a leap. Kim then becomes understandably concerned that Jimmy's going to pick up $7 million of cartel money, to which Jimmy tries comforting her by calling it completely safe and that'll just be a quick drive down by the border, but that just makes it sound worse. I like how incredibly ironic it is how much Jimmy is trying to downplay the situation, especially considering the events that are about to unfold, unbeknownst to him. Kim then says the name of the episode, calling Jimmy an attorney, not a bagman, and that there's no amount of money that makes this worth it. Kim starts getting anxious, again understandably, and tries demanding that she'll go with him, which is just a hilarious, unrealistic thought. Jimmy explains how they're only expecting him, as that's the whole point, and that Lalo trusts him. Kim rightfully calls this insane, with Jimmy continuously downplaying the situation to no avail. Kim tells Jimmy how it sounds like he's talking himself into this, which I'd have to agree. Kim sternly says that she doesn't like this idea and that she doesn't want him to do it. We get some great acting by Ray Seahorn here as her voice starts to crackle up when she says this, since she's clearly worried to death about Jimmy's life. Jimmy goes against Kim's wishes and says that he'll be fine while giving her an uncomfortable and awkward one-sided hug. As we see the hug from Jimmy's perspective, the look on his face says it all. He's lying to not only Kim, but even himself as well. He doesn't know that he'll be fine and he's clearly worried, but trying to hide it from her. I really like how they wrote and directed this scene, with it not only foreshadowing the impending doom that is this episode, but also considering it feels like potentially the last time Jimmy could have ever spoken to Kim. We then cut to Jimmy staring down into the well that Lalo told him to meet his cousins at, and while Jimmy waits, he prepares himself by adjusting his tie, along with repeating "Yo soy abogado," which is Spanish for "I'm a lawyer." We get some amazing foreshadowing by seeing Jimmy's world's second best lawyer coffee mug in his car, along with him taking out his Davis & Maine water bottle bottle, wasting some of it to clean off his shoe. During my first viewing of this episode, I didn't think anything of it, but now every time I rewatch this episode, I recoil at the fact that he's wasting so much water for such a little scuff mark on his shoe, considering how dehydrated and dirty he's going to get. I really love this attention to detail. We then see the Salamanca twins drive over the horizon, and I gotta say I love a bunch of cinematic shots from this episode, including the shot of Jimmy standing in front of his esteem, waiting for them to arrive while hyping himself up. As the twins get out of their vehicle, Jimmy awkwardly says "Yo soy abogado," even though he just practiced saying it a million times, as he's clearly intimidated by them, and rightfully so. Jimmy continues to try to introduce himself as a lawyer and explain how he's there for Lalo's bail money, but no surprise here, the twins say nothing back. They just grab the 2 duffel bags of money, hand them over to Jimmy, and leave without speaking a single word. I like how when they give Jimmy the duffel bags, you can see him get visibly shorter due to how heavy the duffel bags are. Jimmy waddles back to put the money in his trunk and opens up the duffel bags, as he's most likely never seen so much cash money in his entire life.
Woof.
We then see Jimmy driving back down the dirt road as he sings an abridged version of 99 bottles of beer on the wall, but replaces the words with $7 million of cash in the trunk. I love this lighthearted sing-along as it undermines the impending doom that's about to happen. Might sound like a broken record talking about how casually this episode leads up to the shootout, but I can't help myself as that's all I'm thinking about and waiting for while going into this episode. He also checks his phone to see he has no service, classic cliche, but it makes sense here. As Jimmy keeps singing, a Jeep starts approaching behind him as a sinister score starts playing. Jimmy tries waving for the person to pass him, but they don't and just keep getting closer and closer. Jimmy approaches a big turn in the road and notices multiple vehicles driving towards him, cutting him off and stopping him halfway around the corner. Jimmy starts understandably freaking out, since he's probably now filled with adrenaline due to seeing so many armed men get out of their vehicles and approach his car. One of the men motions Jimmy to get out of the vehicle, which he does slowly. He tries speaking to them, first saying abogado again, and then mentioning how he knows what they want and that it's in the trunk. One of the men walks up to him, takes his keys, and grabs the duffel bags full of money. I also love this cinematic shot of seeing Jimmy's face in his side mirror while he's held at gunpoint as the man searches his trunk. The man checks to see that the money's all there, and then motions to kill Jimmy. As another man walks up to Jimmy with a gun, Jimmy starts pleading for his life, calling it a mistake, along with saying abogado and amigo del cartel over and over again as the gun is shoved in his face. This moment is incredibly intense, and I remember sitting on the edge of my seat with my jaw dropped while watching this whole thing. Even though we know Jimmy must survive going into Breaking Bad, I was still in fear of his life, as adrenaline was even going through my own body just watching what was unfolding. Amigo del cartel seems to be Jimmy's final notable words, that is, until the man in front of him is shot before he can shoot Jimmy. We hear the gunshot of a sniper rifle and blood splatters all over Jimmy's pink dress shirt. The man that was about to shoot Jimmy drops dead due to being shot in the neck. We then see another armed man get shot and killed, and then another and another. The rest of them take cover while Jimmy does so as well, dropping to the ground. The man that grabbed the duffel bags out of the trunk in the first place tries to grab them again and make a run for it, but he's shot dead in his tracks. Jimmy continues to cower on the ground while gunshots fly all around him, but he manages to slowly make his way to his car by crawling. We then see the tires of the vehicles get shot out, causing them to go flat so that the armed men can't escape, well, at least not easily. Jimmy sits in terror as he watches man after man get shot in the head and killed, which must be completely horrific. Not only is this the first time that Jimmy's seen someone shot and killed, being in the middle of a gunfight while fearing for your life just after you were almost shot in the face must be completely traumatic. I love how good of an acting job Bob Odenkirk does here by acting completely horrified, shocked, and filled with adrenaline. One of the final armed men gets shot while peeking around the corner to his vehicle and pulls the trigger to his gun while he falls down, accidentally shooting the hood of Jimmy's esteem. The gunfire finally stops, with everyone seemingly dead. We then hear a vehicle approaching who must be the mysterious gunman that killed everyone that was just robbing Jimmy. Jimmy probably figures that this person wants the money even more, and that the gunfight was over who gets to keep it, so Jimmy frantically tries reaching for a gun, but when he picks it up, it's empty, so he throws it back down. Turns out that there's still one armed man left as he sneaks around the red truck beside Jimmy. The man starts unloading his bullets as Jimmy recoils and takes cover once more. The man gets in the red truck and drives away, brutally running over a dead man that was right next to Jimmy, with him seeing the brutality of it all. So one man manages to escape, and the mysterious shooter walks up to execute anyone who's still alive. We don't see their face at first, but they have a familiar silver pistol. We then see the man walk up to Jimmy, but instead of shooting him, he asks if Jimmy's hit, and it's Mike's voice. Jimmy looks up and realizes that it's Mike, which explains why Jimmy's not getting executed along with the rest of them. Mike asks Jimmy if he's shot, which thankfully Jimmy isn't, and Mike tells him to get up. Mike then tells Jimmy that he's in shock and gives him time to sit there and try to calm down. The ambush shootout scene is definitely the craziest adrenaline-filled action that's happened on the show yet, which makes it not a surprise that this episode became many people's favorite up until this point. Better Call Saul is a slow burn, even more so than Breaking Bad, which is filled with action compared to Better Call Saul. Whenever something impactful happens in Breaking Bad, it already hits hard due to it being such a slow burn, but compare that to Better Call Saul and it hits even harder in this show due to the action being even fewer and far between. Since Better Call Saul is mainly a character drama, it doesn't need to focus on action, death, or explosions in order to justify tense and memorable moments. That being said, when something crazy like this does happen, it resonates so much harder due to it being emphasized as such a rare occasion. This episode is the moment that many viewers felt like Better Call Saul had finally hit the adrenaline levels of Breaking Bad, which is true in many ways, although Better Call Saul still doesn't rely on actions such as this from here on out, making this episode still just such a huge standout from the rest of the show, even after Better Call Saul is concluded. There's also many impressive cinematic shots before, during, and after the shootout. First when Jimmy has a gun in his face, then when Mike saves his life, along with many cool shots showing people in the side mirrors, whether it's Jimmy or one of the hitmen, which we see before and during the shootout. The shootout was also shot beautifully, as it perfectly captures the brutal nature of it all, which is Jimmy witnessing with his own eyes this horrific event due to being quite literally in the middle of it all. Anyways, Mike grabs the duffel bags of money and returns them to Jimmy's trunk after he notices that his own vehicle is leaking gas. Mike jumps into Jimmy's car and manages to get it to start, and then the show hard cuts to Jimmy sitting in the passenger while Mike drives them back. Mike notices how understandably shaken up Jimmy is from the shootout as Jimmy silently picks at bullet holes in his esteem. Mike tells Jimmy that he's alive and he should focus on that instead of thinking about the ramifications of what just happened. Mike tells Jimmy that he'll be okay, although it's easier said than done. We then hear the steam start to rattle as the car comes to a slow halt, with Mike getting out to check the engine, realizing that the alternator shot literally. We of course saw the moment that the alternator got shot. It was when one of the men pulled the trigger to his gun when he fell, hitting the front hood of the Esteem. I also like how we see the bullet holes in the hood to the car when Mike first gets in the car. Mike tells Jimmy to get out as Mike checks for service, but no luck. We then see Mike take off Jimmy's license plate, along with taking a tracker out of Jimmy's gas cap. This of course is the same spot that Gus had his men hide a tracker in Mike's car when they first started tailing him at the end of the season 2 finale, going into season 3. It's interesting how Mike has now adapted this tracker hiding spot for himself, using it to track Jimmy, which also explains how Mike knew that Jimmy's car had stopped due to the ambush. Back in season 3, when Mike took his car apart to find Gus's tracker, he almost didn't find the tracker in the gas cap, so I guess since it was a good enough spot to almost trick Mike himself, he figured that it would be a good enough spot for Jimmy as well. If you watch my season 3 tier list, you'll remember how Mike once checked Nacho's gas cap to see if Gus's men were tailing him. This is when Mike warned Nacho that there were more people than the Salamancas to worry about. When I discussed that scene, I mentioned how it wouldn't be the last time that Mike would do something involving a tracker and a gas cap, and this is what I was referencing. I'm unsure if Mike actually placed the tracker in Jimmy's gas cap himself, or if one of Gus's henchmen did it, but it's still a nice touch, and I love the attention to detail. Mike then gets Jimmy to help him push the Esteem into a ditch, but before they do so, Jimmy stops Mike so he can first retrieve something from the car. Jimmy goes to grab his second best lawyer coffee mug, but becomes silently disappointed as he realizes that a bullet has gone right through it. Fun fact, the coffee mug with a bullet through it was actually used as a promo teaser for these final few episodes of season 5, and we'll learn why in the next episode as it plays a major role that we'll discuss soon. So they finish pushing the Esteem into the ditch, but it gets stuck at first. Another fun fact, this wasn't actually planned while filming, with the creators worried that this would ruin the shot since they only had one chance to film the Esteem being pushed into the ditch. Bob Odenkirk and Jonathan Banks did a little improv here as they struggled to push the Esteem into the ditch, eventually doing so successfully. Another great moment of cinematography is when we get a close-up of the Esteem flipping over in the ditch, followed by Mike and Jimmy staring at it as Mike walks away, but Jimmy still stands there for a moment alone. Jimmy asks Mike if he knew all this was going to happen, to which Mike responds by saying how if he did, he would have brought more men. Mike then starts walking off in a different direction than the road, with Jimmy confused. Mike explains how since one of our men got away in a vehicle on that road, they need to get off it. We then see various shots of Mike and Jimmy baking in the heat while Mike carries his gun and Jimmy carries the 2 duffel bags. They stop for a moment to catch their breath under a tree, and Jimmy says how it was a big mistake discontinuing the $1,000 bill as it would have made the duffel bags much lighter. Apparently each bag weighs around 75 pounds, meaning that both bags weigh around 150 pounds total, which is how much $7 million actually weighs. Jimmy suggests that they take turns carrying the duffel bags, but Mike isn't having any of it. Jimmy then suggests digging a hole under the tree to leave the bags of money in, and that they'll return at a future time to retrieve them. Mike explains how they'll never find it, with Jimmy foolishly saying how he'll memorize the landmarks, which just sounds like he's in denial. Jimmy mentions the tree they're sitting under along with the hill in front of them, but Mike points out how they've walked past a dozen of trees and hillsides along the way. Jimmy stubbornly won't give up the idea and starts trying to hilariously dig a hole with his license plate. Mike says how if he somehow manages to dig a hole big enough for those 2 bags, he might as well dig a 3rd hole for himself as well. Jimmy keeps trying to dig, but Mike insists that it won't work and how he's wasting precious energy. We then get a silently comedic moment within this tragic episode, with Jimmy saying how he's almost there even though he's just barely even moved the sand around. Mike then sees the lone survivor of the shootout driving down the road and tells Jimmy to get down and hide anything shiny or reflective so the man won't see them. Not only is this a good idea, but it's also foreshadowing for the final moments in the episode, so put a pin in that for now. Mike explains how the lone survivor must be doing a grid search due to finding Jimmy's car, so he knows that they're on foot. Mike and Jimmy continue on, walking even further away from the road. I love this shot we get of Jimmy and Mike walking across the desert as we get a time-lapse of the clouds quickly moving above them, which was created using an editing trick of combining the time-lapse of the same angle with them walking. We then cut to Jimmy taking a sip of his water, with Mike telling him to conserve it, as Jimmy is almost out. Mike then sets up a system to collect water by surrounding a metal cup with weeds, followed by covering it in order to trap the moisture from weeds as they dry out. This implies that this rock formation is where Mike and Jimmy will be camping out for the night, but Jimmy wants to press on and travel during the night as it'll be cooler. Mike dismisses the idea with a comedic hypothetical, telling Jimmy that if he goes out in the desert at night, he'll break his leg in a prairie dog hole. Although this is just an example to imply how dangerous it is to traverse the desert overnight due to limited visibility, Mike confidently says this as if it's fact. Jimmy then checks his phone to see that he still doesn't have any service and asks Mike if they're even halfway there. Mike says almost, but Jimmy doesn't believe him. We then cut to nighttime as Mike gives them glow sticks to crack for some limited light, with Jimmy getting an orange glow stick while Mike gets a blue one. I love how well the colors accurately represent them, with Jimmy still have a fire burning inside him while Mike is more cold and recluse. Jimmy says how he was supposed to be home hours ago and that his absence must be making Kim distraught. Mike dismisses it, saying how she'll just think that he's out doing his own thing, but Jimmy contests this, explaining how she's gonna think that he's chopped to pieces and in some ditch, implying that Kim knows what he's really up to. Mike confronts him on this, surprised that she knows what Jimmy is really doing. Jimmy downplays this by saying how she doesn't know the details, but that she knows how he's picking up money down by the border. Mike then angrily states how Jimmy told his girlfriend what he's doing, but Jimmy corrects Mike by calling her his wife. Which is true, but still weird to hear him say, since Jimmy and Kim don't act married and never really do, so whenever they call each other husband or wife respectively in season 5 and 6, it makes me go, oh yeah, they're married. Not because I forgot that they were, but just because it doesn't seem like it, as they never really openly show their affection for each other, although they do have other more discreet ways of doing so. Anyways, Mike gives Jimmy a cold congratulations while redirecting the conversation back to its main topic. Mike wonders what Kim will do with this information, asking if she'll get so worried that she'll call the cops, maybe call her family, or tell any friends that she may have, but Jimmy denies this, saying how she'll just be worried sick. Mike is understandably concerned that Kim will go blab about what Jimmy's doing due to being worried for his life, but Kim's not a rat and is smart enough not to blab. Although Kim doesn't do anything Mike is worried about, she does take the situation into her own hands by doing something else unexpected, which we'll discuss in just a moment. Mike explains how since Kim knows what Jimmy's doing, that she's in the game now. Even though Kim isn't participating in any cartel-related criminal activity, this is technically true since Kim is aware that Jimmy is working for the cartel along with being Lalo's bagman. Jimmy denies this, saying how she's not even game adjacent. This is just due to Jimmy not wanting to admit how he unintentionally put her in danger by giving her the knowledge of what he's doing. Keep in mind how Jimmy only told Kim about the cartel client due to the agreement that they made when they got married, which was that if Jimmy didn't want to tell Kim about something, that he should. So in a way, Jimmy thought that by telling her he was doing the right thing, even though it was actually the wrong thing, as he put her in danger now as well. Anyways, absolutely love this back and forth between Jimmy and Mike, speaking about whether or not Kim is in the game. Jimmy keeps denying that Kim is, but Mike just shrugs off Jimmy's denial, knowing that she is no matter what mental gymnastics Jimmy tries saying to deny it. Mike says how they can make a fire for warmth due to the lone survivor of the shootout still possibly looking for them, so Mike pulls out a Mylar sheet to keep himself warm and offers Jimmy one. Jimmy denies taking one as it reminds him of Chuck's space blankets, something that he keeps to himself along with Mike never realizing. I also love how during one of the most traumatic experiences of Jimmy's life, he's somehow symbolically reminded of Chuck during the middle of it, a situation where again Chuck would normally be the furthest thing from his mind. The scene ends with Jimmy curling up under his blazer trying to sleep as he stares at Mike, who is a mirrored parallel of Chuck in a space blanket, a man wrapped in what looks like tinfoil, although it's for completely different reasons. Mike of course is wearing it for the practical reason that it was meant for, to keep warm, while Chuck wore it due to his deteriorating mental condition. Then cut to Kim, who as I said does end up doing something with the knowledge of what Jimmy's up to. She doesn't do what Mike expects, such as speaking to the police or telling anyone close to her the truth, but she instead decides to confront Lalo directly face to face. I love how the scene happens right after Mike and Jimmy are discussing whether or not Kim is in the game, as if her knowledge of what Jimmy's truly doing wasn't enough. Speaking to Lalo face to face about the situation definitely cements that she is, and she did it of her own accord. This is due to Kim's character being independent and always having to take matters into her own hands, even if her actions don't result in her best interests, with this time being her safety in mind. It's extremely naive for Kim to speak to Lalo, not realizing how dangerous of a man he is even if she thinks she understands. Anyways, as Lalo enters, Kim requests for Lalo's handcuffs to be taken off and the guard leaves her with him. Kim admits that she misrepresented herself as part of his legal team, which most likely caused Lalo to expect Jimmy to be back with his money when that's clearly not the case. Kim apologizes for doing that, saying how she wouldn't be there if she didn't absolutely need to be. This line kinda rubs me the wrong way, since even though Kim believes that to be the truth, in reality it's far from it. Yeah, Kim thinks that Jimmy is possibly dead, but even so, it's not wise to reveal your face to a cartel leader, along with admitting how Jimmy blabbed to her about what he was truly doing. Kim says how she knows who Lalo really is, that they have something in common, which is that he wants to know where his money is and that she wants to find Saul. Kim tries making a deal with him by saying how if he tells her where he sent Saul, that she won't alert the authorities or tell anyone, but that she'll personally find Saul and get Lalo his money. Even though Kim is dead serious in this moment, I still just find it as laughable as when Kim told Jimmy that she'd go with him originally during the beginning of the episode. It shows her confidence and bravery, yes, but also shows her naivete towards the whole situation, as if speaking to Lalo in person didn't already show that enough already. Even with that in mind, I do love this scene with Kim meeting Lalo for the first time, as I remember being extremely immersed and excited to watch this unfold the first time I saw this episode, due to just loving scenes when important characters meet each other for the first time in general. Kim is met by silence and then tries addressing him as Mr. Salamanca, but gets cut off by Lalo asking who the heck she is for Jimmy to tell her of his business. Not only is this true, but this is also ironic foreshadowing for the next episode, with Kim telling him of his business, which we'll discuss in a moment. Kim explains how Jimmy didn't betray Lalo's confidence as they're married, explaining spousal privilege. It was always obvious that Jimmy and Kim getting married due to spousal privilege would be a Chekhov's gun of sorts, but to already use it in this way is extremely intense and exciting. It's also interesting how Kim brings up how her and Jimmy are married to Lalo in the scene directly after the scene where Jimmy told Mike that they were married, giving even more of a clear parallel between the two scenes. Lalo asks for clarification that Kim is Jimmy's wife in a surprising way, as it's unexpected that someone so near and dear to Jimmy's heart would reveal themselves to him, since usually people in the game would want the direct opposite due to their loved one's safety. Due to this, Lalo most likely assumes how this is the direct opposite of what Jimmy would want, profiling the balls on Kim for doing so. Lalo then accurately assumed how Kim loves Jimmy due to being his wife, and that she got so worried about Jimmy due to him not coming home the night before that she decided to go to speak to Lalo himself. Lalo then asked Kim what makes her think that Jimmy didn't run off with his money, which is something that he was even worried Nacho would do. Kim confidently says how Jimmy wouldn't do that, which Lalo acknowledges is probably true, since he would have run off with Kim, and since she's there speaking to him, it makes the idea unlikely considering Jimmy wouldn't leave her behind. Lalo then says how he won't tell Kim where he sent Jimmy, and he tries to ease her worrying by comparing Jimmy to a cockroach, implying that he'll survive. Then he says to just wait a day or so due to the fact that if Jimmy is alive, he'll show. Kim then implies that what if Jimmy's dead, to which Lalo admits that a day's not going to make a difference. Lalo then charismatically tells Mrs. Goodman that it's nice to meet her, obviously not knowing that Kim kept her last name or what her last name even is. Lalo stands up to leave and Kim tries to stop him, clearly not satisfied with their interaction, but Lalo calls the guard anyways, concluding their conversation due to knowing that Kim can't speak of the truth with the guard there. We then cut back to Mike and Jimmy the next morning as Mike checks his little moisture trap to see what it yielded. Mike is dissatisfied with how little water is in his cup, but it's better than nothing. We then get a parallel of Mike pouring his water into his container while Jimmy takes a piss, Mike implying to Jimmy that he should save his piss in case he gets so dehydrated that he has to drink it. On the contrary, apparently drinking your own piss just dehydrates you even more due to having all the toxins that your body is trying to flush out. I'm no scientist or doctor, so this is all secondhand knowledge that I've heard, but if I recall correctly, which I might not be correct, but although the first batch of urine isn't good for you, it's still plausible, while repeat uses are more deadly than helpful. Mike tells Jimmy that he doesn't have enough water for the both of them, thus cutting to a montage of Jimmy and Mike once again walking through the desert while noticing that Jimmy is now pissed in his Davison Maine water bottle. The song to this montage is I Got The by Labor Cifre, probably pronounced that wrong, sorry about that, which I was surprised to hear because it sounds a lot like Eminem's famous song My Name Is. Fun fact, the similarity between these songs aren't a coincidence, as the Eminem song My Name Is actually sampled the song I Got The, which we heard during this montage. This may have been well known to some, but I admittingly didn't know this until the first time I watched this episode when it aired. I'm usually aware of songs that actually have sampled other songs with their beat, such as many other Eminem songs for example, but this is one that I was surprised to learn. Even though I know this now, every time I watch this montage I keep anticipating to hear Eminem start rapping over the beat, but to no avail, obviously. Anyways, I've digressed on the music enough, let's discuss the actual montage itself. We see how this adventure is clearly taking a toll on Jimmy due to him having to carry 150 pounds of money through the desert with the New Mexico hot sun beating down on him. We also get quite a few cool cinematic shots of them making their trek through the desert, along with Mike depressed about how little water he has left, contrasted by Jimmy contemplating drinking his own piss. We then see Jimmy empty a bunch of sand out of his shoe, another shot of him once again checking the self-service, and then multiple shots of him putting down the duffel bags due to them being so heavy. The montage ends with Jimmy abruptly dropping the duffel bags again, followed by a shot of Mike rationing out a bottle cap's worth of water to him, since Jimmy had most likely asked for a sip multiple times by now, even with Mike previously telling Jimmy that he didn't have enough for both of them. I like how we don't need to hear or see Jimmy asking for water from Mike, as it's most likely implied, and we don't need to see the obvious, along with this scene implying it all already. So Jimmy slurps down the small bottle cap of water as we see just how dehydrated he is by this point due to his incredibly chapped lips. Jimmy insists and begs for more, but Mike sternly declines multiple times, telling him no and pointing to Jimmy's piss bottle, which Jimmy hasn't taken a sip out of yet. Mike declares that it's time to go, but Jimmy is so exhausted that he comes up with the brilliant idea to fashion the straps of the duffel bags together to drag instead of carrying them. Mike sternly tells Jimmy that it won't work, but Jimmy says it'll work in an innocently hopeless but reassuring tone. We then see this idea backfire on Jimmy since dragging the bags through the desert ripped a hole in one of them, causing him to leave a trail of bills behind him. As we learn in the next episode, there's extra money in there due to being Jimmy's payment for doing the Bagman job, so technically Jimmy didn't need to go running after the lost bills. Since Mike pointed them out to him in the first place, he does so anyways, even though Jimmy ends up regretting it. As Mike patches up the rip in the duffel bag by placing Jimmy's license plate where the hole is, Jimmy scampers off to collect the loose bills, and he comes across one stuck in a cactus. As he goes to reach for one, he gets distracted by wanting to turn and tell Mike something, and he gets pricked in the foot, causing him to collapse and almost roll over in pain. Jimmy goes to pull the thorn out of his toe, and it's understandably extremely painful due to it being a very long thorn that's deep in his toe, with this scene being really hard to watch. I love this moment simply due to the amazing job that Bob Odenkirk does acting here, although that could definitely be said towards almost any moment of the episode or any moment of the show in general. Now as Jimmy lays down after pulling that out of his toe, he yells out that he's done, to which Mike tells him to keep his voice down. Jimmy questions what the point is, with this being his rock bottom low moment of the episode. Even throughout everything that's happened to Jimmy up until this point, as traumatic as this experience has been, Jimmy kept going with the hopes of surviving this whole ordeal. Now Jimmy has completely given up, accepting the possibility that his fate may be grim, thinking that he'll die out in the desert. Jimmy explains how loud or quiet one way or another he's gonna die in the desert anyways, and that he just wants to get it over with. Mike tells Jimmy to get up, but Jimmy refuses as everything hurts and he's so thirsty. I also love Jimmy's response to Mike telling him to drink, as Jimmy rhetorically asks what the point is, along with answering his own question that someone will just find a corpse with a mouth full of piss. Mike calmly says how that's not gonna happen, causing Jimmy to ask him how he's still going. At first, Mike says that he can't drag the money out in the desert alone, implying how he coldly only needs Jimmy to accomplish his goal to get Gus what he wants. Although this is true, it doesn't mean Mike doesn't care about Jimmy, or else he wouldn't have bothered saving Jimmy during the shootout, which was before both of their vehicles stopped working. It's true that Mike needs Jimmy to hand over the money for Lalo's bail, since he can't do it himself for multiple reasons, such as not being Lalo's lawyer, along with the fact that he can't let Lalo know that Gus is trying to get Lalo out of prison on purpose, and he doesn't want Lalo to think that anything ever happened out in the desert, but he could have possibly gotten another lawyer, and as reluctant as Mike is to Jimmy's company, I think he really does care about him, even if that's just my wishful thinking, but we'll discuss that more in the next episode. Then get a great monologue of Mike explaining it's because he knows why he's out there. Jimmy asks Mike what this is all for, causing Mike to elaborate by explaining how he has people waiting for him. They don't know what he does and they never will as they're protected, but he does what he does so that they can live a better life. Mike then admits that he doesn't care if he lives or dies as long as they have what they need. Mike then says how when it's his time to go, he'll go knowing that he did everything he could for his family. This monologue is both powerful and incredibly tragic, considering Mike's fate in Breaking Bad, along with what happens to all the money that he worked so hard to make for Kaylee and Stacy. Mike then sees the lone survivor from the shootout on the road, telling Jimmy that he's back and to stay down, which directly contrasts Mike telling Jimmy to get up multiple times. Mike then goes to sit at a vantage point to scope out the man in the truck with his binoculars and tells Jimmy that they're gonna have to wait him out. What's funny is how when Mike told Jimmy to get up, he wouldn't, and now when Mike tells Jimmy to stay down, he won't do that either. This is because Jimmy is so sick and tired of taking the long way around the desert that he'd rather risk his life to solve the problem of their threat than to keep waiting things out and going the long way. In Jimmy's eyes, he's at the end of his own mental road, so either he's gonna return to civilization by walking directly down the dirt road, or he's going to die trying. Also, my god, I absolutely love the score that plays during this moment. It's completely bone-chilling, and I love every second of it. If you want to listen to the full song yourself, it's called Too Hot for Snakes by Dave Porter as the last track on Better Call Saul's Volume 2 soundtrack, and my god, Dave Porter, you've done it again, you brilliant SOAB. Digress even further, there's a video I saw on Twitter and then later on YouTube that's a montage of 1 second from every episode of Better Call Saul, and it uses this score as the song, which just works so well. Oh, also, while scripting this part of the video, I got derailed and went on a mini Dave Porter soundtrack binge after wanting to first listen to this specific score from this scene in full, so I tweeted it out complimenting Dave Porter on the great job that he did composing it, and he responded to me. He said how he talked to Vince Gilligan and Peter Gould a lot about it before composing to make sure that he was getting the tone right, and in my opinion, he nailed it. Dave also said how he thinks that this scene doesn't get enough discussion / love for its level of importance in the series, which makes me glad that I've scripted out so much about it, so let's continue. Jimmy grabs the Mylar sheet and puts it on, giving payoff to the foreshadowing earlier when Mike told Jimmy to take off anything that'll reflect the light, along with the fact that Jimmy didn't want to put on a Mylar sheet earlier because of Chuck. Jimmy obviously does this due to wanting to be detected by the man in the truck as he's using himself as bait. Jimmy putting on his own space blanket is symbolic for many reasons, such as the few I just listed, along with having the practical use that I just explained as well, which I love so much. Speaking of the practical use, there's a really cool detail that I like during one of the shots, which shows the light glimmer off at Jimmy's space blanket as we get a wide shot of him walking along the road with Mike watching him. Mike looks over, surprised at what Jimmy's doing, but Jimmy just tells Mike to get his sniper ready. Jimmy hypes himself up while walking out onto the road, speaking to himself as he tells the man that if he wants the 7mm, he can come and get it. Mike readies his sniper and scopes in on the truck, which notices Jimmy and starts to speed up. Mike takes his first shot and misses. He then takes a deep breath, properly leads his shot as the truck approaches Jimmy, with us getting an intense shot of the truck driving up right behind him. We stay on this shot, with Jimmy praying things will all work out. We hear a gunshot and then see the truck flip out right behind Jimmy as he flinches, getting an incredibly epic shot of the truck rolling off the road. Jimmy stares at it and then crunches his face as if he's about to cry, while Mike stares at the sky and then looks down as if he's about to cry as well, with them seemingly in denial that this is all over, which is low-key how I feel every time I finish editing one of these tier list videos. Jimmy drops the duffel bags and sits down while Mike leaves his perch and walks to the truck flipped over on its side and engine is still running. Mike goes over with his pistol out to clear the truck and finish the job with his revolver, but he holsters it as he notices that the man is definitely dead. We don't see the gruesome scene that Mike does, but we just see the leg of the man awkwardly sticking out, and it's enough to imply that the deed is already done. Sadly, Mike grabs a broken carton of water, showing how it's completely destroyed from the crash, unable to salvage any. Instead of getting a fresh sip of water as a reward, Jimmy finally takes a gross gulp of his dehydrated piss, and I love the look on his face after he does so. It's a perfect mix of being grossed out and triumphant. Nothing is said between Mike and Jimmy, as nothing needs to be said. The final thing that they even said to each other was Jimmy telling Mike to get his sniper ready, which is all Mike needed to hear. The final dialogue during this episode is technically when Jimmy was walking down the road in the space blanket, hyping himself up due to using himself as bait. This episode gets a double S tier easy. What can I even say about this episode that I haven't said already? It's hands down one of the best episodes of Better Call Saul ever, along with potentially being the best episode of the show up until this point, definitely top 2 or 3. I remember the internet being in such a huge positive uproar when this episode first aired, and for very good reason. This is the most intense, action-packed episode of Better Call Saul ever, even with some shocking moments from season 6 in mind. This episode is the point where many viewers felt like Better Call Saul finally reached the levels and standards of Breaking Bad as far as high stakes, action, and intensity goes. Although many episodes of Better Call Saul focus on character dramas, such as 305 Chicanery, this episode, 508 Bagman, shows that the creators, the writers, the crew, and the actors still have it in them to create an incredibly high stakes, high action, shocking, and jaw-dropping episode. Bagman is definitely a complete banger. It's not only a high point for the show, but also a high point not only for Better Call Saul, but the Breaking Bad universe in general. This episode's rated 9.8 out of 10 on Rotten Tomatoes, while getting 100%, which is not surprising at all. Credit where credit is due, especially considering how difficult it was to film this episode. This episode was directed by Vince Gilligan, obligatory bravo Vince, and took 18 days in the desert to shoot, with the heat beating down on them the entire time. Bob Odenkirk and Jonathan Banks went on record multiple times saying how this was the most difficult episode of the show to film due to the extremely demanding conditions, and I don't blame them. Some think that this episode's overrated, but I think it deserves all the praise it gets and then some. This episode is perfectly written, perfectly acted, and perfectly shot, with so many amazing cinematic moments that it's hard to list them all off, but hopefully I did it justice by listing off a few of my favorites, along with the screenshots that I've shown during the rest of this episode breakdown. Also, the score is amazing, as you heard me say earlier. It's absolutely wild how intense this episode was, even though we all knew Mike and Jimmy had to survive due to being in Breaking Bad. In my opinion, Better Call Saul is the only show that can still make you so worried for characters that have irrefutable plot armor due to it being a prequel series, and this trend continues for the rest of season 5, along with going into season 6 for the rest of the show in general. Also, the thing is, usually when there's an episode this crazy for a show, the next few episodes to follow such a spectacle are hard to live up to the same standard, but this isn't a problem for Better Call Saul Season 5. As we jump into the final 2 episodes of Season 5, they are both masterpieces in their own rights, and here's why. Season 5, Episode 9, Bad Choice Road. This episode starts out with a montage that's a huge callback to the Something Stupid montage from 403, which the episode was named after due to being the name of the song. This time we get the Something Stupid song again, but it's an incredibly somber cover of it that I believe the creators of the show had commissioned Lola Marsh to create specifically for this episode. I already love the original song, with it being my favorite song out of the entire Better Call Saul soundtrack, but I also really love this calming and somber cover, as the artist just hums the melody instead of actually singing the lyrics. Just like 407, during this 509 montage, the screen is split down the middle, with Jimmy and Mike on the left walking through the desert while Kim waits at home on the right. Since Lalo told Kim to wait a day or so for Jimmy to return home, this is exactly what Kim is doing, hoping that Jimmy is still alive. We see her smoking a cigarette to calm her nerves, which she smokes inside the house, and that's only something that she does when she's really stressed out. I also love all the parallels between Jimmy and Kim in this montage. We see a snake on the left while we see Jimmy's goldfish on the right. Then we see Jimmy rubbing his dehydrated, crusty face as Kim splashes fresh water on her face, taking for granted the water that Jimmy wishes that he had. Speaking of water, that's immediately followed by the parallel of Jimmy drinking his own piss as Kim drinks a fresh glass of water while taking a pill. We then see Kim pacing around her apartment, walking towards the bedroom as Jimmy and Mike continue to walk through the desert. Jimmy checks his phone yet again, and the montage abruptly ends and cuts to Jimmy and Mike now full screen as Jimmy's phone beeps, indicating that he now finally has service. Jimmy, exhausted, excitingly shows Mike with what little energy he has left, and he immediately calls Kim, who comes running in from the bedroom to answer her phone. Jimmy collapses to his knees at the thought of hearing Kim's voice again after everything he just went through, and we see Kim shaking with anticipation and most likely being filled with adrenaline as well. Kim answers and says Jimmy's name in a questioning tone, then starts breaking down as she hears his voice confirming that it's him. We cut to Jimmy saying how he's okay, which is relative considering that he looks completely awful and even has a fly landing on his lips and almost crawling into his mouth. Kim holds her chest and starts crying with relief, being filled with emotions due to most likely thinking that he was dead. There's some brilliant acting by Ray Seahorn. Absolutely love this cold open. It makes me tear up every time I see Kim's reaction here as she starts crying. After the title sequence, we cut to Jimmy and Mike at a travel center, with Jimmy sitting on one of the duffel bags, watching them as he waits for Mike to return from the store. We see how they're wearing clothes from the store since they most likely wanted to change and clean up and get out of the dirty and ruined clothing that they were in, especially Jimmy considering he had blood splattered all over him. Even though they're now able to drink fresh water, they're still incredibly sunburned, dehydrated, and worn out. I like the moment of Mike putting his drink against his forehead to cool off. They then get picked up by Victor and Tyrus, with Mike nodding to Jimmy that it's okay. During their drive, Tyrus gets off the phone and informs Jimmy and Mike how they have men that drove down the road where the shootout happened, and that it doesn't look like anyone else has been down that road yet, as all the bodies and trucks are still there. Victor explains how there's a couple of flatbeds on their way to the scene to clean and cover up the shootout to make it look like it never happened. Tyrus adds how they'll be lucky if they ever find the sole survivor that followed Jimmy and Mike up until the very end of the last episode, with Mike saying how that'll have to do and how the final guy's in the middle of nowhere. Although the final guy was separated from the rest of the group, it isn't entirely true that he was in the middle of nowhere, as he was taken out by Mike on the dirt road, which I assume is the same road as the rest of the shootout, just further down. So you'd think that if they just drove down that road far enough, they'd eventually be bound to come across him, but I digress. Jimmy starts nodding off, but Mike tells him to stay awake and that they have to work on his story, which is a Chekhov's gun of sorts, as we'll see later on in the episode. We then see Jimmy bringing in 2 duffel bags of cash to the bond cashier, as he plops them on the table saying that they're for Jorge de Guzman. The cashier looks up de Guzman and stares at Jimmy surprised, since the bail is $7 million. We then cut to a team of cashiers counting out the $7 million with money counter machines, along with the DA walking in and looking pretty shocked herself over the fact that Jimmy's client has $7 million and asks Jimmy where it came from. He says it's not for him to say where his client gets his money, which causes her to ask who his client really is, but all Jimmy sternly says is Jorge de Guzman. After the cashiers are finished counting, they give Jimmy around $100K extra, which acts as his payment for the cartel for being a bagman for the bail money. Was it worth it, Jimmy? Anyways, Jimmy then asks for a de Guzman himself, and we cut to outside as Lalo walks out the door. Lalo speaks to Jimmy and says that he must have a story. This is the first instance where Jimmy tells Lalo the story that he worked on with Mike, as he explains how he had car troubles and broke down about 6 miles from the pickup site. Jimmy passive-aggressively adds how there's no cell reception out there, implying that he's not happy he had to walk all the way back, which is probably the understatement of the season considering what truly happened. Lalo asks why Jimmy didn't just hitchhike once he got back to the main road, and Jimmy says how he didn't want to risk it with $7 million in his possession. Jimmy elaborates how he also got lost for a night in the desert, but that he eventually made it back. Lalo says how it was the right call and tells Jimmy he did good. Lalo goes to pat Jimmy on the side of his arm, but Jimmy flinches in pain due to his arms being incredibly sore from having to carry 150 pounds of cash for so long. Jimmy tells Lalo not to be too happy, as the 7 mil set up a huge flare with the government and that they're now looking into Lalo's alias, admitting how he's not sure how much longer it's going to hold up for. Lalo admits with pride how by the time they figure out it's not his real name, he'll be long gone back to Mexico. Lalo then tells Jimmy not to worry as they're not done working together, with Lalo saying how they're going to do big things together in the future. This is ironic considering how still being forced to work with Lalo is what would cause Jimmy to worry, with Lalo even calling Jimmy a friend of the cartel. Nacho then pulls up to pick up Lalo, and Lalo asks Jimmy if his cousins paid him. Jimmy says yes while picking up the duffel bag to imply that the money's in there. As Lalo starts to walk away, he tells Jimmy to buy something nice for the wife, calling her a looker, which implies that he met Kim while Jimmy was away. Jimmy stutters as he's understandably confused, and Lalo elaborates how Kim came to see him while he was in prison and compliments Jimmy on being able to marry such a catch, telling him nice job and giving him kudos for being able to marry someone that far up while saying well done in Spanish. I love how charismatically kind Lalo sounds here, especially since it's low-key an intimidation/threat, with Lalo implying how he now knows who Jimmy's wife is due to meeting her face to face. Lalo's the perfect kind of guy to dish out these charismatic double-edged swords, and I'm gonna sound like a broken record here, but I really like how Lalo just steals the show every time he's on screen. We then cut to Jimmy back at the apartment with Kim as she helps him take off his shirt due to him being in so much pain. She's taken back by his injuries, telling him that he needs to go to an emergency room, but he downplays it by saying he's okay and that he, quote, cleaned up real well at the truck stop. Kim suggests that he should at least go get an IV due to being so dehydrated, but Jimmy gives another excuse by saying how he's been pounding sports drinks non-stop. Jimmy obviously doesn't want to go to the emerge due to them most likely asking questions about his injuries, along with the fact that he doesn't want any record of them. He does look incredibly sore though, with intense bruises all over his shoulders from the straps of the duffel bags that he was carrying for so long. Kim then helps Jimmy get into an oatmeal bath as Kim explains that it's anti-inflammatory and that it'll help with a sunburn. Kim then starts to wipe down Jimmy as she admits that she can't believe how he walked alone in the desert for 36 hours. It obviously makes sense that it's not believable because it's not true with Mike being there with him. Jimmy, however, is keeping this a secret from her for now, so he looks away while he says this before confirming he was by himself. Jimmy then asks Kim if there's anything she wants to tell him, giving her a chance to fess up about the fact that she went to see Lalo. This is also possibly a callback to their agreement where they told each other if there was anything they didn't want to tell each other that they have to. Kim, however, acts clueless, asking what about, and Jimmy instantly responds by saying Lalo, wanting to jump right into the topic without leading on the opportunity for her to admit it herself any longer. Jimmy asks Kim if she saw Lalo, and Kim calmly admits it, saying how other than going to the police, Lalo was the only lead that she had. I actually completely forgot that Kim ever said this, and I can't believe she did. This proves that Mike was right in his assumptions of her last episode and that she considered going to the police or even thought of it as an option. Of course she didn't, but the fact that she even listed off as an option says a lot about her ignorance and naivete towards the whole situation. Even though I may be talking down on it now, just wait until the end of the episode to see me do a complete 180 on her attitude and reasoning. Anyways, Kim says how she had to figure out what happened to him but gets cut off by Jimmy sternly telling her to stay away from people like Lalo. Kim says Jimmy's name, but Jimmy continues saying, "You don't see Lalo, I see Lalo," along with "I'm in the game, you're not in the game." Although Kim understands the first sentence, she questions what he means by this in the game business. I like how this is Jimmy realizing that Mike was right and that Kim is in the game, even if Jimmy doesn't want to admit it, is actively in denial here while trying to keep her out of it. Sorry to say, bud, but the damage is done. Not only did you tell her the truth about your criminal cartel Bagman job, but she had the incentive to go around showing her face to Lalo, putting herself in danger and cementing her as a card that can now be used against you. I also like how Jimmy admits that he's in the game, which in my opinion is a callback to not only the last episode with Mike, but all the way back to the end of the second episode of the show, episode 102, when Nacho left Jimmy his number and says, quote, "For when you figure out you're in the game." Back then, Jimmy promised Nacho that he wasn't in the game as Nacho walked out, clearly in denial about himself being in the game, but now, Jimmy is clearly admitting that he is, while also now being in denial about Kim's association. Also, the fact that Kim admits how Lalo was the only lead she had and that she had to figure out what was going on further shows her independence and strong-willed proactiveness to always take matters into her own hands. Kim tries saying how it was perfectly safe, which is kind of a contrast to Jimmy telling Kim last episode that his Bagman job was completely safe. In both instances, both situations were not safe. Kim says how she was surrounded by guards and it was just like any lawyer visiting a client, but that's besides the point. Jimmy isn't worried of what Lalo could have done to her during their meeting. He's worried of what could have happened to her after the fact that he knows who she is. Kim says how worried she was about him, but Jimmy returns this by saying how he's worried about her. Jimmy then admits how when he was out there, he didn't think he was going to make it and that he was so close to giving up, but the only thing that kept him going was knowing that she was there waiting for him. It's also just the fact that she felt like she had to do something, as if nothing wasn't an option, even though that's exactly what she ended up doing anyway due to her confrontation with Lalo, resulting in him telling Kim just to wait it out, which she should have done in the first place instead of ever confronting Lalo about her concerns. Kim agrees that she won't see Lalo again, but oh boy, foreshadowing much? You don't see Lalo, Lalo sees you. Anyways, Kim asked that after all of this, was it worth it? Which I got a chuckle out of as I rhetorically asked that about Jimmy earlier while scripting this video, not remembering that Kim actually asked him that now. Instead of giving a direct answer, Jimmy tells Kim to go look in the bag, wanting Kim to look at how much he got paid for the job. So Kim goes to look inside the bag, but doesn't focus on the money as something else catches her eyes. She notices the world's second best lawyer mug that she gave Jimmy at the beginning of the season now has a bullet hole through it, implying how there's more to Jimmy's story out in the desert than he's telling her. Jimmy must have to forgot it was in there, as he wouldn't have told her to go look inside the bag otherwise. Jimmy calls out asking if she sees it, and she says yes, although they're both talking about two entirely different things. Jimmy then says that that's what it's all about, again having a double meaning. This is why the bullet hole through the coffee mug was such a big deal, along with it being foreshadowing from 508 that pays off multiple times during 509, with this just being one of them. The scene ends with Kim walking back into the bathroom as the shot lingers on the bag, implying its importance for later. I love how this is the way that Kim finds out that Jimmy was shot at, and every time I see the mug with a bullet hole through it, I can't help but think back to that non-canon promo video released on social media during 508 and 509, hinting at this reveal, along with another key moment at the end of this episode and just the shootout in general. Also, the score that plays during this moment of Kim looking at the bullet hole is perfect, along with a great cinematic shot of her eyeball going through the bullet hole as well. We then cut to Mike speaking to Gus at Los Pollos as he explains the hitmen who were ordered to kill Jimmy. Mike explains how there were 6 men in 3 vehicles and that they were heavily armed. Mike elaborates how he assumes they followed the Salamanca twins from Mexico, trailing the money but not wanting to take them on. Mike then mentions how they had tattoos, saying how they looked like the same symbols that he recognizes from a Colombian gang during a job back east when Mike was still a cop. Mike then draws the symbol for Gus, causing Gus to realize that the men were hired, and he calls Bolsa. We cut to Bolsa playing a golf simulator and answers the phone to Gus, bringing up the good news, implying how Lalo is out of prison for a hefty fee. This of course is code for bad news, as Gus assumes that Bolsa hired those hitmen to steal the bail money to try and keep Lalo in prison. Gus elaborates how Lalo is going back to Mexico, and Bolsa responds by saying all will return to normal, as he hopes that Gus's bad luck will now be behind him. This is also code for Bolsa hoping that Gus will be able to resume his operations accordingly due to Lalo going south, meaning that he won't be in Gus's hair anymore, causing troubles for him. Gus and Bolsa then say their farewells and end the call. Gus tells Mike how he just spoke to the man responsible for the attack, and Mike asks if it's someone they need to worry about. Gus explains how Bolsa was trying to protect his own business by protecting their business. Mike gives a comedic line rhetorically saying,
"If that's him trying to help."
Since Bolsa unknowingly did the exact opposite. Bolsa thought that Gus wanted to keep Lalo in prison and did this in order to try and help him, but Bolsa was unaware that keeping Lalo in prison was useless due to Lalo still being able to call the shots from the inside. Bolsa was also unaware of Gus's true plans, which were to get Lalo out of prison so he can kill Lalo in Mexico in order to make Lalo's death not look like his fault. It's just hilarious how Bolsa was trying to keep Lalo in prison to help Gus, although Gus was not only the one who got Lalo into prison, but was also the one actively behind the scenes trying to help Lalo out of prison for his own ulterior motives. Not to mention the fact that Bolsa almost got Jimmy killed, and Mike, along with causing all that pain and suffering, and both Mike and Jimmy having to walk through the desert last episode due to Gus having Mike protect the Bagman to assure that Lalo would get his bail money. Anyways, Gus admits how Bolsa knows nothing of what they're truly trying to accomplish, obviously, and then says how once Lalo is back in Mexico, their actions to take him out must be perfect and beyond suspicion without anything that could link back to them. Mike stands up to leave, but stops in his tracks, with Gus catching on that there's something Mike wants to say. Mike brings up Nacho and states how he wants out of the game. Mike vouches for Nacho, saying how he's done everything they've asked so far and that he's held up his end, so it's time to cut him loose, making the case that once Lalo is dealt with, they'll have no use for him. Gus, however, still has uses for Nacho and sees him as a valuable asset to control the opposition, even with Lalo out of the picture. Mike argues that if Nacho disappeared, that the Salamanca operation would fall apart, which isn't true, as they just put someone else in charge, and also Tuca will get out of jail eventually, right? They've done it before, and they'll most certainly do it again. I'm on Nacho and Mike's side here, but I'm just saying. Gus takes a pause and then says that Vargas stays, but in a confident way, as if it's a resolution that Mike wants to hear. Gus explains how it's better to control the opposition without their knowledge, but Mike calls out Gus for having a gun to Nacho's father's head, and how that doesn't sit right with him. Mike then says how if Gus wants to keep Nacho for the long haul, that he doesn't think fear is a good motivator. This is really interesting how Mike says this to Gus during the prequel show, since during Breaking Bad, Gus says the exact same thing to Mike, with Mike being the aggressor, implying how their viewpoints have swapped by the time the events of Breaking Bad happens. Anyways, what Gus says here as a response is completely ruthless. Gus says how a dog who bites the hand of every owner that he's had can only be disciplined with a firm hand or put down. Although I obviously don't agree with Gus threatening Nacho's father or putting Nacho down, Gus does make a good point since Nacho has fought against every Salamanca boss that he's had. Nacho first went against Tuco, then Hector, and now Lalo. With Tuco, it was due to self-preservation. With Hector, it was due to his father's life potentially being in danger since his father didn't want to work with Hector. And with Lalo, it's because Nacho wants out of the game, but Gus is controlling him by literally putting his father's life in danger. Kind of ironic how every time Nacho tries getting out of the game, his situation just keeps getting worse and worse, not only due to the replacement Salamanca bosses that he's dealing with becoming worse and worse, but also his threat level in general. The next scene, we see Nacho outside his house on the phone with Tyrus late at night, telling him about Lalo's next moves. Nacho says how Lalo is taking care of the business that night, saying goodbye to Hector the next day, and then he wants Nacho to drive him south to drop him off for someone to pick him up and take him across the border. Nacho then asks if Lalo's gonna be done being trouble for them once he's back in Mexico, but Tyrus hangs up on him before telling him to just do what he's told and to not worry about it. We then jump to the next morning with Jimmy meeting Kim in the kitchen for breakfast. Jimmy says how he can take care of himself, but Kim mentions how she already called in sick, so he's stuck with her. Kim starts using the orange juicer, causing Jimmy's PTSD at the events of Bagman to trigger due to the loud noise. Because of this PTSD triggering scene, it's the only thing I can think of whenever I see the orange juicer being used in earlier episodes, which I alluded to in previous Better Call Saul tier lists. Anyways, this scene clearly shows how Jimmy isn't okay, and he's not so ready to take care of himself like he just said. I also really like the editing and cinematography done with the orange juicer to show just how much it's bothering Jimmy, especially with some of the orange splattering on Kim's shirt, reminding Jimmy of the blood that was splattered on his. Then see Jimmy soaking his feet while he sits and watches TV with Kim. And notice how half of Jimmy's big toe is black due to the cactus pricking him in the previous episode. Jimmy asks Kim if she's sure she doesn't need to go into work, and she just mentions how they should have a day without drama for once, which Jimmy agrees. I actually agree too, but sadly that's not the way this episode's gonna go down. As they watch TV, they watch a 1940s movie called His Girl Friday, which is apparently about a man named Walter jealous over his ex-wife Hildy becoming engaged to another man, Bruce, according to a quick Google summary of the plot. During this scene, we hear dialogue of Hildy speaking to her new fiance Bruce about her ex Walter. Bruce tells Hildy that 10 minutes is a long time to be away from her, with her responding how she can stand being spoiled and that her ex very rarely ever spoiled her. The movie may have been chosen just as a stock option from the list of films that the Better Call Saul creators are allowed to use in the show without any copyright issues, but it definitely speaks to Jimmy and Kim's relationship along with current events. Telling Hildy how being away from her for 10 minutes feels like a long time could not only be referencing how it must have felt for Jimmy to be away from Kim while out in the desert and vice versa, but also potentially referencing and contrasting how Jimmy is going to purposely go into work in order to keep his mind busy and get away from doing nothing with Kim. Jimmy and Kim are also seen watching old black and white movies many times, such as Ice Station Zebra in Season 2, To Kill a Mockingbird in Season 5, along with another film in the middle of Season 6 that we'll discuss more about when we get to it, and probably more I'm not mentioning. Anyways, Jimmy is noticeably uncomfortable with not doing anything, to which he answers a phone call about a client and uses it as an excuse to go into work. Kim tells Jimmy that he can barely walk and should get a continuance for his client, but Jimmy insists on leaving. Kim then politely confronts Jimmy on the fact that he's lying about what happened in the desert, but doesn't mention how it's because she saw the coffee mug. She then comforts him on the fact that this isn't about the agreement that they made to tell each other everything when they got married, as she's not insisting or forcing him to tell her. Kim says how she just wants him to know that she's there for him and that she won't judge him if he ever does decide to tell her. Jimmy tells Kim that she's right and that something did happen in the desert, but only gives a half-truth, admitting how he had to drink his own piss. He says how that's it, still clearly reluctant to tell her the whole truth, and she can definitely tell that he's still holding out. Jimmy says how he will recover and that they never need to mention this again, although that's definitely just a cover-up to try and make sure that Kim never asks him again if there's more to the story than that, even though Jimmy's just trying to pretend to be embarrassed about drinking pee. Jimmy leaves, causing Kim to go into work after all. She gets told by one of her associates, Marcy, that her main assistant, Steph, who we've heard about multiple times and we've seen briefly on camera, handled things quite well during the short time that Kim was absent. Kim goes into her office and starts writing letters to a planning board, but she gets distracted by looking at her Mesa Verde trophies, along with looking at a framed photo that she has of her with one of her pro bono clients, realizing what she truly values doing, which is helping pro bono clients, even though she's accomplished so much and makes so much more working for Mesa Verde. Kim then asks to speak privately to Rich in his office, and we don't hear the dialogue, but it's implied how this is where Kim quits her job. When this episode first came out, I did a whole 20 to 30 minute video on why Kim quit her job, and I also discussed it a bunch during my recent Kim's Bad Choice Road video, which I'll have links to both at the end of this video and or in the video description. Anyways, before Kim leaves, she asks Marcy to copy all her pro bono files and send the originals to her place, along with boxing up her diplomas and photos. Marcy wonders if they're moving offices, but Kim just says not to worry and that she's talked to Rich and that she'll be assigned another partner. It hasn't been revealed that Kim quit her job yet. This leaves the viewers to infer why Kim is saying this, just like Marcy, which is the implication that Kim has quit her job. I like how they just hint at it at first and don't reveal it fully until later when Kim speaks to Jimmy back at the apartment. Kim then gives Marcy the keys to her company car and goes to leave, but doubles back to her office to grab her Zafiro Añejo bottle stopper. This of course is the bottle stopper that she kept with her ever since she first got it due to her first con with Jimmy in the season 2 premiere, and we saw her staring at it during season 4. This implies that the two things that Kim truly cares about are her pro bono clients and conning with Jimmy, or Jimmy in general, with her eventually using one to try and accomplish the other, which again I discussed more in detail during my Kim's Bad Choice Road video, but warning the fact that video has season 6 and series finale spoilers in it. We then see Lalo giving his goodbyes to Hector, explaining how cops will go crazy looking for him in a few months. Lalo then says how after a year or so, the heat will die down, just like it apparently always does. Although I may agree with this in some instances, such as the Salamanca twin shootout from season 4, I'd have to disagree in cases such as Lalo's, where the government will be on the lookout for his face specifically, even without knowing his name. Anyways, Lalo explains how until the heat dies down, Nacho and the other guys will take care of anything that Hector needs. Lalo can tell that Hector is upset, tells him not to act that way as there's still a ton of moves to make against Gus. Lalo explains how once he's back in Mexico, he'll have Don Eladio's ear and that he'll make sure Eladio is sick at Gus. Lalo also says how Tuco gets out of prison in 11 months and that he'll run the Salamanca business, which makes sense since that's exactly what we see Tuco doing when we're first introduced to him in Breaking Bad Season 1. Lalo admits that Tuco is a hothead when he's on drugs, but that they'll make sure someone is watching him to make sure he'll stay clean, which sadly never comes to fruition as Tuco is definitely wired on drugs during Breaking Bad Season 1 and 2. We then get a hilarious moment where a nurse comes to take Hector away, explaining how they're bringing birthday cake out for one of the elders along with singing him happy birthday, and says how Hector doesn't like to miss them. That's quite the assumption to make a Hector, considering how the truth is probably the exact opposite, showing how out of touch the nurses are with Hector in general since he can't speak. Also, since Hector can't speak, it's not like he's singing along happy birthday, and he wouldn't want to even if he could. Must be torture for him just to have to sit there and hear everyone else sing, which we see in just a moment. Lalo comically tells the nurse,
"Yeah, could you give us a minute, please?"
implying that Hector doesn't care and that their current conversation is more important, which is kind of ironic since all Lalo says is family is everything and then he leaves like 2 seconds later. As Lalo leaves, Hector gets wheeled over to everyone singing happy birthday, and we see one of the nurses put a birthday cone hat on Hector's head while he sits there and cringes at everyone singing. I love the juxtaposition of how this is supposed to be a happy moment when in reality it's torture for Hector, and Lalo sadly stares at the state of living that Hector's in along with what he has to put up with. Lalo then goes out to Nacho's car and tells Nacho to drive him to the border. As they leave Casa Tranquila, it's revealed that Victor is following them with a tracker. We then cut to Saul's day at work, which is going completely terrible. Saul just lost a case against Oakley, even though the odds were heavily stacked in his favor. Oakley rubs in his victory as he's surprised that Saul lost the case, as Oakley admits that he thought for sure he was going to lose. This is also incredibly ironic considering Jimmy's excuse to Kim to leave the apartment and go into work was to help his client, when we find out he actually lost the case. Saul tries walking away, but Oakley continues to berate him with rubbing in the fact that Saul lost, even to the point that Saul tries to escape Oakley by going into the stairwell, just for Oakley to comedically pop his head up against the window and to continue giving Saul a hard time from the other side of the door. Of course, Saul is off his game due to still being messed up from what happened out in the desert, but Oakley obviously doesn't know that and is just innocently trying to give Saul a hard time for having an off day. I love this Oakley scene. It's always great to see him, but this is definitely one of the highlights for me out of the many Oakley moments on the show. I especially love the line of Oakley telling Saul that he'll have to change his name again, since he obviously already has.
It's so embarrassing. You'll probably have to change your name again.
Saul then goes outside and gets in Mike's car as it's revealed that Saul called up Mike to speak to him. This conversation between Jimmy and Mike also ends up being incredibly important for the rest of the show. So this is the first time that Jimmy and Mike have seen each other since the events out in the desert have transpired, with Jimmy speaking to Mike about his PTSD. As Jimmy gets in the car, he stays silent, to which Mike says how he can start talking anytime. Jimmy mentions how Mike previously told him that his trauma will eventually goes away, and he asks Mike how long that'll take. Mike says how it's different for different people, causing Jimmy to ask how long specifically for himself. Mike then gives one of two important and iconic monologues during this scene, both of which I love a lot. The first is Mike telling Jimmy that one day he'll wake up and go about his day, then eventually realize that he hasn't thought about the traumatic events in the desert at all. Once Jimmy has that realization, he'll accept the fact that it's possible to forget. This can both be good and bad advice depending on who you give it to, but to be honest, Mike just says this because he doesn't know what else to say. This is also in reference to a season 4 scene with him and Stacy when they're at a support group meeting. Stacy talked about how one day she went the majority of it without thinking about Maddie and worried that she'd eventually forget him entirely. She admits that sounds kinda silly, but she is worried that she'll forget what he looked like or how he sounded. Jimmy then asks Mike about him, along with the fact that what happened in the desert doesn't seem to bother him. Mike says how he wasn't okay with them wanting to steal the $7 million, along with the fact that they wanted to shoot Jimmy in the head. The fact how it was Mike and Jimmy or them makes Mike not feel guilty over killing them, along with the fact that they were in the game, implying that they knew what they signed up for and that death was a knowing possibility. Jimmy then counters this notion by asking if Fred from Travel Wire was in the game, since Jimmy clearly still feels bad for helping Lalo get out of prison for murdering an innocent man. Mike admits that Fred wasn't in the game and how there was a lot wrong with what happened to him. Jimmy states how Lalo killed Fred and wonders what it was for. Jimmy's baffled by everything they've gone through to help Lalo get out of prison and avoid being charged for murder, highlighting how immoral it all is. Mike says how it's not the end of the story, and Jimmy asks him to elaborate, wondering if Mike is implying that Lalo will be killed. Mike states that he didn't say that, but he also doesn't deny it. Jimmy wonders what he's gotten himself involved with, but Mike cuts Jimmy off with the second iconic monologue of the scene. Mike explains how everyone makes their choices, and that those choices put them on a road. This implies that people pave their own path, and how their paths wind up having good or bad fates depending on the good or bad decisions that someone makes. Mike elaborates how no matter how small certain choices are, that they put you on a road. He adds how you think about getting off, but you end up back on it. This implies how people reconsider the choices that they've made and they want to change and make better choices, but that's hard for people to change, and they usually always eventually revert back to their original nature. It's a huge philosophical question on whether people can ever change or not, with the potentially ignorant cliche of people never change, which we all know Chuck believed, for example. Regardless, Mike explains how it's hard to get off the road that you've paved for yourself, even if you try. Mike then says how the road that they're on led them out in the desert, along with everything that happened there, and straight back to where they are now. Mike concludes by saying how nothing can be done by that, which implies that you can't change the past no matter how badly you wish you could. It seems to be Mike's viewpoint in general as well, since this reminds me of Mike's conversation with Jesse during a Breaking Bad flashback at the very beginning of El Camino, the first scene actually, where Mike tells Jesse that making things right is the one thing you can never do. Mike asks Jimmy if he understands what he's trying to tell him, but all Jimmy says in response is that he can't believe how there's over 1 billion people on this planet, and the only person he can talk to about his trauma is Mike, and then Jimmy leaves. This implies that not only did Mike's advice not help Jimmy feel any better, but that Jimmy would rather talk to anyone else but him. That being said, what Mike says does end up sticking with him. I love the way Bob Odenkirk is playing Jimmy throughout this whole conversation, from wondering about his trauma going away to feeling bad about Fred, along with being genuinely curious as to what the larger picture of it all is. Although Mike sometimes doesn't know what to say since he's cold and usually a man of few words, he is fairly wise considering everything he's been through during his lifetime. So even if the heart-to-heart conversation that he tries having with Jimmy doesn't help Jimmy much, Mike's words are still deep and have a lot of meaning and truth to them. We then cut back to Nacho and Lalo as Nacho drives Lalo out to the drop-off spot, which we quickly realize is down the same road that Jimmy went in 508, due to them arriving at the same well that Lalo told Jimmy to go to, where the Salamanca twins gave Jimmy the bail money. I love the cinematography of Nacho and Lalo getting out of the car and standing in the desert together. It's just a great shot. Nacho asks Lalo if he wants him to wait with him, and Lalo says nah, that Nacho can go as his ride will be there. Kinda crazy how Lalo says this, just having so much confidence that the Salamanca twins will be there to pick him up, since he's essentially telling Nacho to leave him out in the middle of the desert without a vehicle, and we all know how bad it was for Jimmy and Mike to walk all the way back. Granted, they had to take the long way due to needing to stay off the road, but still, it just once again shows how the Salamancas truly believe that family is everything, with Lalo knowing that he can depend on his cousins to arrive when they say they will. Lalo tells Nacho that he'll be in touch and praises Nacho for blowing up a Los Pollos, saying how they're gonna do more. This answers Nacho's question that he asked Tyrus on the phone the night before when Nacho asked if Lalo wouldn't be a problem anymore. This is because what Lalo says implies to Nacho that regardless of where Lalo is, if he's in prison or south of the border, he's still able to order Nacho and the rest of the Salamanca business to cause trouble for Gus. Nacho goes to leave, but then we get a menacing score that starts playing as Lalo is clearly beginning to think about something. We then see Lalo hop back in Nacho's car, telling Nacho to take him slowly back up the road 6 to 7 miles. Nacho asks why, but Lalo just tells him to do it. This is because Lalo is starting to put the pieces together about Jimmy's cover story not adding up, since Jimmy told Lalo how his car broke down and was totaled, which is the whole reason why Jimmy had to walk all the way back to civilization. Lalo wonders where Jimmy's car is, since he didn't see it during his initial drive down the road with Nacho, along with the fact that Jimmy never ended up reclaiming the car with a tow truck or something, implying that he left it out there. We then see Nacho and Lalo drive around the corner where the shootout happened, and it's completely empty, showing that it was cleaned up. But Lalo notices something and tells Nacho to let him out. Lalo walks up to the ditch and finds Jimmy's car flipped over and in the ditch. Lalo then leaps onto the car, which you can add to the list of the rarely unrealistic things that happen on this show, right next to Lalo crawling through the travel wire roof, along with Nacho leaping across rooftops. Side note, if you want to see me do a video in the future breaking down the most unrealistic moments of the show, let me know. Lalo inspects Jimmy's destroyed car and notices bullet holes in it, not good. I also feel like Jimmy picking at the bullet hole to his vehicle door in 508 could have been foreshadowing to Lalo discovering the same bullet hole in 509. Lalo then climbs out of the ditch and tells Nacho to drive him back to Albuquerque. Nacho wonders what about the twins who will be there at the well to pick Lalo up soon, but Lalo just says that he'll send them a message and that they need to go now. We then see Kim arrive back at home later that evening and she sees Jimmy laying in bed. Kim tells Jimmy that he can still go to the doctor, but Jimmy says he's fine and that he just needs to eat food. Jimmy then asks about Kim as she seems worried. Kim says how she has big news, but that it can wait. Jimmy presses about it, asking if it's good news. Kim says that it is, although that's relative, to which Jimmy wants to hear it. Kim admits that she quit Schweikart and then she gave up Mesa Verde, but undermines it by saying that they should go get food. As Kim walks to the kitchen, Jimmy follows her, clearly concerned, asking if anyone said something to Rich about what they did. Kim says no and that it just felt right, elaborating how she kept pushing Mesa Verde away to do a pro bono work and how when Jimmy was missing out in the desert, Kim didn't know what happened and thought Jimmy was dead, so it made her realize what was and wasn't important in her life. Jimmy gets a phone call but ignores it as he wonders why she threw everything away after busting her ass for it. Of course, that's not the only thing, as Jimmy messed with the Mesa Verde numbers at the end of season 2 to get Kim Mesa Verde, which was one of the first main dominoes to fall that caused everything between Jimmy and Chuck that happened in the end of season 2 and then in season 3 that led to the chicanery episode along with eventually Chuck's death. Kim argues that she didn't throw it all away as she sees working with Mesa Verde and Schweikart as an achievement, but that it didn't make her happy. Jimmy tries backpedaling her final decision by saying how it's been a rough few days and that she should call Rich to tell him that she's still thinking it over. Kim admits how she already talked to Rich and then called Paige, and that they had a very long conversation about it and that it's done. Kim then says how she spent the rest of the afternoon down at the courthouse working on pro bono cases without Mesa Verde hanging over her head and how it was the best afternoon she's had in a long time. Jimmy sympathizes that pro bono is wonderful, but then admits how pro bono means no money, asking Kim what her financial plans are here moving forward. Kim says she doesn't know and that she'll figure it out, possibly foreshadowing the plan that she decides by the end of the season finale. Jimmy says how he understands leaving Schweikart as a bunch of stuffed shirts, as he puts it, but questions leaving Mesa Verde, comparing it to leaving the Yankees to play amateur ring toss. Kim argues that she's leaving something that makes zero difference in the world to help people who are actually in need, but Jimmy just calls it a bad idea. This is where Jimmy paraphrases the advice that Mike told him earlier, implying what Mike told him actually did stick with him. Jimmy explains how we all make choices and those choices put us on a road, and the road has good and bad choices and that this is a bad choice road, which the episode is named after. Note how Jimmy paraphrasing Mike's advice is actually what gives us the bad choice road saying, since Mike actually never said that originally. Kim doesn't understand what Jimmy is trying to explain, with Jimmy trying to elaborate how bad choices lead to bad roads that lead to bad places. As Jimmy is explaining this, he gets another phone call but mutes it. Kim then says how when Jimmy decided to be Saul Goodman, she didn't get it and still doesn't, but she stood by his decision, implying how he should do the same with her. Kim says how she's not changing her identity, she's just leaving a job. Jimmy says how what he did was completely different as he was leaving failure for success, implying how Kim is doing the exact opposite, which she doesn't appreciate. Kim explains how it's not different as he made a decision that he believed was right for him, and that she wants him to give her the courtesy of believing that this is right for her. Jimmy then proclaims that he's giving her a reality check that this is too far too fast. Kim stands her ground and becomes defensive by throwing it back at Jimmy, telling him that it's none of his business. They then hear a knock on the door and Jimmy gets a phone call again and finally answers, revealing it's Mike. Mike tells Jimmy to listen to him and to put the phone down but leave it on so he can hear. Jimmy questions to hear what, but Mike just yells at Jimmy to do what he says and to put the phone down somewhere it can't be seen, as we cut to Mike speeding in his car. While this phone call is taking place, Kim goes to look at who's at the door, and then she says Jimmy's name in a concerning manner. They open the door to reveal that Lalo is there, as he gives a charismatic greeting asking if he can come in, but just walks in anyways before they can answer. Saul tells Lalo how he thought Lalo would be down south enjoying his freedom, but Lalo says how he has some business to attend to, along with looking at Kim, telling her that he told her so, that Saul would be back. Lalo compliments their apartment and Saul offers him a beer, but Lalo just ignores him while tapping on the glass of the fish tank. Saul starts to tell Lalo not to tap the glass, which is a well-known thing about fish tanks, but he hesitates mid-sentence as he realizes they shouldn't be telling Lalo what to do. Lalo then sits on the couch with his gun revealed as he gives them a big grin. There's just another amazing example to show how charismatic Lalo is, but that under his big smile, he has big razor-sharp teeth like a shark. Saul tries to remove Kim from the situation and from danger by saying how if they want to talk, they can, but that Kim was just stepping out. Lalo comedically tells Kim that she can stay while mentioning how she's part of the legal team, referencing how Kim got herself involved in this situation by misrepresenting Lalo's legal team last episode to speak to him in prison. Lalo then tells them to relax and sit down and that they're just gonna talk. Saul reluctantly agrees and they both sit down. Lalo then cheerfully and politely asks Saul to tell him what happened when he picked up the money and walk him through it. Saul questions how Lalo wants Saul to tell him what he told him already, and Lalo agrees, so Saul reiterates his story, talking around the shootout by explaining everything else except the main event that he's hiding from Lalo. Saul explains how he picked up the money from the twins at the well where Lalo told him they'd be, and that driving back, his car crapped out about 6-7 miles from the pickup site, that since there was no cell service, he walked north through the desert through the night while taking a break to sleep for a short while. Saul continues saying how in the morning he walked again until he made it to a truck stop. He then went to the bathroom and cleaned up, bought some clothes, called a cab, delivered the money, which took a few hours, then he saw Lalo getting released. During this explanation, Kim stares at Lalo, studying whether or not Lalo will be satisfied by this explanation, and as Saul finishes, Lalo looks over at Kim, implying how he's not. Lalo politely tells Saul to tell him again, but when Saul questions the request, Lalo says the same thing once more, this time in a more sinister manner.
Tell me again. What? Tell me again.
Lalo is clearly trying to get Saul to repeat his story over and over again until Lalo either notices a flaw or discrepancy between Saul's repeated stories, or until Saul cracks under pressure and reveals what he's hiding. This is an incredibly tense intimidation tactic, and Lalo saying "tell me again" has become an iconic line. Back in my season 3 tier list when Mike sent Jimmy to Los Pollos to spy on Gus's Bagman, I mentioned how Mike saying "tell me again" was giving me traumatic flashbacks to something that's said later on in the show, and this is what I was talking about. The score that's playing during this intimidation scene also fits great, as it's just so menacing and perfectly highlights the ominous tones of the conversation due to the info that Saul is holding out from not only Lalo but even Kim as well. Lalo and Kim both know that there's more to the story due to Kim noticing the bullet hole in his coffee mug, along with Lalo noticing the bullet holes in his vehicle. Will Saul crack under pressure and admit it? Saul repeats his story once more, except this time clearly under more duress than the last time. He knows he's being intimidated and throws in details such as calling the twins fine gentlemen, along with explaining the same thing in different ways. For example, the first time Saul said how his car broke down about 6-7 miles away from the pickup spot, well this time he says that his car broke down after 10 minutes. Saul adds how he was afraid to hitchhike due to how much money he had. Saul can tell that Lalo isn't buying his story the same way that Kim didn't, so he ends up telling Lalo the same excuse that he told Kim, which is that he had to drink his own piss due to running out of water. Just like how Kim didn't believe that that's the only info Saul was holding out on her, neither does Lalo, although he does laugh at it. Plus, now Saul has proven to Lalo that he is indeed skipping over details, leading Lalo to believe that the more he gets Saul to repeat the story, the more Saul will let slip up. I love how Lalo just menacingly sits there and allows Saul to tell the story of what happened over and over, while waiting for Saul to finish each time, while knowing that Saul is skipping over important details that Lalo is trying to fish out of him, instead of, say, interrupting Saul and directly confronting him about what he's not telling him. Lalo says how he just wants to hear the story, which is ironic since he's now heard it multiple times, with Lalo of course knowing that he hasn't yet heard the full story once. Kim interjects that this is exactly what he told her, even though she knows he never told her the full truth either. Lalo shushes Kim and says once again that he'd just like to hear the story, as he paid a lot of money for it, so he thinks he can hear it as much as he wants. Lalo then stands up and goes to tap on the glass of the fish tank again, this time without Saul telling him to stop, which implies how Saul now realizes the power dynamic in the room, not daring to tell Lalo what to do again. The long silences while the score plays in between Lalo telling Saul to repeat his story over and over again builds up so much tension, as Lalo could potentially kill either of them at any moment, since you never know when he's gonna drop the charismatic attitude and turn into the truly sinister monster and ruthless killer that he is. Kim knows that this isn't gonna end well if she does nothing, as Lalo continuously asks Saul to tell him again, with Saul breaking more and more every time he does so. When we hear Saul tell the story a third time, we see a shot of a cell phone, reminded that Mike is listening in. We then cut to a sniper scope aimed at Lalo through the apartment window, revealing how Mike is watching them through his sniper. Of course, Mike doesn't want to kill Lalo since it's north of the border and Gus will most likely be blamed, but it appears that Mike cares enough about Jimmy and Kim that he's willing to risk compromising the fact that Lalo's death will reflect badly on Gus in order to save their lives. As Saul tells the story again, he stands up and starts walking towards Lalo, and after he finishes telling the story for a third time, he says how he doesn't know what the problem is, but asks if Kim can leave, again trying to get her out of the situation and secure her safety. Saul requesting Kim to leave is also possible foreshadowing / link to another moment in the future during season 6, but we'll discuss that when we get to it. Saul says how Kim doesn't need to be there as she had nothing to do with it and that it was all him. Lalo asks what was all him and then starts approaching Saul asking him what he did. Saul says that whatever Lalo thinks he did, he doesn't know, causing Lalo to finally admit that he saw Saul's car. This widens Kim's eyes as she knows where this is headed as she puts 2 and 2 together. If Saul's coffee mug has a bullet hole through it, that's probably while it was sitting in the cup holder at Jimmy's car, implying how Jimmy's car was also shot at, which she realizes that Lalo knows. So Kim knows that Lalo also suspects that Saul was shot at just like she does, that Lalo wants the same info that Saul never told her about. Lalo then asks Saul if he pushed his car into a ditch, and Saul says he doesn't think so. Lalo elaborates on Saul's uncertainty, saying how either he did or didn't.
Which one is it?
Since it's a simple yes or no question, the fact that Saul didn't give a clear answer implies that Lalo is onto something, which he definitely is. Saul tries redirecting the conversation by telling Lalo that if he wants the money back, he can take it as it's in a bag in the other room. Kim stands up due to knowing that Saul still has forgotten about the fact that the coffee mug is still in the bag, with Saul unintentionally leading Lalo right to the proof that he needs. Lalo says how he doesn't want the money and that he just wants to know what happened, wondering if Jimmy really told him the truth. Kim then interjects, knowing that Saul won't last much longer and that he'll soon break under pressure. Kim says,
Look, okay.
Are you kidding me with this?
Kim, really?
Do you know what he did for you?
Along with asking Lalo if he truly knows what Saul did for him, and explains how Jimmy hauled $7 million of his money across the entire desert without 1 penny missing. Kim adds that he got Lalo out of jail for a murder that he's definitely guilty of. Kim says how he did what Lalo asked and went way beyond what any other lawyer would ever do. While she says this, we then cut back to Mike again as he's ready to pull the trigger at a moment's notice, but can't due to now not having a clear shot of Lalo anymore due to Kim blocking Lalo from his line of sight, implying how the situation is completely in Kim's hands now. Although that's true, I imagine that if Kim hadn't stepped in the way, literally and metaphorically, that Saul would have broken down, resulting in Mike being forced to shoot Lalo. Kim then confronts Lalo on what exactly he's getting at here. Lalo is surprised and impressed with the balls on Kim for standing up to him like this, while meanwhile Saul is cowering, causing Lalo to calmly say how he found Saul's car in the ravine, along with bullet holes in the side, and how he's just waiting to hear how that happened. Kim says that's it, downplaying the severity of the situation by giving a solid excuse as to how that could have happened. She says how she doesn't know what it's like where Lalo's from, but that in New Mexico, if you even leave a soda can out, someone's gonna take a shot at it. Kim then accosts Lalo for that being what he's on about, again downplaying it as a potentially serious thing. Kim then suggests that a couple of randoms with guns could have shot up a piece of a junk car and then rolled it in a ditch, end of story. Kim then redirects the conversation due to wanting Lalo to forget the idea of checking the duffel bag of money, because she knows that if he does, it'll completely ruin the cover-up story that she just made up as some random people shooting at Saul's car, since the bullet hole in the coffee mug will link Saul to being there when the car was shot. Kim redirects by personally attacking Lalo's business by questioning what kind of operation he's even running, turning the tables on him by asking him to tell her. Kim then admits how she knows why he sent Saul to do his job, which is because he can't trust anyone else. Kim then calls out the absurdity of Lalo sending a lawyer through the desert with his $7 million and tells Lalo no offense, but that he needs to get his house in order. Lalo finally speaks as he laughs at this while asking,
"Oh, really?"
But Kim doubles down saying,
"Yeah, really?"
and how if he doesn't trust his own men with his money, he has bigger problems than if he trusts Saul Goodman, again successfully redirecting the conversation away from Saul himself. Kim then sternly says, for the record, Saul doesn't lie, even though she knows that he constantly does. Not only with what happened out in the desert, but during the entire time that she's ever known him, which was the problem that caused them to almost break up at the end of 506 before deciding to get married at the beginning of 507. Kim also says how Saul is telling the truth, even though again she knows that Saul isn't. Kim says how the next time that he has a bunch of money and no one he can trust, he'll leave Saul out of it. Kim hilariously lists off instead doing a wire transfer using a shell company or even an offshore account in the Cayman Islands.
Or you've heard of the Cayman Islands, right? Jesus.
Along with following up by telling Lalo to
get your shit together and stop torturing the one man who went through hell to save your ass.
Then get a long pause of silence as Lalo stares at Kim, then Saul, then leaves. This is because Kim brought up a lot of good points that Lalo can't refute. Although Lalo knows that there's something more to the story than some random people shooting up Saul's car, he can't prove it. Kim was also right about Lalo not being able to trust his men, along with needing to get his house in order. This episode ends with Lalo walking out of the apartment with Kim and Jimmy staring at each other, as Jimmy can't believe the way that Kim stood up to Lalo, and by the look on Kim's face, along with the shaking in her breath, she clearly can't believe it either. As Lalo walks down the stairs to the apartment, Mike is still watching him with his sniper as Lalo gets in Nacho's car and drives away while telling Nacho that they're going to Mexico together. This episode gets another double S tier easy. Kim's monologue here is absolutely brilliant, and the way that Ray Seahorn performs this scene is absolutely Emmy worthy. This concludes yet another largely iconic moment of the show, with this episode rightfully receiving a ton of praise because of it. This episode received a 9.2 on Rotten Tomatoes, along with another 100%. From Lalo's menacing intimidation tactics to Kim standing up to him, what a hell of a ride. When I first saw this episode, I was on the edge of my seat the entire time, with just as much adrenaline flowing through me as when I watched Bagman, along with even more anxiety due to being scared for Kim's life. Episodes 508 and 509 being shown one after another is a perfect parallel, showing how an intense character drama and standoff can be just as intense as a literal standoff, with Better Call Saul's adrenaline-filled dialogue leaving your jaw drop just as much as an actual shootout. Where 508 amazed you with action, 509 amazed you with words, with this final scene being the perfect example of that. The rest of 509 is absolutely amazing as well, giving the aftermath of Bagman while also setting itself up for an incredible mental and verbal showdown in the final act. Bravo Vince, bravo Peter, and bravo Tom Schnoz, who wrote and directed this episode. I'm a huge fan of Tom Schnoz, with this episode being a perfect example why. Let me know in the comments, which episode do you like more, 508 or 509? With that being said, let's move on to the Season 5 finale. Season 5 Episode 10, Something Unforgivable. This episode starts with Kim locking her door as she looks back at Jimmy, who then goes to look out the window to see Lalo leaving with Nacho. Jimmy then picks up the phone with Mike still there. Jimmy asks if Mike heard all that, and Mike hilariously says,
"Heard enough to know she saved your ass."
Jimmy then asks what happens next, to which Mike says we'll see and hangs up. Kim asks who that was, and Jimmy admits he's the guy who saved his life. Jimmy then admits to Kim what Lalo wanted him to say, that Jimmy was ambushed by a cartel gang, and that Mike saved him after one of them put a gun to his head. Jimmy admits how Mike killed them all except one, but then he helped Mike get that one too. Kim hugs Jimmy, and Jimmy says how they should get out of there. They arrive at a fancy hotel, with Jimmy saying how it's better to have more people around. We then cut to them in their hotel room, with Jimmy asking Kim if he's bad for her. Cut to the millionth time I've put the clip of Bob Odenkirk speaking about this scene in a video here.
He is bad for Kim, but it is her own fault. She keeps letting him back in, and some part of her, which is her past, it's clear that she even finds it familiar.
As Bob says, Jimmy is bad for Kim, but Kim keeps deciding to come back. Jimmy has brought out something in Kim that he didn't know existed due to her upbringing that we'll learn in Season 6. The cold open ends with Kim saying how Jimmy won't do anything like that again, with Jimmy reluctantly agreeing. Kim crawls into bed, leaving Jimmy sitting on the end of the bed contemplating the past few days. We then cut to Mike speaking to Gus at the burnt down Los Pollos, and Mike tells Gus how Lalo went over the border and kept going, but that he took Nacho with him. Gus asks why, wondering if Nacho's been made, but Mike says how if Lalo suspected Nacho was working for him, that Lalo would have killed Nacho on the spot. Mike thinks that Nacho is up for a promotion, and Gus asks if Mike can communicate with Nacho. Mike says how Lalo's place is in the middle of nowhere with landlines and satellite phones only. Mike says how Nacho will get caught in the crossfire of them trying to assassinate Lalo, and Mike suggests thinking of a way to pull him out. Gus seems reluctant, thinking about how Nacho burnt his Los Pollos, and suggests how saving Nacho will risk them getting found out. Mike says how Nacho has earned some consideration, leaving Gus to ask if Nacho knows if Lalo's going to be assassinated. Mike says no, but that he can make a pretty good guess. Gus says how there's a way to make use of this situation, and adds adds how the hitmen that he hired are highly skilled and best in their class, but we'll see about that. Gus says how the one thing the hitmen don't have are a man on the inside, implying how Nacho will be a part of the plan. We then see Lalo arriving at his compound, and we get the iconic shot of Lalo rolling down his window with a huge grin. The guard at the gate then celebrates, shooting off his gun as Lalo drives on in, with Lalo greeting many civilians staying there. Nacho reluctantly gets out and checks his phone to see he has no service. Lalo tells Nacho to come over and introduces Nacho to his people, including his maid, gardener, and guards. Lalo then gives the youngest one a hard time, implying that he should carry Lalo's things inside. Lalo welcomes Nacho and they head inside themselves. We then cut back to Jimmy and Kim the next morning as Jimmy wakes up to Kim getting ready for the day. Jimmy questions Kim going to court as he doesn't see it as safe. I like how Kim name drops catching Oakley before she goes into court at 10, showing how she already has wheeling and dealing plea deals for pro bono clients in her mind, not a care in the world. Jimmy suggests spending the whole day at the hotel, trying to convince her with a heated pool, a hot tub, a swim-up bar, a spa with couples massages, a seaweed wrap, and a room service, and oh god, okay, I get it. Kim mentions how Jimmy wants to get a massage with his sunburn, but Jimmy says how they deserve this. Jimmy says how she just quit Schweikart and that she deserves a day off and that she can get continuances on her cases. Kim confronts Jimmy on how he doesn't think it's safe to go out, with Jimmy admitting how it probably is, but he just wants to play it safe as Lalo has guys that could strike at any moment. Kim asks if Jimmy knows something he's not telling her, and Jimmy says no, but that they should still be cautious. Kim's asked what about tomorrow or the next day or next week, saying how they just need to keep their eyes open and get on with their lives. Kim adds how the courthouse is 3 blocks away, how it's full of cops, and how it has the police HQ right next door. I initially agree with Jimmy, but Kim's making a pretty good point. In my opinion, I feel like Jimmy is way at one end of the scale of paranoia, while Kim is at the direct opposite. It feels like they should meet in the middle. I understand it's not a good way to live, being paranoid for the rest of your life, and how eventually they need to move on and live their lives as normal. That being said, it doesn't hurt to be cautious for a few days until heat dies down, considering what just happened, and Kim is rushing to get back to her normal life schedule a little bit too fast. Don't stay in hiding forever, but don't instantly go about your day as if nothing ever happened. Meet in the middle. Lay low for a few days until Jimmy feels comfortable, and then maybe get an update from Mike and then move on. Speaking of which, after Kim leaves, Jimmy calls Mike and asks for an update. Whatever Mike says, it's not good enough, with Jimmy saying how they'll meet face to face to talk, but Mike hangs up on him. Jimmy grabs his things to get dressed, and then the scene ends. We catch up with Kim at the courthouse celebrating how she won a case. She catches up with another PD called Grant and tells him how she wants more pro bono cases to keep herself busy. Kim admits how she's not supposed to choose the cases that she gets, but says how she's looking for something specific and she wants to make sure that she's spending her time where it does the most good. Grant says how he knows that she wants cases that'll make her feel good personally, and Kim says how she wants some tricky ones. In order to get what she wants, Kim agrees that she'll take felony cases that are headed for trial, nothing that can be pled out with wheeling and dealing with Oakley, for example. Kim says how she'll take 20 felonies that day, and Grant makes a call to tell the judge that he's running 15 minutes late and brings Kim to PD overflow. As Grant lists off all the different categories such as possession, assault, public intoxication, larceny, destruction of property, etc., etc., the list goes on. Kim is shocked at how many cases are pending, Grant telling her how they've had many public defenders take private firm gigs and move on from PD cases, so there's not as many public defenders anymore, causing the cases to back up. As Grant continues listing off all the categories, Kim zones out, just overwhelmed by all the cases, which may give her an idea for her eventual dream job that we'll discuss in a moment. We then see Kim get into an elevator with Howard, who introduces her to his associates. Howard mentions how Kim used to work at HHM, but is now the head of the banking division at Schweikart. Kim tells Howard how she's not at Schweikart anymore or in banking as of yesterday, and then leaves as if Howard is just gonna let that slide. Howard goes after her, understandably wondering why she's not working there anymore, assuming that she switched to a different firm. Kim admits how she's out on her own doing pro bono as if that's not a strange or alarming development. Howard is shocked, thinking that Rich fired her, but Kim admits that she left. Howard asks about Mesa Verde, to which Kim also admits that she advised them to stay at Schweikart. Howard is understandably taken back, as Kim worked so hard for Mesa Verde and Schweikart just to give it up so suddenly, in his eyes at least. Howard says how he knows it's a personal question, but wonders why, to which Kim says how it is personal, implying that she doesn't want to get into it. Kim tries to leave, but Howard takes her aside to speak to her privately in an empty courtroom. Howard admits that he wasn't going to say anything as the last time he tried getting something off his chest, it didn't go well. This is Howard referencing how when he confided in Jimmy and Kim after Chuck's funeral, Kim ended up screaming at him in his office the following episode. Howard confides once more, saying how before Kim makes any big changes in her life, there's something about Jimmy that she should hear. Howard admits how he offered Jimmy a job at HHM and assumes how Jimmy didn't mention it to her. He says how Jimmy had to think about it, but that the very next night, Jimmy threw bowling balls over his front gate and destroyed his car. Howard then states how a couple weeks later he was having lunch with Cliff, but was accosted by real prostitutes that Jimmy had sent to mess with him. Howard then says how he confronted Jimmy about it and he all but admitted it, which I guess is what Howard got out of Jimmy screaming at him that lightning bolt shoots from his fingertips. Instead of a rational reaction that any normal person would have, Kim laughs at him, pretending that she doesn't believe him in order to defend Jimmy. Howard admits how no one in their right mind would act as Jimmy is, and then confronts Kim on how irrational it is to drop a client like Mesa Verde, accusing Jimmy of having something to do with it. Kim becomes offended by this, as it was her own decision, with Kim being very proud of the type of person who makes her own decisions. Kim says how she knows Jimmy and that Howard's wrong, even though she knows that he's right, but she doesn't want to admit it as she likes the conning side of Jimmy. Howard counters by saying, "You know who knew Jimmy? Chuck," and then walks out. Boom, mic drop. The thing is, Kim most likely understands why Jimmy didn't take the job, considering how Jimmy never processed Chuck's death the way that Howard did, along with Jimmy trying to distance himself from the McGill name in general. Kim also doesn't know the full picture about Chuck's death in regard to being unaware that Jimmy messed with Chuck's insurance, granted neither does Howard, but she probably figures that Howard just offered Jimmy a job at HHM to try and make himself feel better, just like how she accused him of doing so in season 4 when she screamed at him. Of course, Howard wasn't just offloading his guilt or blatantly trying to make himself feel better, he's trying to do the right thing. They always try to skew his actions in order to make him seem like the bad guy, and I discussed this more in my video about why Jimmy and Kim hate Howard, which I'll also have linked in the description. Also, on another note, as I said in that same video, although Jimmy has influenced Kim, it's not in the way that Howard thinks. Jimmy didn't influence Kim to quit Schweikart or throw away Mesa Verde, that was Kim's decision, and Jimmy was even against it, just like Howard, which is opening a sore wound for her. The way that Jimmy actually influenced Kim was to get her to open up the conning side of her personality, which causes Kim to become amused at the ways that Jimmy has messed with Howard this season. So instead of taking Howard's side by becoming surprised or mad at Jimmy for being so petty for what he did to Howard, Kim actually takes Jimmy's side and becomes amused, which is why she laughs in Howard's face. Howard still thinks that Kim is the promising legal mind that he knew, not realizing just how far gone she truly is.
Really a tough one, because Howard's right.
I'm really the only other one who knows what the reality is.
He thinks he's doing the right thing. He's trying to warn her.
It's one last act of goodness that he can do with this whole sordid episode.
As Patrick Fabian said in a behind-the-scenes video, Howard's the only rational person who truly knows what's going on and is trying to reach out to Kim, but is fruitless as Kim is changed. We cut to Lalo working on a vehicle as he speaks to Nacho about introducing him to Eladio. Lalo tells Nacho to call him Don and to tell him the truth in the fewest words that he can. Lalo says how if Eladio likes Nacho, he'll give him a bump up, and tells Nacho how he recognizes how valuable he is. Nacho asks what will happen if Eladio doesn't like him, but Lalo doesn't answer and just shrugs it off saying,
you'll be fine.
Which is another hilarious line that I love from Lalo. Nacho gets a call, which is odd as he has no service, so he has to go to the bathroom to secretly check it. Nacho gets another call from an unknown number and answers it, to which he gets told that there's a gate at the back of the compound and to open it at 3 a.m. that night and to run. Nacho says how there's innocent civilians there, asking if they're gonna do it clean, but he gets hung up on, implying that everyone will die. We then see Jimmy banging on Mike's door, wanting to speak to him and thinking how Mike is ignoring him, but it's revealed that Mike wasn't even home as he arrives home to see Jimmy banging on his door. Mike shoves him inside as he's making a scene, with Jimmy changing from an aggressive attitude to defensive, since he's clearly scared of what Mike's truly capable of. Jimmy admits that Mike saved his life and thanks him for that, but insists how from now on he has to be kept in the loop. Jimmy states how it's not his fault that he got ambushed and wonders why he had to lie to Lalo at the end of the last episode and wonders who he's lying for. Mike tells Jimmy how that's not his concern, which Jimmy freaks out at, and we get a hilarious Mike impersonation from Jimmy as he said,
"Listen to me. You are not blowing me off with any, that's not the end of the story. Crap, now just specifics."
Mike tells Jimmy that he's asking for information that he can't have, causing Jimmy to back off in frustration, and also loved the cinematography of Jimmy and Mike standing towards each other as Jimmy leans against the pillar. Jimmy confides about how he's incredibly worried about something ever happening to Kim and says that he can't do this anymore. Mike realizes that he needs to tell Jimmy something in order to have peace of mind, so he approaches Jimmy and tells him to listen and to shut up. Mike explains how this man has other things on his mind, meaning Gus, and how he's not thinking about Jimmy. Mike then states,
Lalo Salamanca is going to die tonight. This time tomorrow it'll be done.
Put a pin in that, as what Mike says here will most likely be referencing many times during the season 6 tier list. Mike then asks Jimmy to leave as apparently his family's coming over, which feels like an excuse because I'm not sure if that's true or not, considering we've never actually seen Kaylee or Stacy come over to Mike's house, as he always goes over to theirs. We then cut to Don Eladio's pool as Bolsa gives Eladio 3 huge bricks of cash, all neatly stacked and wrapped together. Eladio says how it's less than usual, with Bolsa explaining how they've had some bad luck recently. Eladio questions how it's just bad luck, but Bolsa explains how Gus assured him that it's all over. Lalo then shows up and greets everyone, instantly becoming the life of the party. I love the way that Lalo's clearly friends with everyone there due to how charismatic he is when he wants to be. Lalo then greets Eladio as they hug it out, with Eladio saying how he knew the Americans couldn't hold him. Bolsa mentions how it was expensive to get released, causing Eladio to give Lalo a jokingly hard time for paying the Americans, and how Eladio thought that Lalo would just kill all of them instead. Lalo asks where all the money on the table is from, and then acts surprisingly positive when Eladio says it's from Gus, with Eladio shocked that Lalo doesn't seem to have a problem with Gus's huge earnings the way that Hector always has. Lalo then holds up a car key and implies how it's for Eladio. We then get the hilarious iconic lines of Eladio saying,
Magnum PI!
along with,
Es un fronk. Eso.
as Lalo tells him how the trunk is in the front. Even though the car combined with the cash in the front is probably worth less in total than the money that Bolsa brought from Gus, Eladio seems more excited by Lalo's gifts, calling this showmanship. We then see Lalo introduce Eladio to Nacho, explaining how it's their new man up north, and how although he's not a Salamanca, he's good friends with Tuco, and has been running things since Hector got quote-unquote sick. Eladio gives Nacho a hard time for being Tuco's friend, since even Eladio knows how crazy and unhinged Tuco truly is, along with not being that smart, even though we sadly never see Eladio and Tuco in a scene together across both shows. Eladio then takes Nacho away, saying how they'll get to know each other, leading us to the main conversation Eladio has with Nacho, which feels very much like an intense cartel interview. Eladio asks how Nacho will make him money as he pours them both a drink. Nacho explains how he's going to sell as much product as Eladio can send him, and that he's going to open up new territory. Eladio questions who Nacho will take the territory from, with Nacho saying biker gangs. Eladio laughs at this, accusing Nacho of starting a war with them, belittling Nacho's plan. Nacho explains how the gangs are divided and how he wants to turn them against each other, and he seems to be winning over Eladio with this proposition. Eladio calls Nacho a businessman and asks him what he wants. Nacho says how he wants respect, to make his own decisions, to go his own way, and for no one to even think of playing him. What Nacho says here has a huge double meaning due to the fact that this speaks to everything that's happened to Nacho across the entire show. Nacho's never respected, he's always controlled, he's never able to make his own decisions or do what he truly wants, and people always try to play him and use him to their advantage. Nacho also says how he doesn't want to be constantly looking over his shoulder, which Eladio jokingly mocks, saying how if that's the case, Nacho may be in the wrong business. Eladio tells Nacho that he's alright and pours him another drink, and they cheers while Eladio says salud, which not only is a common thing to cheers to down in Mexico apparently, but is also a reference to the name of the episode from Breaking Bad that holds Eladio's true fate. We then cut to Jimmy back at the hotel as he waits for Kim to get home. It's implied that Jimmy already told Kim that he knows that Lalo is going to die as Kim walks in, asking how he knows. Jimmy explains how he talked to his guy, Mike, who told him how Lalo's in Mexico and that he's staying there. Jimmy then says how Lalo won't call someone to threaten Jimmy or Kim, and that Jimmy's guy wouldn't tell him the details, but that Lalo will die. Kim sits down relieved, but Jimmy doesn't seem as happy about the news as she does. Jimmy says it's just over this time, implying who knows about the next time something like this happens. Kim assures Jimmy that there's not going to be a next time, which damn, season 6 foreshadowing much? Jimmy says how it's been a rough ride and that he just wants to check out and go home. Kim alludes to what Jimmy said earlier about how they already paid for the night so they should just enjoy it. Where Jimmy was previously using the sound of a good time at the hotel as an excuse to stay safe, now Kim is genuinely just wanting them to enjoy themselves. It's interesting how their roles switched, from Jimmy wanting to stay with Kim wanting to leave, and now vice versa, with Jimmy wanting to leave and Kim wanting to stay due to the knowledge that Lalo supposedly won't be a problem for them anymore. That evening, while Jimmy and Kim have dinner in their room, Kim mentions how she ran into Howard at the courthouse and admits how Howard told her about Jimmy messing with him with bowling balls and prostitutes. Jimmy admits how that was before they got married, implying how since he never told her, it was before they agreed to start telling each other everything. Jimmy expects to get yelled at for messing with Howard, but Kim surprisingly responds positively to this instead of negatively, which is the opposite of what any sane and rational person would do. As I said during my Kim's Bad Choice Road video, Kim uses Howard belittling her as an excuse to further mess with him. Kim and Jimmy then go back and forth discussing hypotheticals on how to mess with Howard, which excites them so much that they take the action to the bed. Afterwards, they're still shooting hypotheticals at each other about messing with Howard, but Kim takes a serious turn. The reality is the fact that she wants to mess with Howard in order to force Sandpiper to settle so that they can get Jimmy's share of the common fund. Jimmy says how he already tried to settle Sandpiper, but Kim says no offense, but that he went about it wrong, and that messing with Howard and Cliff is the way to truly get it done. She tells him to forget it, but she purposely planted the idea in his head for later, as she intends to follow through with it. Just like how earlier in the season, Jimmy planted ideas in Kim's head while telling her that they won't do it because he knew that she'd decide to, now the tables have turned, with Kim doing the same for Jimmy. We then see Jimmy washing his face later that night when Kim grabs ice cream from an ice cream bar that they must have ordered through room service. Note how Jimmy changes his mind to tell Kim to hold off on the mint chip for his bowl of ice cream, since mint chip was the flavor ice cream that Jimmy dropped on the road at the end of 502 when being kidnapped by Nacho to meet Lalo for the first time. Always seeing the mint chip ice cream swarmed by ants in 503. I'm guessing that not only did the sight of ants swarming the ice cream cone make Jimmy not like the flavor anymore, but he also doesn't want it due to it reminding him of the events that led up to him first meeting Lalo. Jimmy and Kim sit on the bed eating their ice cream while Kim kinda plays with her food due to thinking about what she'd do with the Sandpiper money, and then she asks Jimmy what he'd do with it. Jimmy admits how he doesn't know, asking Kim what she'd do, which is kinda what she wanted to admit in the first place. We then get Kim's justification for wanting to tear down Howard for the Sandpiper money, as she wants to use the money to set up a pro bono practice in order to give regular people the kind of representation that only millionaires get. Jimmy says how they should buy a house, and Kim laughs, saying they can do both, with her mentioning how last she heard Sandpiper was willing to go for $26 million. They calculate how much money they'll receive. A third of that is 8.5 being the common fund, with 20% of that being their share, which is around $2 million. Note how during the cold open to 309, Jimmy calculated his share of the common fund back then, which was $1,160,000. So due to HHM and Davis and Maine stretching out the Sandpiper case, they have increased the payout by a noticeable amount, which is way more than the $20 to $40 extra that Kim tries passing it off as earlier in the episode, along with Jimmy trying to undermine it to Howard in the second half of season 3 when Jimmy confronted Howard in the parking lot to settle. Anyways, Kim's goal to force Sandpiper to settle is very Robin Hood-esque of her to tear down the rich and give to the poor, but she doesn't realize what the true consequences of her actions will be, even though Jimmy tries to warn her. She's now taking an ends justify the means approach, something how she's now learned to accept after seeing Jimmy use that morale time and time again. Jimmy says how Howard would have to do something unforgivable, which is the name of the episode. This episode title is a reference to the two episodes last season, 403 Something Beautiful and 407 Something Stupid, with the Something Stupid song causing this whole trend, with 510 continuing the something blank titling theme with Something Unforgivable. I like all the references / callbacks to Something Stupid for the last two episodes of season 5, with 509 starting out with a Something Stupid follow-up montage referencing the 407 montage, along with 510 referencing the title theme itself. Anyways, Jimmy tells Kim that she wouldn't be able to live with herself for tearing down Howard, but Kim implies that she'd be fine with it, which shocks Jimmy. Season 6 foreshadowing much? Okay there, Kim, let's see if your opinion stays the same by the end of the show. This is a continuous trend of Kim getting way in over her head, which sometimes works out for her, such as Lalo in 509, while other times not so much. As Kim walks away at the end of the scene, she gives Jimmy the double finger guns, which is a reference to the season 4 finale when Jimmy gave her double pointers while he walked away to become Saul. I love how during both season finales, during Jimmy and Kim's final scenes together, which are both at the end or near the end of each episode, we see them do this to each other, except with Kim transforming Jimmy's double finger pointers into double handguns. Meanwhile, we see Nacho creating a tool to pick the lock to the gate with, followed by Nacho sneaking around Lalo's compound late at night to try and make his way to the back that gate to open it for the assassins. Only problem is that Lalo is revealed to be at the fire late at night, directly in Nacho's way. Lalo tells Nacho to sit down with him and tells Nacho that he did good with Eladio and that when he goes back north, he'll be halfway to being a Salamanca himself. Lalo asks Nacho if he's a night owl due to not being able to sleep at night, with Nacho saying not tonight, in clear reference to the fact that the assassination attempt is about to unfold. Lalo doesn't initially realize this double meaning, but put a pin in that for the end of the episode. Lalo admits how he never sleeps much, only getting an hour or two every night, and how when he's alone at night, it's the only time he can think, as he gets his best ideas when everyone else is asleep. Nacho admits that he'd rather get some shut-eye, implying that Lalo should leave so he could open the gate to let the assassins in, but Lalo says, yet here we are. Nacho asks if he has any stronger liquor, which seems to be speaking Lalo's language, even though Nacho is just using it as an excuse to go set up a distraction for Lalo to leave the area. Lalo tells Nacho about a special decanter of booze along with where to get it, sending Nacho inside to grab it. While inside, Nacho sets up oil on a burner so that it'll cause a grease fire as a distraction, and then returns to Lalo with the alcohol while waiting for his distraction to come to fruition. Nacho took so long that Lalo jokes about thinking that Nacho got lost, with Lalo then pouring them each a glass, saying how he's in for a treat. After taking one sip, Lalo notices smoke coming from the kitchen, blaming it on one of his workers and walking away, giving Nacho the opportunity to spring into action and pick the lock on the gate for the assassins to be let in. The hitmen then move past Nacho and into the compound, leaving Nacho to run for his life, which is the last we see of Nacho this season. Lalo then yells at the young worker that he gave a hard time to earlier and blames him for the grease fire. While doing so, Lalo notices one of the hitmen through a window and uses this poor guy as a human shield to shield himself from the first shot. Lalo crawls around a corner and carefully reaches around it to grab the boiling oil. As a hitman enters the kitchen, Lalo splashes the oil on the hitman's face and then crawls away as another hitman starts shooting at him. Lalo escapes as he hears his workers getting killed, with him grabbing a pistol off of an already dead guard. Lalo then goes to his bathroom and pulls a handle, holding a towel to reveal that he has a secret escape tunnel under the bathtub. Lalo escapes the compound as he hears his men getting killed and then crawls through the tunnel, ending up in a field outside the walls. However, instead of running away, Lalo marches back to his home, implying that Lalo is going to finish the job himself. The hitmen eventually discover the tunnel and start searching it, with Lalo appearing behind them, taking out the men that stayed above ground. Lalo then grabs one of the machine guns and uses it to peek down his own tunnel and mow down the men inside of it. Lalo then goes back to the fire to find the man that he splashed oil on and tells him to radio in that he's dead in order to give Lalo the advantage of Gus thinking that he is dead when he isn't. Lalo also looks over to the glasses of alcohol that he poured to drink with Nacho, realizing that Nacho had something to do with it, not only because Nacho's missing and probably still alive, but also because he's thinking back to how Nacho said how he's not going to sleep that night, implying that Nacho knew that the assassination attempt was going to happen. The episode ends by showing how everyone at the compound is dead except for Lalo being the last man standing. As Lalo stares at his chef dead on the floor, he walks towards the camera and past it, looking incredibly pissed off as his footsteps start to muffle under his feet and the season ends. God damn, what a season finale. This episode gets an S tier, and is probably my favorite season finale out of all 6 seasons of the show. I also love how Lalo mowing down the hitman in his tunnel is cut off by Jimmy splashing his face with water, showing the juxtaposition between the two storylines. Nacho meeting with Eladio was great, and Lalo's shootout against the hitman was incredibly tense. One major complaint though is the fact that the hitmen were easily killed as if they were just generic red shirts. I know that the point of Gus hyping them up in the beginning of the episode to be incredibly skilled and top of their class was to make Lalo seem like a badass Terminator being able to take them all down, but in hindsight it just makes the hitmen kinda laughable. Kim's evolution, or de-evolution rather, by the end of the episode was incredibly shocking to see Kim setting up her story with Jimmy throughout the entirety of season 6, wanting to mess with Howard in order to force the Sandpiper case to settle so that they can become millionaires. Is it all worth it, however? Well, tune into my season 6 tier list in the future and we'll discuss it in incredibly in-depth detail. So here's every episode from seasons 1 to 5 all in the same tier list. As you can tell, I hold season 5 of Better Call Saul with extremely high praise and for good reason. The entire season is one hell of a ride, start to finish, with not much downtime in the middle at all. This entire season is incredibly strong, with me only giving one episode of E tier, while the rest of the episodes are A tier and above. I still think that episode 503 is incredibly underrated and doesn't get enough credit that it deserves. Even when season 5 had originally finished airing, 503 was still my favorite episode of the show, meaning that I preferred 503 to 508 or 509. I don't know if I was just hard stuck on 503 or wanted to like it more due to 508 and 509 being the mainstream popular episodes to like, but in retrospect, even though I still love 503, I gotta admit that 508 and 509 are subjectively better episodes, which is why 508 and 509 got a double S tier ranking while 503 is just in single S tier. I always thought that Season 3 would be my favorite season of the show, but Season 5 blew that out of the water. Season 5 was absolutely amazing and was definitely my favorite season up until this point, with Season 3 coming in second. Season 6 had a lot of expectations to live up to considering how good Season 5 was, and we'll get into Season 6 more during my next tier list, but needless to say, it does not disappoint. With that being said, next time we'll be ranking the Season 6 Part 1 episodes in a tier list, and I couldn't be more excited. I will continue posting other Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul videos in the meantime between the Season 5 and Season 6 tier list, but in the meantime, I also have a handful of Season 5 related videos that I've already done that will be linked at the end of this video, along with even more linked in the description that relate to certain topics that I've discussed in this video. These videos include Hank and Gomez versus Gus's dead drops, why Kim quit her job, Kim's bad choice road, Gus Fring's mysterious past, Saul meets Hank, Saul meets Lalo, Howard meets Saul, Kim meets Lalo, the Bagman shootout explained, along with a lot of other videos like the Season 5 deleted scenes, the Season 4 deleted scenes, and more. Also, as you may have noticed throughout the video, I sadly had some audio issues while recording this incredibly long retrospective. At first, my mic settings were suddenly messed up, causing a lower quality of audio than usual, which was really heartbreaking as I already had recorded half of the video before realizing it or even being able to figure out what was wrong. Then during the rest of the video, I messed with the advanced settings to my mic in order to try and make it sound somewhat acceptable, so if you notice a sudden shift in audio quality by around episode 507, that's why, along with this video possibly sounding different to previous ones. I apologize for all of that, but hopefully you were able to bear with me through it, as this video was so long it was just far too much work to completely start from scratch. I'm still tinkering with my mic settings, but hopefully I'll have it all sorted out for future videos. Speaking of which, I'm incredibly excited to discuss Season 6 and give it the spotlight it deserves, as it is the final season of Better Call Saul and is incredibly intense in its own right. Since Season 6 is an extended season with 13 episodes instead of just 10 that was split in half with a mid-season break, I'm thinking of doing 2 tier list videos for Season 6. First discussing episodes 601 to 607 as part 1, along with discussing episodes 608 to 613 as part 2. If you've made it to the end of this video, I truly appreciate it, and I can't even begin to tell you how much your support truly means to me. This is by far the longest video I've ever created for YouTube. Although I plan to do a lot more long-form retrospectives, I'm not sure if they'll quite meet the same length of this video, but we'll see. I just really love Season 5 of Better Call Saul, especially since us fans of Better Call Saul had to sit with it as the most recent season for multiple years while waiting for Season 6 to finally release, so I wanted to show my appreciation for Season 5 and give it all the love it deserves. If I had a nickel for every time I discuss the Season 5 finale... Anyways, if you've enjoyed the video, be sure to give it a like and comment your thoughts about any particular moment in the comments, not only because I'll be looking at the comments, but also in order to help drive the interactions on this video to help it get shown to even more fans of Better Call Saul. I once again also want to thank Atlas VPN for sponsoring this video. Be sure to grab Atlas VPN for just $1.99 a month before the deal expires, link in the description and in the pinned comment. If you're new to the channel and just haven't yet already, subscribe and hit that bell notification to stay updated on when I post new content on Better Call Saul and Breaking Bad, as I have a ton of ideas for other tier lists and retrospectives in the near future about both of these shows. Check out my Patreon or give a super thanks to help support the channel financially, it means a lot. But most importantly, as I just said, I thank you all so much for watching, and until next time, I'll talk to you guys later. Peace out!